And tell me it's macro setup.
Macro.
Even smaller, bro.
No. Oh god.
What can you see with it? What is this? What is this?
Huh?
What is this?
What? This is very weird. Okay, let's go. Oi.
It's over, it's over.
Oi. Oi.
Ooh, not bad.
He's shooting leg, man.
Oh, nice.
Oi.
Okay. Peripherals. Not bad, not bad. Keep going, bro.
Oi.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oi. Nice. That is good time,
I
bro.
got 10.
Yeah. Where are they? Shoot the other one.
Oh, I thought it was over.
No.
It's over now.
I got 10.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Let's go.
Bro, how'd you get... Bro, I want to see how'd you get 10, bro? I can't even... Okay, look a little bit to the right, move a tiny bit to the right, yep, and go press W, just hold W. Okay, keep, yeah, move left a bit, one little, okay, wait, actually keep going, keep going.
No, keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Just keep going. Alright, now,
Press A.
press A, yep.
Yeah,
Keep going,
more.
a little bit more, a little bit more.
Yeah,
Alright,
W.
W, wait, not to your stops as well. And I need to do a 360, okay, with your mouse.
No,
No, 1A.
180, sorry.
180, okay.
180 with your mouse. Yeah, wait, yeah.
Other
Another
direction.
one. No,
Wait, he's in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be this line.
Yeah. Press S.
This line.
Nice.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
A,
Okay,
A.
your mouse keep moving right until I tell you to stop.
Yeah.
Keep going. Stop.
Oh, wait, that's good.
Okay, then press S 2 times
Yeah.
And D. D as well.
and D.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think that's
One
good.
more. Yeah.
Right, now press E.
E.
No.
That's
1 minute? What? Whoa, that's 1 minute. How?
Where you going, bro?
Where you
going, wrong place.
I know. Like a little bit.
Oh, no! This.
One.
No! Hey, spin back.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait.
Wait, what?
Wait, you're gonna die again.
No! You pressed the hot button. Yeah.
Chose the wrong one.
I didn't know that.
Wait. No, this one.
Don't do it.
No. GG. Okay, right. Nice. Right. GG. I think it's gonna be done soon.
It's not looking good.
Yeah.
I think we chose the wrong guy for this guy.
Just the wrong guy.
Easy. Very easy.
GG, my friend.
Jesse catches sight. Now Team Secret has the read. Oh wow, look at how he kites them. 2. That's the second. Now goes in for the third. And the fourth. And an absolute 2-0. A clean victory. Cross tree. Originally they would have a toxic screen, but okay. Invites Scary to a bit of a peek. May says hello. Zest with the Odin now though. Yeah. Hold a bit of a trap step through, but it's all spotted. Zest, yet another quad kill. Swinging in. That poison cloud is doing so much in me. Oh, and that's a fragment. Oh, and another. Oh, and a third. And one. Envy. Huge hold by Envy. Waiting for the right moment to send out that paranoia. Must collect on these kills. He spots out so many of them, collects on the 3 heads, picks up the quad, and then swings out for the final shot to pick up the ace. Gotta give him a
ton of credit here. Sugar Zero does have a cosmic spike. You have the dimensional drift for depth. Big ult for Zeta. They're gonna have to come now or never. Flash. Keep them at bay, but they're already in.
Meteor is just wreaking havoc.
Moves up to 12. Meteor on the hunt. Knives still available. Swings up the corner, and it will be the 4K.
Live from the COEX Shinhan Card Artium, it's the final week for the regular season of VCT Pacific Stage 1. It's going to be one heated match after another as Stage 1 draws to a close and every single match matters. You've seen the standings, folks. You know how dicey this is going to get, and we are excited to get into it. What's up, guys? My name is Mika Fabs, along with Valdez and Quack here on our very low desk here. I was gonna say desk and I was gonna gesture, but like, you know, it's down here over here. Nice to meet you, by the way. This is our official
Nice
time
to meet
work.
you.
Together. How are you guys?
We're great.
How are you guys
feeling
feeling
pretty
today?
good. It's going to be a good day of games. I hope that they're not too short and some of our underdogs have a good showing today because I think they will have to. But other than that, you know, just happy to be back. This is only my second time on the desk, so happy to be involved.
Yeah, is it like not too long, not too short, just right?
Just right.
As far as predictions are going to be as accurate, but of course on the other side while he's casting. Like maybe the change is going to be like, you know, I don't know. But as we are starting our week 4 here, again, it's the last week for the regular season. I'm anticipating that, of course, a lot of the matches are going to be so heated. A lot of the matches are also going to be like, you know, this is basically a swan song for so many teams here.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You know, we're going to have to say goodbye to some teams that don't make playoffs, but also we could have some really cool
Stories being developed from this week 4. You know, some teams that have been developing all throughout Stage 1 might have a final chance to sneak into playoffs, and then there'll be a cool dark horse if they can make some kind of crazy upsets happen. We've already had some upsets happen, as you mentioned, from week 3, so hoping that continues into week 4.
It's going to keep happening. I mean, if we take a look at the current standings right now, yes, top 3, DRX, Gen G, Team Secret making it, securing through playoffs. Team Secret beating PRX. Now that one was really unexpected, really awesome. But if you actually take a look at like Alpha Group, Omega Group, for example, we've got a lot more wins across the board now. But that also means that there is a chance if some of these teams lose their current games, we could have some ties.
Yes, and that's where it gets a little bit complicated. That's where things are starting to, you know, everything like, you know, sort of cascades into this butterfly effect, right? And it starts today. So now it's like everybody's going to be paying close attention to our standings. And of course, as we enter our playoffs week, you're seeing here what could be our potential brackets as we head into playoffs. As we know, of course, seeding is going to be random between the first, second, and third seeds. So that means Alpha versus Alpha is entirely possible here, Quack. And I want to get your thoughts on this, especially since, you know, we've had so many weeks wherein, you know, you have one side just basically going up against one side. Suddenly things can be mixed up and we could get teams that, matchups that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Exactly. I mean, just imagine like Team Secret versus Bleed, for example, or Team Secret versus Gen G. That's also going to be another thing that's entirely possible. And then because it's that kind of standard, you know, double elimination bracket, Then they'll have to go into the lowers, and you know, you're gonna have to say goodbye to some teams, but it's always exciting to see all the different matchups that we could potentially have in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like, you know, incredibly exciting, of course. But right now, as we see Valdez, this is going to be really, it's going to get really interesting because as we mentioned, you know, every single match matters and we're seeing just how much it matters here because we have a bunch of consequences on our screens.
Yeah, I think for GE it might be the scariest, right? Because even if they do win, they still have to wait for some results from Bleed, from T1. For Bleed, it's very difficult, right? They do need to at least win one game, and then they also need to wait for some results. And at best, they would like to win 2. For PRX, it's pretty simple. Even if they lose 1-2, it's like, well, we still made it into playoffs. We're still feeling pretty good, even though we dropped a dropped a match. That doesn't feel great, but at least you make it into playoffs. So pretty interesting.
Thing though, Valdez, is an entire possible world where PRX actually loses today, and then then they still
I
gotta
just
wait
got
for those
goosebumps
results.
when you said that, Quack.
I know.
Like, I felt a disturbance in the force.
It's a disturbance in the force in Singapore somewhere. But yeah, you know, it's entirely possible for these outcomes to happen. But yeah, a little bit tough for Bleed, I gotta say, because their opponents are gonna be, well, PRX. I think there's a chance. But DRX coming next, and DRX is a team that has beaten every team so far without, you know, any huge losses. It's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, it's one Titan after another for Bleed, right? So it's quite a heavy week for them. And on the side of GE, right, even if they get the win, it's another difficult situation when you have what could be your fate here going into playoffs that's completely out of your hands, and you just have to wait, right? What do you do like as a team as you're sitting and waiting basically to find out whether or not you make it to playoffs?
I just want to be like that, you know, that gif of Elmo in the fire, just kind of like
oh yeah.
Agents of Chaos, global wins, Bleed 1 win, 1 loss, and then we have like some crazy ties in Alpha Group. What's gonna happen? Who knows?
I got goosebumps again as Quack said that. I felt a disturbance in the force once
Sorry,
again.
Mika.
Oh no, oh no. But as we're seeing right now, our championship point standings, and of course we have Gen G up there because, you know, they did make it into Masters Madrid and everything. But we do see that, you know, some of the other teams, there is heavy competition here. And as we mentioned, wrapping up stage 1 and potentially going into stage 2 as well, it could be pretty close here, Valdez.
Yeah, it's definitely close already. You see 3 teams tied at 3 points, and then a couple of other teams tied at 2 points. Obviously, Gen G, the big favorite at the moment for obvious reasons, but DRX just keep winning, so they seem to try to secure their spot at least in second for now. And I don't know, I guess the one team that has surprised everybody in an unfortunately negative way is T1. You know, we had some big expectations for this team, but only 1 championship point right now. It just seems a bit weird. We'll have to wait and see if they can turn things around.
Yeah, that's definitely true because T1, you know, were favorites coming into this entire season, but then now you never quite know, especially with all those upsets last week. But I'm more paying attention to teams like, you know, RQ, Zeta, for example, because we have that sort of like LCQ in stage 2, and it's the top 4th team that actually qualifies for champions.
Yeah, there is still a world wherein you know, the chaos situation that you said, you know, could something similar to that could show its, you know, head. It could happen. But first, you know, of course, going into today, I do believe, like, you know, our map picks and bans are going to be very, very important, especially since, you know, you're dealing with teams, you're dealing with Titans basically in PRX, and you have Bleed here that are still trying to get their groove into the whole thing, right? They've had to deal with several roster changes, for example, and that definitely, you know, that definitely affects the team. So going here into our most picked and most banned maps, what do you think is the most interesting thing about this, Quack? Well, I'm surprised to see a Sent over there as, like, you know, part of the most picked.
I mean, it's still a classic map, right? Every team, you know, at the very least, they practice this, they played it before. So it's not too surprising for a Sent to be there. Although, like, maybe as the 3rd pick. But other than that, Lotus and Icebox actually coming back in, especially with Icebox, shows that, you know, a lot of these teams are starting to figure out some of the old maps or bring new strategies to, like, Lotus, for example, especially with Sky being nerfed. Now that you bring in Fade, there are a lot of timings that you can play around the doors. But apart from that, I think it's always important to note, as it comes to bans, you know, teams really want to make sure that they don't play on their opponent's best pick.
Yeah, I think it is going to be very interesting as we head into map picks and bans. But first, we have some very important matches here. And for Bleed, it's the start of a very, very heavy week for them. So let's hear from Jen, who is on standby right now with the team.
Hey, that's not how you shoot. Yeah, you're playing Jet, you need to use your abilities. Use your knives, updraft, dash. Try to hit them with the knives at the head.
Is that it?
Yeah.
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 Right? But I guess you're feeling kind of confident, yeah?
Yeah, I guess. Pretty confident.
How many kills today in total?
500 maybe.
Okay, 500 it is. All right.
Oh, I think we got a potential roster
Coach
change
Darian.
here going on, Valdez. What do you think about that? Is this a Bleed Jen coming in on this very important match?
Yeah, you know, I think Jen definitely fits really well with the team. Yeah, maybe next split. I don't know. Also, 500 kills. I don't know if that's physically possible in one match of Valorant. But you know, all the best of luck to you.
I don't know. I mean, even if like 13-0, you get all 5 kills every single round.
How long did it take Saya to get like 1,000 kills?
I have no idea. That's like so many games.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
including last year, right?
Well, yeah, plus like, you know, coming over from like another region
We
and
just
like
came from Ascension.
Yeah. That spanned across like how many tournaments. But you know what? I believe Darian.
I do believe as well. I mean, that's the thing about this team, Bleed Esports. You've got 5 players. They're all individually sound, incredibly strong. And then, of course, they got their coach, Lagia, as well. You know, they've been a little bit rocky here and there, especially coming in through Ascension. But coming from, like, last week, for example, playing against other teams now, they've started to show a bit more teamwork. They've started to show more cohesion, and they look strong.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side, let's not forget that we have PRX.
Hello.
Okay,
Now, ooh. Cool desk.
Yeah, I'm giving this award to my desk.
World's best desk. A trophy. And cute stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta prettify this place, you know, it's very bland sometimes.
And your checklist? Yeah, no molding?
Yeah, this is from my manager, you know, he tells me this all the time, but I find it very difficult to follow sometimes.
Are you gonna follow them today against Bleed?
I always try to.
Okay.
I always try to, but you know, you never know.
We'll have to see. But cool desk though.
It's nice to know that he tries to spare the desk. He tries. It's just that sometimes, you know, circumstances say Alex smash instead.
Yeah, I don't think that little piece of paper is going to stop him from smashing
I
the
don't
desk
think
if he
so.
wants to smash the desk. I don't know. I personally wouldn't have that many things on my desk. They're a little cluttered.
I'm scared for those little plushies now.
Yeah, they're going to go flying.
Against Team Secret last, it definitely did happen. NV
as we enter week 4 of VCT Pacific Stage 1.
Lead Esports. PRX.
Bleed versus PRX. You know both of these teams want to see themselves at playoffs. So it's time to see if PRX bleeds today or if the Rex can still be king. Quack, how are you feeling seeing 2 Singaporean teams on that VCT Pacific stage?
Kind of proud. I know that there's like a big Bleed watch party back home at Scape as well, so like hello to all the people there. But yeah, I mean, this is a very good chance for Bleed to show us what they are made of. They have made a lot of improvements. We heard it from the coach, the fixing in communications. You got Zest back in on the map of Ascent, but everyone has been improving all along the way. Darian, Retla, and even Scary as the IGL.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, it's kind of a perfect storm to give us a really interesting match. If Bleed had not been building up and if PRX hadn't taken a rough loss, maybe we would come into this one and say, oh, PRX is going to 2-0. It's not even going to be close. But it becomes an interesting match just because of what we have seen in recent weeks. And yeah, PRX still the favorite, but who knows? I like that question mark.
Yeah, who knows indeed, because we've talked a lot about the rough waters that Bleed, you know, they're going through, but PRX is also an interesting case because we really do see rosters in VCT that go through a roster change and then they roll back. It's very rare to see that, right? So even though Jing was gone for a few months, you already see the effect. You already see how much PRX need to rebuild before they're able to get back everything, right? There was still time lost.
Yeah, a little bit shaky. You know, the race performance is still incredible. Actually, you can compare him to Ye a little bit in some of that respect. But coming back into this, how does he look on Ascent? We haven't seen that in a long time, but he has improved a lot in that game against Global Esports. So what's it going to be like today?
What is it going to be like today? We're going to find out as we head into Ascent. So let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Asarai.
Thank you very much. That's right, William, with Asterai here. It's our first time getting to cast together, so welcome. And it's the first time we're going to have 2 Singaporean teams competing against each other here at VCT Pacific.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited to see how this kind of pans out because we haven't seen Bleed and PRX actually go up against each other for like, what, 2 years now at this point? And even that tournament wasn't really an off-season tournament, wasn't Champions or Masters. This is where it really starts to kind of show who gets into maybe the route going to Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal, especially for a team like PRX, who's always kind of had that spot, right? They usually always had it locked in pretty early on, but now it's not necessarily true anymore. PRX does have to perform well today, and then Bleed, of course, they have to win kind of throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wanted to also add right now that, you know, out of all the iterations that we've seen from Bleed that has gone up against PRX, the one kind of standing factor has been Durian. He's been playing with this team for the longest time, and now as we head into Ascent, is he going to be the one to kind of lead the charge? Well, alongside Ye, who's going to be playing on the Jet.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed's been looking very confident on this map. No big surprise there with the likes of Zest and Ye, their comfort zone. But PRX, bringing back a bit of an old comp. I mean, 2023, they used to run Ascent now with the Fade instead of the Sova, but they used to run that Sage for Jing. Now, a lot of people used to wonder, you know, what does Jing play on Ascent? It's always kind of been that Sage if they ever really needed to play it consistently. And I was wondering, you know, do they bring back the Raze maybe even here? You know, stick with the Gecko, things like that? No, they're scrapping what they had at Masters. They're going back to the Sage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not bad at all. We've seen how effective the Sage has been for PRX on maps like Icebox. It's a great tool to just kind of complement the aggression that is PRX, right? And since the Sky isn't always viable on certain maps, Sage, I think, is a get-go. And of course, you know, Jake, he's the Battle Sage. He's personified it. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he's out there, he's up there, he's everywhere with that Sage. So we'll jump right into it. It's going to be map 1, Ascent. Coming out, Bleed's pick, going with what seems to be their most confident map so far, and it's no surprise, you know, even going off of Legia's interview just now, I mean, this is the map that most of these players will have played on for so long. All of them have a very long history here in VCT, so they can kind of stick to the basics. They will be starting on attack.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of also banking on the fact that Zest is just an absolute god here, right?
Yes.
But obviously that hasn't gone undetected by PRX, so moving forward into this, Bleed still got to have that kind of cautious mindset, knowing that there's a reason why we see the Sage now for PRX.
And triple Sheriff start on attack for Bleed. I mean, we see some of these agents, you know, go with that Sheriff early on. But, I mean, yeah, Jets, yes, they pick up the Sheriff, but you're on attack. You're going to go in without the Cloudburst. You're really banking on having a good setup, as Bleed's just going to make sure that they take over mid. Now, this is something that Bleed's been consistently doing, is really pressuring mid from the pistol round early on in each round.
Yeah, 100%. Now, rest of Bleed charging up onto mid. Pizza contact for the moment. No one's home for now. But look at this. Door's been closed on Market, and Jing still has a wall. So if they try to explode onto that A site, you know that a wall is somewhere there to kind of just stop the flow of Bleed.
Yeah, and with that door closed, with the 0 point not getting anybody without any contact on A main, PRX has a decent idea. They've got a feeling that it's coming. Now when that smoke coming out, they're fairly well aware that wall's going to block. Oh, and what a pitch coming in from Divide right through the smoke as well. That's a double kill onto the site, though, with the Sheriff. Yay, not able to land it onto Jing.
One more. That's going to be Scary and Retla trying to do the best that they can, leaving Mindfreak alone in this one. So somehow, Bleed manages to pick up the pace, take the B side, plant the spike down, and force Mindfreak into the 1 versus 2. Does have a dark cover to play something, as well as the pick up on that Sheriff. Knows that Retla's low. If he can get the first pick, that's going to be good. Sees the shots, has the bullets, and actually gets the pistol. Mindfreak clutches with 25 to spare.
Yeah, a little bit of a smile this time as well. You know, just a little bit of a jolly start for good old Mindfreak. Great awareness there. Saw the second shots coming out as well. Knew the second member was also Boathouse on the same side. Just goes through the repeat, lines up the cross driving. Oh, they line up perfectly for that. Great timing from Divide. And Jing even hitting the numbers. That, of course, helps a lot in this 1v2 clutch. It's a close one, but the Sheriff, eventually, it goes to hurt Bleed in the end.
Yeah, I like that too. Just hyper-focusing on the wall itself. If you put that wall specifically there and everyone, you know, comes through on the stairs, people that will be coming from Pizza will actually have that first contact, I believe, on the stairs pushers. So really good, how do you call this? Circumventing of PRX, yes, of the push of Bleed?
Standing ahead.
All right, the early wall this time, of course, now with the anti-eco coming out from PRX, they know that it has to be pistols. Sure, there was a plant, so a force buy wouldn't be completely crazy. A really flash by Devi as well, just to relocate, just to buy time while he wants to explore a different angle. You do have something pushing out very far in mid. Does have that Guardian in hand, though.
Yeah, he's totally confident with this one. Jing might be in trouble, though. Does get that refrag quite quickly. Wall does stop the rest of Bleed from coming into the B site, but Forsaken's already on the case, gets the first one. Zest tries to challenge, but now Forsaken is very aware. Looking into the position of the rest of the Bleed players. They're coming in onto A short, using that false kind of contact for Zest, who has the spike on B main. But then, of course, PRX not biting into it. Oof. And that's going to be the drop onto the spike on mid.
Yeah, now both members spotted as well. And during all of this, you had Mindfreak already clearing out A main. So even if they eventually got into the site, it was going to be a pretty easy round, as something will clean up with a triple kill. 2 tap, 2 kills with the Guardian. And he's building up towards that Blade Storm.
Yeah, this is what we've seen from PRX for a while now, right? They're not just angrily pushing in to get that contact. We've seen this a couple of times now, even in their match against Team Secret, where they like to just control the zones, specifically around the map, a lot more. And of course, you know, I love that energy.
You love to see it. Very, very hyped up. We're only into the second round. It makes it look like they've just won, you know, a crazy
champions already.
Yeah, champions or something like that. But now here we go. Bleed, you've got the rifles. you can start to really pressure with your defaults. And they are going to wait, obviously, with the bonus coming in for PRX, see if there's a push out. But because of the early investment in round 2, PRX, I mean, it's 4 rifles. It's not exactly quite a bonus. It's more or less a buy round here.
I also have to ask, because I'm not entirely sure about what's happening, but of course, first and foremost, contact. Scary's good. The double swing, Mindfree's gonna get overwhelmed. That is 2 down on A main. A possible sign here for Bleed to start moving their forces onto this right side of the map.
But that moment, that goes back to all the teams that have beaten PRX in the past, right? We heard it from Jesse Vash, we heard it from Coach Solo on Gen G. You always have to be ready for trade. Rarely will PRX ever be peeking out alone, right? If they're pushing, there's gonna be someone for the trade, so Bleed ready for a second member. That's gonna be an early pickup. See if they can make this a flawless as Ye dashes in. He's not able to land the entry kill. Divide sneaks right back into the smoke. No one's been able to get in because of the... and he goes out for another kill as well. Now down to 3 members. The fragment and then the double from Divide, doing wonders for PRX here on the bonus.
That is beautiful. I mean, there's a little bit of damage onto the remaining players, sure. Might give a chance here for Jing if he somehow manages to pick up a weapon, which he cannot because everything's just been either dropped A main or inside the site. He still has Sheriff. He's still got the wall. You can see that PRX is just maybe aware that someone could be lurking around short. Now that they've done with it, it's a 2-man push onto Heaven. There's the contact. Both of them get the pick, and the wall right in front of Zest. You don't gotta know to break it, and that's going to be the trap. Done, set up. PRX gets another.
Oh man, my heart breaks here for Bleed because Retla peeks out. He catches sight of Forsaken just coming out of Heaven, but that actually makes Bleed believe that the retake hasn't really started yet, and Jing's already all the way past. He's ready to go for the drop, and they have no idea. I mean, that peek actually cost Bleed a little bit, and you can't blame Retla. It's just a timing here that's favored. But Divide, great fragment, breaks apart the entry there. Ye stranded on an island. That leads all the way to the 2v3 retake, and the wall as well. That Sage, I mean, it's been a little while since any of these players, I'm sure, have played against the Sage on Ascent. They gotta have to start accounting for that wall to come up.
100%. Recon Dart gonna be broken for something to jump up. He's very aware, but same could be said for Bleed as they were just jump spotting that little bit of contact. Everything else kind of just gets a little bit straightforward here for Bleed as they do put a smoke on mid. Maybe just work their magic there, but Forsaken's just ready for it with a Recon Dart.
So, because they have no Killjoy, PRX, they're always trying to find a way to leave mid open, right? Whether you're hanging far back with the Silva, whether it's pushing out of other parts of the map. And that's something that Bleed, I'm sure, is aware of. They would love to pressure mid a lot more, but with an op like that, it's not going to be easy. They have to start to push and pull in other parts of the map like they are right now. Wait for PRX to falter just a bit.
Ooh, this is the perfect time if they actually want to push for mid now, because Tailwind's already been expended by something. So if they want to actually go that aggressive, something also has to put himself on the line for this one. But Forsaken, he's getting these really nasty kills on those dry peak contacts.
So the plan here from Bleed was to leave Ye as long as possible in that courtyard. But it's going to be something still on A side as well. So, I mean, no matter what the plan was, it's breaking apart for now. But the idea was that you leave him there. If you need him to lurk all the way into Pizza, you do that to go for a fake. But if not, he goes for the pinch through short. I mean, it's a good option for Bleed. But he gets picked off because he's already down right by the stairs. He doesn't really have a way out. Forsaken catches sight of him. And now, Bleed, they already invested in the half armors this time. They decided to buy up again. And that is going to cost them only maximum 250 credits on Darion, and that's it.
This is exactly what I was asking a while ago. Like, how, you know, just adept Forsaken is on his Sova for the moment. But it seems like right now, the needs of PRX for him to hold that mid as a Sova has been pretty good so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen it, but he's usually favored the Fade, right? And usually it has been the Fade meta for him as well, especially last year. So the Fade, I mean, tried and tested even internationally. The Sova, that was my big question, but so far doing very well. And again, without things like the alarm bots to rely on. I mean, you have just the Sova and KO to really go for these timing on those info calls. And they're able to get everything they need. And I mean, with leaving mid open, right? Whether it's just closing the door, whether it's pushing out from another side, PRX is maneuvering this map very well. This time it's another one-way here, but they're not peeking out of it. They know that at the end of the day, Bleed's the one who has to use their util first to fish for info.
You might be expecting just a full-on burst here from Bleed, but this is a trap that PRX have completely set up onto that A site, and Bleed are being punished for it. There's only 2 remaining. That's going to be Scary and Retla. Left and right. Devi, I know you want to go for it, but he will get picked off as Retla just haphazardly spams through the smoke. And at least gives them a bit of a chance here. And wait, who uses the from the shadows? Scary on short. Finds big contact onto Forsaken here. 1 versus 1. Great little tag. Scary out in no man's land.
Oh, he gets
tagged first. Something. Waiting. Choosing to use the shorty, but Scary converts. Forsaken finally gets the punish, and that's only going to be Retla with the spike in hand. 2 right in front of him. Maybe he can at least dissect some of the players on that A side. Not going to happen. And PRX still keep the ball rolling.
I mean, considering how far Bleed's been pushed, right? You're already 4 rounds down going into that previous round. I don't blame Scary for that ult, right? I mean, yeah, you can go for a cheeky spike pickup in another round, but you use it to try to create a curveball. That's all fine, but he gets tagged right before his smoke goes up, and he's not able to continue to pressure PRX as much as he wants. And just these, different positions from PRX each and every round here on A site. Bleed this time, they actually made the right call, right? They're not expending too much utility. They understand that PRX are going to be split because they have to, because there's no other way to control mid for them. And they just go for the stack.
Yo, I love this.
A Sage Tiles crunch, but it's Retla ready for it. I mean, that's the problem. You do hear the wall coming up. He's ready for the double.
Yeah, we've seen that on a bunch of YouTube highlight clips for Sage mains.
Oh, for sure.
Doesn't work like this for PRX. I was so excited for it too. But Bleed have seen it.
Yeah, it did seem like there wasn't as much util timed, with the flashes and things like that. Obviously not a heavy investment from PRX, but Retla this time, a nice trade as well for a triple. Only 5 HP remaining, but it's a 4v2 for Bleed.
No flashes for Devi here, so it's all about that contact. Dodges a lot of things, actually. Now as he tries to time the peek through the paranoia, we'll get the first one. That is spiked down. They know that Mindfreak is on market, but he kind of, I don't know what just happened to his feet. He jumped down onto the stairs, ruined his recoil there, and that's going to be the first round picked up by Bleed.
Yeah, this is a step there from Mindfreak, and that will give that round. But overall, I mean, you get the early kills, and you just wait. You go for the re-clear. I like that from Retla as well. Make sure, do you want to go here or not? Because it's already 2 members down from mid. No matter which site you go to, you're going to have an opening. You just want to make sure you don't get caught off guard on the timing. Yeah. So a good call. Fairly simple, but very straightforward call from Bleed. And now the Odin ready for it from Forsaken. Bleed, they look like they're positioned to avoid it at the beginning, but he waits.
I mean, they can't push through this more than anything else. It's the wall from Jing also keeps them tracked down. They did wait a little bit before they start using that lockdown. Will it get broken by Forsaken now that he has his ultimate, or are they just gonna maybe escape as he tries to delay them with a couple of shock darts?
Oh, he just wants to delay the second line of entry. He actually gets one off of the Odin damage earlier. It's gonna be an early kill with the Hunter's Fury. Now something in mid, cuts off Scary as well. No smokes for Bleed. The spike not in sight. Yay stranded on B.
It's going to be quite difficult. Yay could actually make something happen right now.
He has to.
Yeah, 3 players though coming in from spawn. The smoke right in front of their faces, and they're hoping that maybe this flash would actually give them a little bit of leeway as they try to push it onto the site. Now that they come in through, Cloudburst come in, and something with the headshot. Oh my goodness, the blades. He's not done just yet. Coming around the corner, has the operator hand, and of course, you know what? He gets kills left and right. 1 with the blades, 1 with the op. Actually, 2 with the blades and 1 with the op. My math is bad, but something is great.
Caster math, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a risk. It's a risk. That's why we don't do it too often. But something, he'll go for those kills any day, and it does look like we'll be looking at a timeout. I mean, much needed. I'm not surprised that it didn't come earlier, because in the early parts, I mean, it's PRX just having a better hard read, right, on some of these rounds, and the pistol and things like that. Of course, it's Bleed trying to get used to the Sage and a couple other parts about this PRX maneuver. So it wasn't a necessary timeout early on. You're waiting for your players to catch up to it. Surely you're hearing the comms as they're breaking down what PRX is doing. But now you start to see a bit of a further breakdown, right? A little bit of that rush, trying to just force the call that you had to go for that lockdown despite the Odin spam, despite people already being taken down low over on B main.
Yeah, 100%. Again, there's so many approaches that we've seen already from Bleed, and it should be working. But PRX are just so hyper aware of what the follow-up is, what the follow-up would be for Bleed there, right? And you actually mentioned it, that they might not just be that accustomed to the Sage just yet. And the things that I've seen from Jing he has used for the most part. I don't think we've seen too many of the slow orbs. It's just primarily the walls, and it is kind of confusing Bleed on their approaches.
Well, a lot of it is also Bleed hasn't really been trying to push and pull, right? They got denied in mid a couple times early on, and they've given up on it. So I was wondering if this timeout would bring their focus back to mid, try to force the op out, try to pressure it, you know, force them to close the door early, break it open, things like that. But no, it's just going to be an ace stack. It's going to be a 1-4 default from Bleed. With the Blade Storms, going to be avoiding that 0 point.
Yeah. Problem is, if they try to push on A site with Ye on those blades, look at Devi, he's got the null command, so that's a very easy counter for someone that's very fickle if you just take away the, you know, the ultimate.
And you saw, I mean, Bleed using their own 0 point over on A main, so PRX, no reason to be pressured too much just yet. You see the early push out from the turret as well, so you know that you're trying to push in to gather some info on B main, but look at that, the Siege wall. They know that Bleed doesn't actually have complete information on B just yet. The wall finally getting broken.
Yeah, but this is perfect, though. They know that Devi has actually used his blade on A main, so Ye, he's got free reign to go for this first contact. Question now is Duryoung going to be able to assist him, or just, well, use the smoke and just come in through market, knock, knock, who's there? Nobody's on B side for now.
Oh, the Odin trying to catch a target. Devi's going to find one in mid through the smoke, though, so that's KO down for Bleed. A 4v5. Can you clear back house? Yes, you do. Ye gets one, Scary another, right through market. Now evening the numbers. The res comes back up. 4 members still alive, and a nice soft shot on the backup from something.
Yeah, that's perfect as well. That was through the bait of Jing reviving somebody as well. 3 players on the back of the site. Dart overshoots, but that shouldn't matter too much. As you can see, Forsaken's just putting out the suppressing fire. Something coming right in, but Redla's so prepared. This man has been dealing damage. Ye as well. Redla, it's the combination, and now it's just Forsaken alone. 3 versus 1, 20 HP. He's got the Odin. He might have to just back away, escape with his life, because this is a Bleed round.
Yeah, he's just going to look for a couple exits, it seems. Quite a few creds over on the side of PRX, but Ye says no, shuts it down. And what's his weapon of choice? We are going to see the op picked up by Zest and 2 rifles. Great upgrades from Bleed. And I love the delayed Hunter's Fury, right? He doesn't use it right after the no command, but he waits. If they get a kill, now that you've eliminated one angle, you cover that consistently with the Hunter's Fury. The other 2 members can now only focus on lane, and they're able to clean up the kills. I mean, Redla, he's been picking up more frags each week here for Bleed, and he's continuing to lead the pack quite a bit in this map of Ascent.
100%. You make more splash with throwing out the pebbles than one big rock. They did not actually save the operator. I was looking at Zest.
All right. Dropped it at the end.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that maybe Ye would, you know, get that, but he's the point man.
Yeah, I mean, if you do pick it up, you're always going to have to kind of go for that trade right afterwards, right before the entry. So now that they've done the fake A over to B or over to mid, they'll put the early pressure back on mid. I mean, this is by far the weakest part of the map for PRX. It has to be an overinvestment for PRX. Ye, a little bit outwards, and Devi, what a jiggle, leads into the wide swing. And that's not only the jet down, but mid completely given over to PRX's control. And I fear that Bleed, they're going to be scratching their heads thinking, do we just have to go A again? I mean, we're already stuck here.
I mean, Smart Money's probably just going to be re-encompass on that A short, you know, kind of compress yourselves. They are going to try to do that. They're leaving Scary by himself on A main to be the pinch play here. And then, of course, just one more player on B main so that they don't get, you know, just kind of flanked around. The contact's going to be good. Devi, he's been the pillar for PRX. 1 versus 1. And Devi wins the battle. That's not going to be too good, especially with the spike down on A short. Has 2 remaining players in Bleed. Does Scary have his TP? Pick it up the spike, maybe. Nope. Zest's going to have to go for that battle on mid. There's too many of them, but he's done Jing. And can he go for another one? Absolutely not. One more. Scary. A main. Mind Freak spotted. 1 versus 1 for the meantime. 2 players of PRX coming around the corner. Maybe flank on top mid. 13 seconds. Whatever happens here, Scary does not have enough time.
Yeah, and they heard the orb as well. They know exactly where he's at. It's a setup for Devi as he goes for that 4K on round 9. A big win. I mean, Devi starts it and then he finishes it. Gets the pick off on Ye in mid. That does make Bleed's game plan crumble entirely. I don't mind them swiveling back towards A short. It's just PRX. Yeah. They understand, okay, if you were stuck on A main, the only other part that we haven't really quite taken control of, because we put up the wall on B main, is going to be A short near tree. So they go for that clear. It's a double, and they win out the trades.
And I love that too from PRX, because thinking about it, there's only 2 spots in A short that you, or just 1 spot in A short that you would want as an attacker, and that's underneath that like arch that you're seeing right now in front of the buy. If you're anything right behind that, you're kind of just aware that you could be pushed from arch on mid. So the rush for Bleed was definitely there to just kind of push in before they, you know, maybe get flanked by PRX.
Well, coming into this round, that's an early pickoff from Darion, ready for that wall up. And they sent the drone into mid, so they know that this should be weaker on A, but it's a Judge, and that's as powerful as 3 members. A quick triple for something. And Forsaken pushes out on the perfect timing. Jumps around the wall as well. What a round from PRX. I mean, Bleed made the right call here. You know, they get a pick off on B main. They know that if we continue to show some presence, someone has to be around B. You send the drone on mid, someone has to watch that now that the Sage is down. And they were right. It was just one guy, but he had a Judge.
And that corner, that positioning, yeah.
Holy. I don't think I've ever heard something get, I don't know, is that happy? Is that a happy laugh? Is that an evil laugh?
Maniacal.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a cackle, in my opinion.
It's a Joker's laugh.
Yeah, there you go, there you go.
There you go.
Well, that's the second timeout used by Bleed. And I have to imagine this is more about course correcting the things that are starting to go really poorly, right? What I've noticed from Bleed's timeouts is it's not even necessarily does this timeout give us the best chance to win ultimately, but it's a matter of, well, the course we're going now does not lead to a win, right? That seems to be the pattern so far. And I'm not surprised, right? Legia consistently is mentioning that they have very basic things they need to continue to work on, that they need to really build a better foundation. So if this, hey, if this course corrects them, make it an 8-4, you know, it's on ascent, it's not so bad. You go back to defense, you have your designated rows and positions.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, I think just Bleed just has that level of hesitation after they get, like, one guy gets picked off, right? You see that push on A main that happens on something. Did they throw any utility just to clear out A main just in case that someone was there? Looks like not, right? So, like, you're absolutely right. There's these kind of fundamental things that may be shaking Bleed to their core just because, you know, there is that pressure. PRX, you know, the first NYSU representative, Bleed, second one.
Yeah, the thing is, so, about that Judge, I mean, well, hold on. Well, let's wait for this contact to pass. But I don't know if I can really blame Bleed. I mean, you can say in hindsight, you know, they should have used util and whatnot. But until now, saving util has been what's been gaining them ground. And PRX had all the creds. They didn't need to buy a Judge. They just did it because they thought they had a read, and now they have another read as they continue to push out left, right, and middle. Bleed completely trapped in the middle of the map. It's going to be a quick cleanup from PRX.
Yeah, again, that mental strain of just trying to get out of the open. That is that mid position. 9-2 right now, and there's one more round left for Bleed here. How's the econ looking for challengers? It's like it is maybe just running into those half buys, but yeah, all these contacts, man, it's just not going the way of Bleed.
PRX just have their number right now. They understand that with the type of pressure that Bleed's dealing with, it's become a flowchart to PRX.
Yeah.
And now they'll just go with the Odin, spamming that out again. The KO just there for early backup in case it's a rush, but now that it's not, it's a quick peek out from something. He catches sight of multiple, so now they know, okay, mid's the danger zone, and Devi will be tasked with holding on to it. He's gonna wait, he's gonna try to buy time with an early pop flash. He goes out with it. That's one kill, something not quite arriving in time just yet before the smoke goes down.
Ooh, right underneath, look at Forsaken. He's dropped the Odin for the Judge, and he's waiting at these kind of just cut off visual angles, and he doesn't need it. Something just jumps up, and their heads are popping little by little. It's whack-a-mole with the blades, as something now being pushed could have actually gotten Durian there, but not gonna happen as Durian pops off with the Guardian. Now pushing in onto the B main. Mindfree coming in from the back with the flank on lower mid, as three players of PRX are separated.
The smoke is so good, because now it forces them to have to check all the way around it, and it gives Forsaken so much more time. They have no idea that it's a Judge in the backside. The spike goes down. He's not able to connect to a second just yet. Still 30 seconds on the clock, but now everyone's arrived from PRX. It's a 2v2. Slow orb. And then the paranoia, they are trapped. The spike goes out. Scary gets a heroic pick. That's one from Jing, and he's not able to connect to Retla. Bleed will stabilize. with a 3-9 scoreline.
Great push from Bleed on mid. Even though they saw that something was there, he kind of has overstayed his welcome in a bit. He was threatening how much damage he can do with the blades, but it's not going to happen when he gets pushed by every remaining player of Bleed, plus the flash from Durian.
Yeah, I mean, something thinking that he had a bit more time to play with his food there with the Blade Storm, but it's Durian just pushing back, had enough of it, goes with the flash. Now, this is the last time that Legia will have a chance to talk to his team unless PRX choose to call a timeout, which I imagine won't be coming unless, they suddenly lose the lead or something like that.
Yeah. Ooh. What a first half start on this match. One of the things that I also, was kind of researching with this particular series is how far back does Durian and Scary have kind of faced PRX individually from their previous teams? Durian has done it with the former iteration of the Bleed, like for a few years now. Every single time, right, where tournaments that lead up to, let's say, a Masters or a Champions, it's always been PRX that eliminated them. And then for Scary, it was when he was in X10?
X10, yeah, back in the day, yep,
Got
before
knocked
Xerxia.
Off before they can get themselves into another Masters. So there's a lot of history, between these two teams, between the players that have been performing the most for Bleed.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these guys have their own history all the way back in APAC before we got into Pacific. So it's no surprise that they would want to try to prove themselves here on the big stage. Of course, being that very first inaugural Ascension member of VCT Pacific, now Bleed on defense. And they should be a bit more comfortable, especially with the Killjoy. They've got the Alarm Bot. They should have better control of mid. For now, they're just checking. Is it going to be a mid push-in from PRX? Immediately, it's going to be a triple stack. Quick rotation possibly coming in from Durian as well.
They've added a good chunk of utility as well. Scary's got no more smokes, only has a Paranoia in hand.
Oh.
And there it is. The hive mind mentality of PRX marching all the way through A short. You can hear the Thunder's footsteps on short here. The wall, give it a bit of leeway. Devi gets to pick first. There is that cautionary Paranoia from Scary, but rocking a hard place. He's got to have some assistance right now. He is alone. Does have somebody, Redla, on Heaven, but that's not going to be enough as PRX wipe out. They take the second pistol.
Oh, so Zest actually had a really good decision to just try to chase him in mid as fast as possible. And you saw both on his screen and on the minimap that he was trying to stutter step so that he doesn't make a sound, but is able to get that mini speed boost every now and then. But he just starts to run it. He thinks that enough footsteps are being made by PRX that he can also mask his own.
Yeah.
But they hear it right away. I believe that was Devi turning right back around, picks off that kill. And that shuts off the pinch from Bleed. Now, I mean, yeah, you're down low, but it's just a Marshall. You're on the defense. The 4 spies aren't going to look good.
There it is again. Paranoia from Scary, but I mean, he doesn't have anyone to feed off of it, so even if he can get that quick contact, it's just a classic in his hands. Speaking of classics, Durian also bringing in his own. Unfortunately, PRX, they attack together, so there was just too many refraggers just in case Durian got one.
Yeah, then you've got that wall next to the door as well with just the pistols. It's not looking good for Bleed here. And with a Marshall, it's not exactly the best weapon to try to go on a retake, but if they peek out for you, EA will take the kills.
Why not? It's about to peek onto this one, out in the open, but there's a bajillion players of PRX. One more, Zest. Redla has finally got onto short, but that door's closed up, and he's going to take a long time for him to break through that, just in case. Anything else is probably just going to be exit frags if they can, but can they? Oh, okay. Zest! This is why he's the king of Ascent. Even with the Ghost.
Last player standing.
I mean, that's 2 extra ult orbs that Bleed had no business getting, quite frankly, right? I mean, they were ready to just die to the spike. PRX did not need to challenge that. I mean, you're so far ahead, you do not need to snowball your ultimates. So in the grand scheme of things, I know PRX likes to play with a little bit of fun on stage, but in the grand scheme of things, very unnecessary deaths here for a couple members on PRX.
How is Zest this good with the Ghost? Like, I'm just in awe of how clean, his aim is.
He's just one of those, calm, collected, type aimers, right?
Yeah, wish I was kind of like that. Get pushed by that and you're like, yeah, no, I'm not in a good spot. Okay, Odin in Zess's hands this time. There is that quick push now that they hear him back down, but look at this trap set up by Retla. Does pick up the first pick, or first kill, excuse me, as the wall or switch closes down the door. They do know that Zest is alone. I love that Jing is right on top of his wall. Could see where Zest could come out. Zest holding on for as much as he can, for as long as he can, and he only picks up the 1. 2 versus 2 right now. Big flags coming in, but Jing comes into the site, saves himself from the backstab, and they're coming around. Yay.
Ye's fast.
Ooh, B-main, are they aware? He sees him. Right in front is going to be Mind Freak. And Ye has challenged one of his own, because Scary has to go the other way, the pinch to the left and right. As PRX is just buying so much time at this point.
So Ye just wants to make sure that he doesn't give up control of that smoke area. They don't want them creeping back in for a pinch. Now the paranoia, that's the signal for Ye to go for the peek. He gets 1. Does he find Jing? Scary will find it. It's a good, patient 2v2 retake from Bleed, and they will not let map point happen just yet.
Yeah, gotta love that pinch that we saw from them. I don't think we saw the other player of PRX get hit by the paranoia, but that was enough for both of them to just go in for that sandwich. What a trap as well.
Yeah, this was a Bleed. Yeah, that was a nice try. I mean, if Retla had connected even onto something, it would have just completely shut down the round for sure.
Yeah.
Eventually, they had to rely on the retake, but it was a good way to delay, make sure the backup arrives. Now, the default continuing the same way. Alarm bot in mid. Still going to be 2 members over on B. The Killjoy util to help delay. Still got that Odin in hand for Zest. They saved that over.
It's the break of economy 2 for PRX here. Okay, there it is. One-way smoke. Something still charges through that. No one on A main for the quick little contact. Scary, hyper aware. And I love how just forward his positioning is. He really wants to get that fight, knows that he can win that challenge and take that, you know, EDB advantage, excuse me, for Bleed here to get things started with.
So Bleed, during all of that, right, they hear the orb being taken. They sent the drone out B main as well. So they know that it wasn't just the 3 members. They know that pretty much the entire team was on A main. So Ye was trying to make sure that he's peeking out towards top mid. But now that the smoke resides, now that they don't hear any more info, he doesn't want to give up that rifle. He doesn't have backup there for trade. So he backs off, and they just say, we just have to reset. Just buy time whichever site they come towards. It's a timing from Zest, and he will nail the shot. Now the last remaining position, it's going to be the alarm button. So look at that KO on the minimap. He's already ready as well. Darion there to watch the flank. He'll find a nice snap. And meanwhile, Ye got 1 in short. Will not connect onto the last member, but Mind Freak all alone, but a Vandal picked up.
Got stuff. What? Through the wall. Okay. Gets a dink onto Retla.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a secondary pick for Mind Freak there, but yeah, in any case, this is what Bleed wants, right? You get that safety from Retla's utility. You have the threatening from Zest with wherever he's at with the Odin, and you can kind of somehow funnel PRX to where you want them to fight you.
I mean, this is just classic defense default from Bleed, of course, especially against a weaker buy on the opponents. Very good setup. And PRX, I mean, they do not have the best composition to try to battle this, right? I mean, the lurking is not going to be as efficient on a Sage. You're usually going to have that Omen on for it. Oh, but this B side is being pressured pretty fast. Ye's already been spotted. The op and Odin now stuck in backside. Backup is here. I love the spams coming in. They have to make sure that they find a timing to go through this smoke. It's actually something pushing out. Darion there for the trade.
Oh, those back players on B did not stand a chance at all. Darion gets slowed in. If he just pushed right at that nick of time, could have maybe spotted Forsaken, bringing back Divide to life. Mind Freak coming in for the big flank, and Darion is alone. And of course, Dunzo. That's going to be PRX, 12-5. And Bleed. Woo. That was some heavy, heavy contact on that B site.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fast hit from PRX. And I think PRX, you know, this was a good timing to do it in terms of round score as well. You still have a hefty lead. You just want to change up the pace a little bit, but also understanding that, oh, if Bleed is going to just play standard default, right? 2-1-2, 1-1-3, something like that. If we just charge in, we will have the numbers advantage no matter what. And quite frankly, that's one of the best ways to play against Bleed, because they will most likely, almost every round, stay in the default until they get the opponents all the way up to the entrance. They wait really long before they start to go for those rotations because they're not quite sure. They won't really push out for a lot of information. Ye's doing his best in mid, but that's about as far as they go.
Still's got the blade. He really wants to go for that pick.
It's
The
a nice
hero
try.
plays,
It's a
yeah.
nice try. I mean, you think you'll have a timing right as the drone spots you. That's unfortunate. Does get some damage down as well, but it will be healed right back up.
Now, same thing could be happening through B main here. Zest gets that first little contact. Retla spotted out. Oh, he's full blinded. Cannot escape the clutches of Divide. Scary alone. 1 versus 4. 1 versus 5 at this point as the res comes in onto Mind Freak. And now, can Scary bring it back? We've seen him do this before. 40 seconds. It's not the end of the world. There's a couple of chances for him, but he's got to do it now.
Blade Storm popped as well. Something now looking to go on the hunt alongside his teammates.
Searching for him too.
Yeah, they're trying to just figure out where's the last remaining member. Scary will find one against Devi.
He's got a TP.
Still 4 more though. Door closed. Knows it's a double. Scary lands one. But the pinch around comes from Mind Freak, and that is going to be it. 13-5. Bit of a landslide victory here for PRX against Bleed on their map pick of Ascent.
Absolutely dominating performance right now from PRX. And we were kind of curious how the composition was going to, kind of play out, especially with that Jing pick on the Sage, but somehow just manages to work. You got a lot of bodies to work with. The null command, the res, the heals, all good.
Yeah, I mean, overall, didn't have to show too much of their hand either, but we'll let the analysts break down a bit further how this map 1 went before we dive into map 2.
I think our casters are absolutely right. It doesn't look like PRX broke a sweat indeed. I mean, maybe there were some rounds that were a little bit dangerous, but I would say like PRX, they looked very, very comfortable, and even I would say a little bit playful.
Yeah, there was that round with the judge, and something had like a cackle. It's like, like I don't know how he did it.
Again, what was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
He did like, I don't know. He did.
I think it was a few octaves, like
Definitely way
it's
off
like
there.
the sound of a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Velociraptor.
Yeah, Velociraptor. Believe me about this.
It was rough for Bleed. I think they started off pretty slow, and PRX are coming back with a vengeance after they lost last week, and they're like, okay, we're PRX. We don't get affected by anything. We're just going to W gaming, and even on defense, they just kind of crushed them. Zest wasn't really able to get anything going. He had like the 1 kill through the wall when they had a couple of rounds on defense eventually. It was pretty one-sided, to be honest. I think that I was expecting a bit more from Bleed and perhaps a bit less from PRX, but now I feel like it's the exact opposite, where Bleed aren't really looking like they've shown today what they've shown even in their win against DFM or some of their good moments, and PRX look like they're back.
Yeah, I mean, so much so. This, my heart goes out to Bleed, just to start things off, because they're working against so much. It's not only just mental pressure, it's like one of their last few chances of making it through playoffs. And it's against such a big team, such a deep map pool, and Ascent was their kind of best bet. Once they start things off with that pistol round and Mind Freak gets the clutch, things just start to crumble a little because PRX starts to dictate the flow. I feel like PRX intentionally started out on the defense side. You almost always want to do that on Ascent anyway. And the way that they utilized this Sage composition was one of the most interesting things. You had that little tiles crunch. Retla was ready for it, and that was really awesome. That's why he's the MVP. But apart from that, PRX was controlling the map every single round of the way. They were always setting out traps, funneling Bleed into certain positions, and even at the start of rounds, you could see that something has an idea. All right, Bleed's probably going to be around tiles. If we peek against them, they're going to start to push out. Devi will be ready up around Market or Pizza. So many rounds went that way, and that's why PRX were at the top. Devi as the MVP, he knew exactly where to position himself, and he was ready for a lot of these fights.
Uncle Fisherman and going fishing, right? And
Had the bait laid out and everything.
Exactly that. He was waiting. He was so patient. But you're absolutely right, Quack. I feel like here, Team Secret, I feel like figured out, PRX, right? You have to meet the W gaming aggression head on. But Bleed here, like once they got a taste of that, they were a bit too hesitant. They were a bit too careful. Perhaps maybe they were overthinking the attack as well, right? They could get into your own heads.
Yeah, a little bit. But there was that one round, though. I believe it was like round 4 or 5 or so. Right after Coach Legia calls the timeout, suddenly everything clicked. That was when they decided to go into that aggression, that same pace against PRX. Ye just dashed all the way towards the back of site, cleared cleared it with his knives. They got a thrifty off of that. We need to see more rounds like that where Bleach just goes, you know, unhinged. They feel the aggression, feel the opportunities. You can start to see that they're starting to flow. And Ye is back in that sort of like duelist form. As this Jett, he's able to take a lot of these duels. There were some insane frags, and the team was right behind him. If they can keep that pace up for the next map, there is a potential. But otherwise, yeah, it's PRX dominating today.
Yeah, and we just saw Ascent, which was Bleed's map pick, and now we're going to be heading over to Bind for map 2, which does worry me. I think that Bleed, as you mentioned, Quack, they do have to get aggressive. You do have to match the fire with the fire. I think that is the way to potentially take down PRX, but we just saw so many times like PRX really look on their game today. They took so many aggressive duels. They won, it felt like nearly all of them. They had like 13 first kills to 5. Like it was not very close. And now we're going on to one of PRX's, you know, best maps. It is going to be pretty difficult coming into this one.
Yeah, it is going to be, especially dealing with that added pressure, right? Bleed need this win, and if PRX take this, well, then it's playoffs secured for them. But I do want to bring up as well, you know, going into Bind, we do see that PRX, you know, they could potentially bring out, you know, like that kind of composition. We could see Arena over there, even though we haven't seen it in a while. But going over... I was going to point that out, actually. Going over into Bind, I mean, it shows previously on Ascent that PRX aren't afraid to switch things up. We saw Jing on stage. We saw Forsaken on Sova for, I believe, the first time on Ascent, right? So they are changing things up. They are experimenting a little bit as well, which I definitely like.
Yes, and that's not the only thing. I mean, this is why it's so hard to play against PRX, especially when they bring out new compositions, new recipes in the book. But apart from that, you know, apart from the agents, they keep doing these insane things. Like, you saw Forsaken with an Odin, he swaps over to a Judge. Bleed have no way of, like, predicting that, unless you've played against them many times before, because you would expect him to have an Odin. And then suddenly he has a Judge on the ground that he bought previously. PRX is capable of such flexible things, and that's why it's very tough to play against them. Bleed, you know, they're going to have to adapt on the fly right here. And you have seen some rounds from like Scary, for example, where he's able to put out some smokes that are really interesting and he plays around them. But on a map like Bind, where he's like most often the Brimstone, trying to go for, you know, spike plant, support the team, have some lineups, it's gonna be that much more difficult. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough game, Mika.
Well, you know what? It's an even tougher game. We do have our guess and gain segment, which is absolutely the toughest game of them all. Except for Valdez, he's smiling here. He's so confident because, like, where is he? Where are you over here?
Alongside of some wonderful people up there at the top.
We have Victoria as well and Azurai sitting pretty. Our question for this is, will Zest finish the first half with the most kills within the team? If you are paying attention to the earlier map, this could be an easy question. What do you think, gentlemen?
I mean, it's not Ascent anymore. He already struggled on Ascent. I feel like, for me, this is pretty easy. I feel like the viewer votes, there are way too many yeses, is my opinion.
Do you want to balance it out? I mean, our viewers' votes say,
I'm going to go ahead and put mine up already.
Close. It's quite close.
Yes.
No, you ruined the game, Valdez.
Sorry.
You ruined the game. But you know what? I will also, like, this was also my vote, just because, like, you know, it just doesn't seem like it's a comfortable day for Zest, right? It could be Redler or even Scary that could be putting up those numbers going into this one.
I want to have a bit of hope. Actually, screw it.
You want to change?
Yeah, let's change my answer. Yeah, why not?
These analysts are like following my rules over here. But okay,
you know why?
All right.
He plays the Gecko here, and that's always a little bit interesting. He's not very, you know, like, well versed on this agent. It's a little bit new. We don't see it too often, but on a map like this, he's gonna pull it out. But I want to have some faith. This is a faith pick. I feel like he's going to be able to play off a Dizzy or, you know, set up the wingman, play off of it a little bit, and his teammates can support him. Maybe get some trades for Ye or something like that, and it's always possible. I
like that hope. Yeah, I like that hope. I feel like people should have that kind of hope a little bit more. But yeah, I do think that, like, it's not that he will be, like, underperforming. I just don't think he's going to get the most kills in this map. And we are about to head into Bind. It's going to be exciting. You mentioned that, like, you know, okay, there's potential for PRX to maybe really mix things up a little bit as we head into this. So it's going to be exciting to see what they're going to bring out, and it's going to be exciting to see what Bleed has in store as well. So let's get into it. We are about to step into buying what could be our final map right now. And Valdez, how are you feeling about this, especially since there's a lot of pressure on Bleed right now to make a comeback?
Yeah, I don't know. PRX, like we said before, they look like they're having fun. They barely broke a sweat. They are going to go with the Harbor and a Brimstone. So
no Clove yet.
No Reyna this time. We do see the Viper over there for Retla on the side of Bleed, so that's the one difference here between the compositions. I mean, Bleed just have to look much better than they did on map 1, to be perfectly honest. Like, PRX are having fun. Bleed need to come out here really strong right from the get-go and say, okay, we're serious now if they want to have a chance on Bind, because it's going to be rough otherwise.
It's definitely going to be. I mean, given the fact that this was PRX's map pick, I think it's a little bit interesting that Bleed decided to elect it to start with the attack. So if they can actually come in and dictate the flow of the game, they might just be able to change things up. And especially with this specific composition, this is something that they've done way back when. This double controller setup, get the spike down, play for those post-plant lineups. It could work.
Well, let's see if Bleed can make a comeback or if PRX are going to close this out. Over to your casters, William and Asarai.
Thank you very much. That's right, we're here ready for map 2. See if Bleed can try to make this miracle run happen. Starting on the attack side with a bit of a comp change now, ditching that Cypher, going for no Sentinel, but that does secure the double controller.
Yeah, it's also Zest on the Sky than the Gecko. And Durian, last time that we saw them here was on the Breach. So aside from this controllers, is also maybe just kind of optimizing which agent Zest plays the best at. Because these Gecko's improving, but not to the extent that Bleed kind of want in this, you know, in this very crucial of crucial games.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that as well, because while Zest has played the Sky on other maps, generally back at DRX, whenever they would play the Bind, he's usually still playing the hard info, right? Things like the Fade, and it's the Stacks. It's Stacks that usually plays the Sky. So curious to see what the idea here is. Maybe just trying to set up Ye a little bit more with a just pure double team alongside Zest, but it's going to be an easy entry here right through that high tide. They will get B-site for free. Wingman planting. It's 5 members ready to fight. They want to push back out. They want to make sure that they cannot come through. Oh, but the flash, a bit of a team flash there against Scary.
Yeah, a bit of a bad nade too from Ye, as you saw, kind of separated the players of Bleed there as they were trying to push out onto B main, so that's rather unfortunate. Forsaken 2 more seconds before he has his high tide. Is that going to be able to cut the site in half, let his teammates come in? Absolutely yes. You can already see the players of Bleed coming around the corner. It's all about the fights right now. And the defuse coming in from the Wingman. It's not stopping, and the Wingman is an absolute MVP as PRX comes into assist. Sure, Mindfreak gets a 3K, but you know what? It's a that gets the defuse perfectly.
Wingman's always there for at least one of the teams, it seems. Of course, getting the plant and the defuse that time in that pistol. And yeah, I mean, the miss util a little bit, that hurts, right? Because without that, the idea was sound. Over from Bleed, go in, push back out of main, make sure you take control and kind of force them out entirely of the site. But then they had to be corralled all the way back into elbow. Not much of a chance there. And now the outlaw comes out for Jing. He's been picking it up a little bit more as they continue to play here in stage 1.
I think it's him and Forsaken that has the most outlaw kills in PRX's team.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I thought it would be something, honestly, but...
he waits for the op. He doesn't deal with just the outlaw.
Yeah, he wants the good stuff, you know?
Yeah, he lets his teammates, oh, you guys can play with the outlaw. I play with the big guns. Oh, wow.
Yeah. He getting a pick on short there. That's an opening that Bleed might not want to pass up on. They are already trying to push here on the contact, but Mindfreak is too fast, and he finds the spike as well.
The timing with the Trailblazer makes sure that he cannot be traded. One of them has to look back to see if there's going to be a follow-up through that teleporter. And that's a great setup from PRX. It's simple, but it's effective. Now spike down. Device protecting it. Long range. Gets the Sheriff at the ready.
Spots 2.
Yeah, now he's ready for the push in. Sticks with the Spectre. Great smoke to cut them off.
There's just a ton of them. They really can't go through this. There's just layers upon layers. And Scary sure he's going to be able to get the first pick onto Devi. Not able to upgrade his weapon at all, as he will just back away with the classic, maybe try to attack elsewhere on an angle, but something is already on short, preparing, waiting, and striking to finish off for the second round.
It's just the small little things. I mean, Bleed, they were a double team in showers. It was honestly not a bad setup, even on an eco. But right as that TP door opens, Zest has to look behind, rather. Mind Freak swings on it. He's able to get an easy double.
It's just so difficult to push through. Double controller, man. Yeah. All right. Anyways, buy round for Bleed. We'll cut that off as a loss because there really was very little chance, especially even though he got that first pick with the Sheriff.
And this time they're pushing out all together. A double push. Retla's ready for it. He suspects a third as well. He wouldn't be wrong, but he will have to get taken out as he goes for that drop. Aim not stabilized. Now the TP out. PRX is fast on this, and that actually pressures Bleed to try to move a little bit quicker as well, potentially into a trap. And they just say, you know what? There was one already on B. That's a TP over to B. That's 2 members trying to pick the weaker side of A.
Jing has a nade. If he can time this perfectly, he might be able to kind of cut off that rotation as they come into the site. You can already see that was he was trying to do, but Bleed still come in. Paint show's a little bit too short, and that's going to be perfect. That does allow them to plant the spike onto triple. All these smokes, just, again, confusing the vision of PRX, leaving it all onto Jing. 3-4 versus 1. That's going to be a quick little trade, and Bleed, great efforts at the start there for Retla.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a true Sentinel, but you still got that Viper. You have the Toxic Screen. He's ready for it. The rest of the members already all focus on to the B site. You know that you should have the better weaponry. Granted, again, PRX a pretty strong bonus in their own right. And then I love the call to just TP over, right? Even if there's still somehow a fast rotate, it's 2 members, you're still going as 4. It's a 4v2. You know you should be relatively safe to charge on through.
Yeah, 100%. Something picks up the operator right now. Gonna look for that straight contact onto B long. Nobody from Bleed gonna be challenging him on that one. But the wall from Forsaken might actually push someone in just in case. That being said, though, it's a 2-pronged approach. Thrash comes into the corner as well as the dog. Device gotta help out something here or he is gonna be done for this world. Ye comes in for the shots. Unfortunately, does not commit. He could have gotten something on that one. He will be able to escape and get healed by his teammate as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Tries to finish it off with the patience, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Littlebro going for that plant. The post plant's not bad. You've got a couple members inside. You still have hookah control. You still have garden control as well. That's a great dizzy through the window. Forsaken gets an easy pick off of it.
That was so good. It actually spotted out Ye here. But where Bleed is coming from is around the corner, ring around the Rosie. Scary picks up 2, 3 versus 2. Defuse coming in. Durion trying to delay as much as he possibly can. High Tide blocks a lot of vision, but Bleed somehow figures it out. That's going to be Retla on the great little contact, and Devi might have to back away as he's 23 and holding on to the operator.
Yeah, you've got to save this operator. It's an early buy up. If you're going to continue to use it, you have to save it up. It's going to be another round win from Bleed, and it really, MVP for me, Retla on that one. The positioning on Hookah, he waits, he hides himself for the entire time, and when the first cove comes out, it's up to Darian to break it, and that's when Retla props up on the box. He has vision of everybody in sight. And quick reactions here from Scary and Cess as well, right? They push back out with Darion's second thrash, and then they're able to go for pop flash. Scary still able to swing out for the trades.
Yeah.
Bleed looking a lot more proactive here on this bind.
Yeah, absolutely. They're able to just kind of have these secondary protocols, you know, just kind of follow up on things, which is not what we saw on Ascent. They usually kind of just back away. This time it's completely different. Very aggressive as well from Bleed here, as you see, throwing out the Dizzy as well as the stim pack, or stim beacon.
So something that Bleed, I wonder if they'll ever catch on to this, right? You don't hear the orb being taken behind that High Tide on B. And that should start to signify to you that it's not multiple members on B, right? Whenever they have multiple, they've tried to prioritize sticking for that, or at least faking it out. But of course, this time out on Eco, so now they will say, okay, orb's still not taken. They've backed off the site. Still putting pressure over on A with that Toxic Screen.
Device on an op, and he does not disappoint.
Out of charges.
He's got some history with that. I believe he played Chamber at one point.
Yeah, he used to be the go-to Chamber on this team. And with that kill, you know that you've stopped the advance. It's a push out from PRX.
Oh, Zest. Oof, that's a couple of body shots.
Yeah, big hits.
Ooh, comes out as well for the secondary follow-up. Does get the first pick.
You know that it's gone through the TP. Retla hears it as well. He's ready for the pinch, but he's waiting for his teammates. They push them out with the orbital strike. Trailblazer pushes him in. Retla's trapped right now, trying to buy time with the snake bite. He knows he has to push through. Ye's opening up space on the other side. The entry successful, but shower control given over to PRX.
Yeah, this is very confusing for both teams. Smoke's just kind of annoying everybody who wants to get that quick little line of sight. Unfortunately, not going to happen. Right behind the triple, so Divide can't get that shot off. He tries to do it so, but can't really get the wall bang, and Ye comes in for the big little flank. 1 versus 1. Spike has already been planted. Actually, it's in favor of Ye. He also has the nade, so Divide, everything against him. Both of them fighting. Divide, nade has to separate himself from the explosions. Another try, another peek, and gets the first one. He's aware. He also saw that he was off of it. Yep. Another one. Yeah, third time's the charm.
He knows that Divide has to let go of that spike early because he's on an op. So
oh my God! What? Divide! I thought Ye had that. 100%. 4 times he peeked Divide, and he saw him off of the spike, and the one time he actually goes for the wide swing challenge is when Divide gets the hit.
Jeez. So, what Ye was doing very correctly was that he knows that Divide has to let go of the spike early, right? He can't wait for a reaction shot because the op's going to take longer to bring the scope back up. So he's constantly just jiggle peeking without actually catching sight. But even Mindfreak can't believe it, right? I mean, at that point, Ye goes for the decision judgment call that now Divide's going to be pressured to run back towards Spike. And now it's just a peek out for something. That's great bait. Oh, okay, the turnaround at the very least. We'll get the trade, and Retla, he's always got bleeds back.
Push on Belong is going to be a little bit delayed, even though Divide does get hit by the Trailblazer. Goes in for the peek, wants to go for the fight here against Zest, but speaking of Zest, he's going to just double up with the rest of his team, using that Steam Beacon to just run straight into A short, where I think it's a perfect read. No one's here for the moment.
Yeah, but Divide cleared all of it, right? And he heard the audio as well. You've got Mindfreak with the orbital strike. He just has to watch for the flank. Once they hear that plant coming, this orbital strike's going to go down, and that buys all the time. Okay, it's just the pit as well. Perfect timing. Divide now ready for the flank.
It's going to be coming around.
Here's him. Spike down. It's outside of the pit. Oh, no. And the timing for Mindfreak to pinch back into it. PRX, they move as one.
I'm out of stuff.
It's scary how that is just how PRX moves. Bleed, though, I do like the answer, the clapback, right? To just go straight into the showstopper, knowing that something doesn't really have that mobility. Thankfully enough, you know, Ye gets that, 180 turnaround shot, so they can get started with these trades. Fortunately, just comes up a tad bit short.
Yeah, now they'll have to go for the save. 5 Sheriffs, only a couple half armors on, and they'll slow things down. Just try to work around the toxic screen. They haven't really utilized it too much in an aggressive sense. It's actually worked wonders in kind of helping out the lurk against PRX as they try to push out against it. But they haven't really dug deep into anything like lamps in a couple of these rounds. So see if they can start to apply that pressure here on an eco round.
Too, right? Because they got the double initiator as well. You'd think that maybe after a flash or two, Ye can just rummage into the site. Unfortunately not.
Huge pick from Zest, though. From long range, all the way back site. That draws out the high tide, so you know the Harbor still around the A side. That's going to be the biggest difference maker between a Harbor and a Viper. Obviously, you know where that high tide's starting from. So you know you've drawn a little bit of that extra util. You're drawing out a second smoke out from the Brim as well. So both of them somewhere nearby. Now you're going for the numbers play. Still all 5 members alive from Bleed. Now the toxic screen. I don't mind this in terms of the round. Yeah, but the reckoning is good.
30 seconds left.
But Forsaken has gone down. Mindfreak on top like a sentry. Only going to be able to be at least with the 1 pick.
Yeah, he's close. Not sure if Divide reads this.
Last player standing.
He will not.
Yeah, didn't have a clue. Op has to be saved. The econ isn't exactly rich on the side of PRX. They'll be okay, but the op they'll definitely have to save over if they want to use it.
Yeah. This is a thrifty round for Bleed. If they wanted to, they can maybe even send one person in to just, you know, see where something is, get a chance to take the op away from his hands, but...
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the worst call, right? Anyone that isn't in range to pick up a rifle, you know, someone like Zest, only 2 points away, you could have done that, but it looks like they just want to kind of focus more on their own econ build-up. You know, as they're exiting, they will see if they find him. It's going to be a double team all the way back into defender spawn. Oh, okay. The last-minute jump. Something's ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great start here for Bleed, and this is something I kind of noticed as well with the start of basically this bind map that Jing has, what, died 2-3 times on these thrifty rounds for Bleed with these sheriff plays. So that's been something that at least Bleed has obviously used to their advantage, and you know, that lack of firepower right now, not just, you know, Jing's ability to just frag out, but also the threat of the nades, kind of just not having that is making Bleed more courageous, just going for these aggressive pushes.
Bleed's ready for this. They were already spread out apart, but they'll even use a guiding light. So guiding light traded for the showstopper, not the end of the world. Now, how does Bleed retake that control is the big question. PRX not going to stick around, though. They've made that mistake before in the past, right? Where they say, okay, we send the showstopper, we just chase through it all the way to the very end of the round, and it doesn't work out very well. So the re-clear from Showers. For now, the movement, much more fluid on the side of PRX. They're still holding on to the crucial parts of the map.
Redla could be in for a rude awakening here, as there's 2 players, Forsaken and Jing, flanking around. Something threatens with the op. And Redla, he's so convinced that A short is for himself. He's not about to know about
He has no idea. I mean, he thinks he cleared Showers. He has no idea. You've been taken over. A side now entirely in control of PRX. Bleed's trapped.
Yeah, Device got the judge as well. Do they have a flash to at least get contact on Hookah, or are they just going to go for the blind peeks? Well, they go for that one, but as you can see, Mindfreak, he's got his boys back. The 3K for Mindfreak. And PRX, they answer right back.
The peek out around the Dizzy. A little bit delayed there on the side of Bleed. Gives something just enough time to reposition after dodging the blind.
Ooh.
He's even positioned wide. I don't think EA was ready for that wide of an angle. But afterwards, I mean, they had to use the early flash as well to clear out the showstopper, things like that. Not enough util, and that should be the timeout from Bleed.
First as well for this map in particular. Kind of expecting that maybe they got that round together, but fortunately, again, they just can't figure out how to mitigate that first contact against something in his operator, right? They see him, he always gets that first pick, and then they just kind of back away. It's been happening so many times right now on Bind that they just can't, again, it's just hard to figure out.
And it's so tough on Bind because it's not as clear cut as other maps where you can just say, well, we found the operator, let's avoid it. Because at the end of the day, Bind doesn't have a mid. So you have to control the extremities to make sure that you're able to apply pressure. And if the op is sitting on either B main or Showers, you got to find a way to push it way back, way into the site, just away from the entry points. Bleed, we'll see if that's something they discussed in this timeout, as right now it's still going to be a 2-3 split, but it does look like we might see a guiding light into Showers, but no raise to follow up, just a little bit of extra pressure.
Yeah, they're probably aware now that, you know, B long has been the domain of something for the longest time. Quick little flash out from TP there outside of Showers, so that does give quick information for PRX here. You can't see the Bleed are chasing the kill through that pickup of the orb. Not going to happen this time, but at least forces notified. Not get contacted, but you know, just a bit of information on both sides.
Yeah, but that's both guiding lights used by Devi. Now they have to hold on to these areas, especially by something, right? Because you heard 2 Vandals on the side of Showers, so something knows that he's relatively safe. Bleed should have heard the Trailblazer going through TP as well, so they know that there's still 2 members.
Saw him.
Yeah, catches sight of Ye, knows that it's a back out, but something doesn't want to chase through.
Yeah, especially if he's going to get pinched from both angles, right? B long as well as that entryway onto mid.
I mean, this is a successful fake out from Bleed. I mean, they stayed for so long until all the Sky Util was used by PRX. Now they don't really have great ways of getting info because something is stuck on this op.
Yeah, might have to even use the TP He gets a little bit too dicey on that positioning. There he goes, wants to go for the pick once again. Not gonna happen this time, yay! Oh my god! Something! Was that a no-scope operator shot? I think it is. Still though, calm down. Bleed pushing into the B side. They open it up somehow. That's gonna be a 5 versus 4 on the retake, but they get the B side and hopefully plant the spike right here and now.
Yeah, but you already gave him TP control. Something's already there. Elbow already given over to Forsaken as well. The placements are not good. Scary finds one. He's going. He's ready for the jump shot. Scary holds on to Uga. He gets taken down. Now both members of Bleed stuck in the site. They have no idea that somebody's already gone through Elbow. It's a wraparound for Forsaken as PRX will pick up a 6-round win.
My ult's ready.
What a shot from something. I mean, I would love to see this from Ye's POV, because I wonder, did he hesitate or did he simply land? Oh my.
He didn't hesitate.
No, he didn't. He just, it's just extra bounce. That's all the time something needed.
Yeah.
Here. One enemy remaining.
I'm just gonna, you know, be quiet a little bit just to let that shot sink in. What a shot!
Just another round for something.
Yeah.
That one hurts. That one hurts, because if he had gotten the kill, right, he applies pressure on the other side. You get free plant. I mean, it's a whole different round.
Absolutely. And you'd see PRX trying to rush in things without being too prepared, especially, right? That is a very aggressive use of the orbital strike, and it seems like PRX are actually going to just go chase for the kills right now. The separation onto the high tide, and Bleed can't escape. They have to get slowed as they try to just get out of the site itself. Redless going to have to pinch in from the other side, as we saw, but Mindfreak's going to be able to stop him dead in the tracks. 2 players of Bleed to remain. Scary and Scary. No more Durian. Gets the first. He's always been good with these kind of situations. Not this time, as PRX put their foot down on round 10.
Dude, Jing is so good at Raze that he even helps Devi go for a peek out with the blast pack. I don't even know if that's intentional, but this guy is goated with the blast packs. What a pinch in on the TP. No wonder they commit those ultimates right there. The orbital strike to push them out. Jing goes through. Once he gets the kill, Devi's there to make sure that he can keep Jing alive.
Yeah.
I mean, classic PRX on bind. You got to watch out for those TP plays.
What's the play now? Something. Just a quick little pick on short. Smoke. Viper Wall gets put on front of his face, so he backs away a little bit, but you do see there's 2 players right behind him waiting for that quick assist just in case.
So he's never pushed out on A short. He's never been on A short with the operator. See if they're ready for it. But that boom bot does let Retla know. Yeah, both of them kind of catching sight of each other. The mosh will not land all the way.
At least it does give a bit of positioning, repositioning for something here. Yay gets that quick little contact. They throw the dizzy. That's a lot of resources put just to get a bit of control on Hookah right now, and still Bleed are unaware of what's kind of waiting for them on the other side of this B site.
The problem also is that they don't have control of the TPs on the extremities, right? So you can't go for something like a Seeker play on B, see if there's enough members. If not, we rotate. If you use the Seekers now, I mean, they'll let you know where they might be, but it's not going to be great. Counter Seekers coming out. Now that's a good timing from PRX. Lets you know that it's not the B site. That's not the main force. These Seekers are all going to A short and Bleed. They are being chased in by the Cabbages. Only 30 seconds. Now spotted. They have to follow the Seekers' lead.
There it is. Orbital strike as well, used to flush out Jing out of position. Actually works in their favor, as well as the Seekers actually blinding something somehow. That's going to be the start of the take. Spike not planted. It got stopped. It got delayed. This is not good. They have to rush right in, but you can see already PRX trying to delay as much as they possibly can. This is not working in the favor of PRX as Bleed stands their ground. Zest coming around, and something. He wants to go again for the no-scope. Not going to happen this time. Retla with a little bit of friendly fire, but it's not going to matter as Bleed pick up the round.
Oh, that was a dicey one. I mean, Mindfreak could have been the absolute clutchest of kills to deny the spike plant there. Just a peek out of showers, recognizing that Bleed didn't have the time, didn't have control of the entire site. Overall, Retla fires back, knows that he's stuck in the orbital strike. They do their best, but yeah, I mean, they're just falling all the way over from showers. If that no-scope had hit, I mean, something's in the waters today, for sure.
Second no scope of the day, no? In any case, though, that was just some great contact, and I think just great planting of their foot on the side. Not just the, planting the spike, but just holding their ground and making sure that they can just follow up what was already there. Oh, bit of trap being set up here between Devi as well as Jing.
These are getting shot down real fast. Bleed has to be ready for it. Sees him dash out, but that might be the extra trap now against Devi. Does he check for it? He does. He's just going to check the close corner. It's way too many smokes.
This wall is separating Jing as well as Zest. Well, the rest of Bleed still somehow here on Hookah. Forsaken. Smoke's dropping down. There's the quick little contact against Ye. I think he wanted to try to escape right then and there, but not going to happen this time as Jing is alone for the moment until the rest of PRX come in to assist.
Now Bleed, they still have 40 seconds. They had control of the TP as well, but they recognize that with the molly, with the smokes, it's safe. Now Retla still holding the lurk as well, but it's the long wraparound from something. They know that Retla's always been around somewhere to watch for the flanks. Tyrion good for one on the box.
Jing. Oh, they get two. This is the steps to maybe retake the site.
But the reposition's there from Bleed, right? They still want to hold on to a crossfire no matter which way you come through. Zest constantly, he's not ready for the timing there.
Scary.
It's Scary all alone.
You can hear the footsteps too. Coming around the corner, no idea where something is! But he doesn't need to, he reads him like a book.
That was like a horror movie, right? You hear the footsteps get all the way right up to you, and then it just disappears. You're like, where is he? Is he around the corner? Is he behind the door? And Scary just recognizes, if I'm not hearing you, you got to be above. Gets the right read. It's a clutch from Scary, a much-needed one. As now it's a 5-7 scoreline. Not bad at all from Bleed.
Yep. This is the Scary movie. The story of how Scary just keeps clutching. Gets PRX over and over and over again. What a monstrous read to clutch out that round, especially when, we saw something already kind of pincering in from that mid position. You called it already. Red Dot's been spotted. They started losing so much of, I guess, their post-plan threats.
That's, by the way, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but that's RB's nephew.
Which one?
The little kid in the middle that's holding up the sign.
With the blue shirt?
Yeah, and I believe that kid's father behind him is, of course, RB's relatives, brother-in-law, I believe. Just also cheering for RB. The sign said, please watch RB over in VCT China as well. Yeah, they've been coming to a lot of the VCT games. It's great to see.
He's been doing really well.
Yeah, he's been playing his picks of agents as well.
Hell yeah.
Continuing to perform out there. But for now, eyes back on to another teammate of his, ex-teammate of his, Zest. Currently not having the greatest time on the scoreboard, but overall the team still hanging on with 5 points going into the second half now on defense for Bleed.
All right, let's see the offensive posture here for PRX. Mindfree, he's got the stim beacon, so it's going to be a quick little run through on B main, or B long, excuse me. Want to go for that quick little contact, while Bleed, on the other hand, is going to go the other way on mid.
Yeah, I'm curious. Pushing out from here does not seem to be the best because you can get pinched. Okay, but they're going to go with no audio. That I don't mind. I was afraid if they were going to go for a pop flash. They hear one footstep. They know it's just one as well. It's a quick peek out, and now you know that's got to be a lurk.
They are pincered in, excuse me. So if we do see the push out from Devi, might be able to actually get a couple of unnoticed kills here from the rest of Bleed.
Yeah, that's the tricky part, right? You thought that Forsaken was the lurk. Are you ready for a second lurk?
They're so far from the situation too, especially when you can see that PRX have planted the spike on B. Mindfreak spots out two coming in through B long, has the assistance of something right now, and here comes the firefight. Who's gonna get right on top? It's gonna be PRX. Two players of Bleed now coming in through TP, drops right in. They're not wasting any time anymore, and Durian, he's still pretty healthy. He still also has the wingman, so if he somehow manages to push into this one, gets that contact against Jing, it might actually work out in his favor. Absolutely not gonna happen at this point, since Jing was just waiting outside a window.
Yeah, that Frenzy doing wonders for Jing on that close range, able to take out the Dizzy and immediately get ready for the trade as well. And of course, the late wraparound for Devi. Darion's ready for it. So the good news for Bleed is that they were ready for a potential extra flank, right? They heard the TP, they're ready for it. Even as they were going into the TP, you could see on the minimap that they were ready for a potential extra member. So they've got their heads on correctly here in the second half. But it's going to be Jing picking up quite a few kills, bringing him all the way up to 8.
Now they actually go for a massive peak, massive push on B long. You know, byproduct of that as well is they stop Zest from picking up an orb. It's all those little things, right? In any case, High Tide separating PRX Octagon onto the B site actually works out in their favor, just in case that someone's there pocketed themselves in. And now they're just holding off, waiting for those smokes to drop down, and they drop their own.
Yeah, and Bleed, you know, they think they might be able to try to buy enough time. You showed the sky earlier. You put up the toxic screen. Maybe that forces them to rotate back over to A. So you try to be one step ahead in the mind games, but this is PRX we're talking about. They have the weapon advantage. They've got util. They will dive in. They always use that cove to kind of mask their entry. Works as a great shield, and now great post-plant scenario.
Yeah. You can already see what the plan is here for Bleed, is just not give the ult charges and just, you know, get taken by the spike explosion. Redla holding on Hookah, but no one's going to be exiting the site from there. So unfortunately, he's not going to find any chance to maybe go for an exit frag. The Vice staying on the site, and he wants to go for the spike.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
This is so smart. So you have 3 Spectres, right? And you're thinking, whatever, we drop 1 Spectre, it's not the end of the day. It's a bonus round anyway. But if we get those Seekers online early, that's huge.
Absolutely.
I mean, I love it from Devi.
Yeah. And I mean, it's still, what, the bonus round here for PRX? So he can just get himself a pistol if he wanted to, and that's going to be all hunky-dory for him.
He's even just going to buy up.
All right.
He says, you know what, with the plants and everything, we got enough money. Let's go right for it. I mean, either way you cut it, I think going for the ult orbs there, great plan from Devi.
Yeah. Especially when he's on a support agent, right? Why not? It goes to show how big brain the fisherman truly is.
And we see just an early Trailblazer coming out from that TP. It doesn't really gain you too much though, right? It's not like Bleed is able to hold on to Shower's control. They're just masking it as if they are there. But we'll have to keep an eye on that if it comes into play. Now, PRX, of course, they don't exactly have someone on the hard lurk, so not much information to work with themselves. So PRX, they will say, okay, let's re-clear where we think Bleed was, right, with the earlier smokes.
Yeah, if there's anyone holding Showers right now and they try to escape, that mosh pit is going to cut off their rotation. Not going to happen this time, though, as PRX just goes in for the mad contact. Scary now throws out the molly. Is that going to be enough? The flash onto Vi by himself. The wingman not going to do anything else. And Scary gets away. Forsaken somehow manages to sneak up into the front of the site. High Tide goes down. As the dust settles, it's a 3-on-3. Redla finds that rotation from something. Forsaken got to have to go big onto this one, or else it's going to be Mind Freak all on his own. Gets the first little contact, and the Phantom fails him. That's going to be Scary with the refrag and the 3K for the controller here of Bleed.
Yeah, good hold from Bleed, and I love that eventually they do take control of Showers. Now, it doesn't work out. They don't win the trades. That's unfortunate. But at the very least, you know, in the grand scheme of things, their early util not entirely wasted. They are able to get that information nice and early, allows Scary to set up right at the entrance there. Dodges just that guiding light just barely.
I like that. Just a quick, concise, nice.
Yeah, I mean, you got a long way to go. Too early to celebrate just yet.
Fair enough. Oh, one more. Ah. That hurts. He was just showing off his shoulder, and you already saw something was so prepared for it. Vi does fall to Redla, but a refrag was already inevitable. Turion, he just barely missed the peek out from something on Cubby. That's
a good call, though. It's a good call. Doesn't want to make sure that he's spotted. There's the showstopper. Doesn't find the kill. A good spread from Bleed. It's going to be the pickups from the backup. Showstopper just going to be that bait. That's a 3v1. Not even Scary going to go for this one. It's not like it's map point. It's not match point. Says we've got a longer way to go.
Yeah.
You'll back off.
They have some money to buy up into that next round as well, but
Yeah, it's a dicey one. I mean, 2 members
Yeah.
at 0 creds, though.
yeah, for sure.
Dead even on 0. Haven't seen that too often.
Really?
Yeah, well, you know, now in this next round for Bleed, I mean, the Jewel Peaks, and this is the biggest change we've had with Bind, right, is not so much the map, but it's Sky.
Yeah.
Right, back in the day, you could always go for early guiding light, you know, test out B main and back out of it. You can't do that anymore. You got to kind of risk your own life on there. If not, you will want to pair up with the Gecko. That way you can go for double util and then rotate one over to that A site. But that does mean you're kind of giving up control of, at the very least, A short.
Yeah. And because of that, right, players that can just kind of match up or get those good reads on the body language of, you know, their opponents, gets that one up, especially with something just, again, knowing that because Zest hasn't truly spotted him, right? Because Zest was only, you get the line of sight from the eyes, so unless he, like, really goes out with his face, peeking through something, he's not really going to get that contact that he wants to, even on the minimap, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so now it is going to be the early guiding light. Just wants to use it. If he doesn't get a spot, maybe even go for the orb. But now with that spot, okay, so Bleed, a bit of an adjustment, right? In the earlier rounds, they tried to put pressure and they tried to force a rotate out of PRX. This time they say, nah, it's PRX. They might still be coming here. Zest is ready for it with a Sheriff. Scary comes back for support. Pop flash just to buy time.
Ooh, too much. That's going to be the punish. Jing coming right in, a bit too over-aggressive as Redla coming around the corner. They have not cleared him at all, and he's about to explode. Actually repositions onto Octa. This is perfect right now, as it's a 2-prong pinch just in case, but the smoke separates Dorian from assisting Redla. That's going to be the unfortunate case right then and there, as a 2 versus 3 comes into swing. Dorian's got a chance maybe to peek out of elbow, but, I mean, Device just so aware.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you already cut off the backup. The only one that you haven't really cleared is going to be elbow, so PRX head on a swivel. It's a nice idea from Redla. I love the trigger discipline. Sticks around for it. Gets the weapon pickup as well, but just couldn't land the connecting shot.
Yeah. And again, just goes to show how much pressure there is on Bleed to, you know, individually just try to perform. You saw how much they just want to chase for these kills after that first one so they can net more advantages, but it's traps, man. It's PRX luring you in. False sense of security. That damage done.
Orbital strike.
Oh, Durian gets away, both of them injured, but they can at least double up with Zest, who's all the way on B long to maybe get healed, but that's far too away. They need to still hold on to the back of the site here, just in case.
Yeah, but that means Shower's control gone. You can't pick up the Thrash again. You already took damage as well. Darion will be going for the heal. But now you give up that entire area. And PRX, they knew the op was here as well.
Yeah.
So they'll inch forward. They know which angles to now check for if the op is still set up on the A side. And now it's just going to be a classic 1-4. Forsaken will try to fish for information. Something's going to get the first pick. And Forsaken's now just on a free lurk.
Oh, no. He's
wrapping all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he knows. He hears him as well, right? So he's just giving that information. They're just going to pinch on him right here. They're getting tied up. This is all set up for Forsaken. The flash as well. I mean, PRX absolutely toying with their food at this point. What a setup.
What a hard read. And now it's all down to Durian. We'll see here how the dedication of Durian sticks with Bleed. Maybe. Then as I try to ramp him up, that's just Mind Freak already cutting off his approach to the B site. And we're here one more round. And PRX, they're shooting themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, with a nice clean 2-0 as well. PRX obviously taking that kind of rough loss. Oh, what a drop there. And then a quick peek out against Ye. Ye was even holding that angle. Something just a bit quicker. One more round to go for PRX. Wrap up their league play here in stage 1 with a nice 2-0 victory. Lock themselves in for playoffs over from the Omega group.
Bleed trying to do something different right now with the triple stack on Hookah, waiting maybe for somebody like Jing Forsaken possibly even, because they know that he's been lurking somewhere on B by himself. So they're trying to time it here, Will, to go for that push-out, but Forsaken's gone the opposite direction, and just in case it gets a little bit too hairy, he can always TP out of showers.
Yeah, now the rest of the members, okay, it's just a showstopper, but yeah, he's not able to check all the corners right on time. And I was about to say, I mean, Bleed's positions, it did not seem great, right, compared to their teammates pushing all the way out of B. I mean, you're separated over on A, and Daria gets spotted right by the smoke.
And there's the flank.
It's all falling apart. Scary will get 1 kill, but it's still a 2v3. No control of this site by Bleed.
Yeah, Spike has yet to be planted though, but 40 seconds. PRX not rushing. They can just reposition as much as they can. Wait for the high tide from Forsaken to come in, because now they know that 2 players of Bleed are going to be coming through here on a short reckoning for that extra bit of safety. They're trying to pop shot through the high tide here, maybe just to hopefully get a pick through the wall, through the smoke. There is just so much risk that Bleed are trying to get into as they rummage their way into the site.
Yeah, but look at Mindfreak. He's already on the wraparound once again. Are they going to be ready for it?
Guessing.
Got the pit.
He's got a molly too, so just in case he can't find him inside the Viper's pit, that's when it can be thrown out.
This is not the greatest spot, right? They don't realize that it's on the other side now.
Oh, he saw the barrel!
Oh, what a shot from Forsaken as well, and that will just be PRX ending the game 2-0, not breaking a single sweat.
And they're going to be what? Our 4th team right now that will be heading into the playoffs here at Split 1. What?
I mean, PRX fans will say, never doubted him, right? Never was worried. I think some of you were shaking a little bit after that Team Secret game, but PRX are right back in form. And meanwhile for Bleed, I mean, it's a bit of a heartbreaker. You know, we saw a couple games where they looked like they might be starting to gain some confidence, but it's a tough schedule here at the end. Of course, they still have one more match coming up this weekend against DRX. See if Bleed can prove that they are still on the up and up, getting ready for stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of things that Legia was mentioning in that interview where it feels like there's still so much more potential that can be developed here in Bleed. Right now, honestly, against this match against PRX, I think we still see that, right? There's so much more proactiveness that we've been seeing from Bleed here. Sure, there were some times where they would want to go for those challenge kills, but who wouldn't want to go for those, right? If you get an advantage, it's going to be perfect. Anyways, we're going to be passing it on to our panel to discuss this massive series even further.
Well, PRX can now breathe easy. They have that playoffs secured. And for Bleed, unfortunately, the story continues for them, and it's only going to get harder and harder from this point out.
Yeah, I mean, they're still
want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, TC Cream, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
GE versus DFM, a crucial match for GE.
What do? You get shredding with power.
Sui roti.
And then shoot them, you know? Yeah?
You just need to shoot heads.
Yeah. Well, playoff's still a possibility, so what are we gonna do today, Global Esports?
Do everything we got. Everything we have been practicing, we're gonna let it go out. Yeah.
Okay, alright. Pour your hearts out.
Yes.
Alright, good luck. Yeah.
I love that we're seeing Jen in her an art to a pro player Jen, right? She's got coaching from Darion. Now she's coaching Blaze King before a very crucial match. I mean, how do you think this is gonna go with Jen's coaching here?
With Jen's coaching?
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're gonna improve so much more. Clearly she knows how to make use of agents' utilities.
Yeah, clearly.
On the range.
good chance today.
Sure, I feel like, you know, the outcome of this match is quite interesting, just because DFM can still play spoiler to GE's hopes and dreams, right? It's not likely that DFM will make it to playoffs at this point, but they can opt to sink another ship.
and at least take a couple people down with him. And, you know, maybe now with DFM, they say, okay, well, we can't make it into playoffs, but we would like to get some wins. Maybe they feel a little bit less pressure. Maybe the rest of the team begins to form around May, and everybody's kind of in a good mood with a lot of less pressure. Obviously, you're not feeling good about not making playoffs, but at least you don't have that same amount of pressure, and perhaps they can just play like they play in scrims and stuff.
That's a big factor as well, especially since a lot of teams have mentioned how the pressure really becomes, you know, that external factor that makes a lot of teams crumble. Suddenly it doesn't go the way that it does in scrims. Suddenly it's like, you know, your biggest performer can't perform as well, right, Quack?
Yeah, this works on the other side too, right, Mika? I mean, Global Esports, now they're feeling the pressure because they have to win this match. You never quite know what's going to happen. But if you take a look in that interview, I don't know, Blaze King looks prepared. He's prepared to offer up and dedicate his heart to this match.
I feel like, and that's the same for like everybody on Global Esports, given how important this is, right? This is the swan song for both of these teams in the regular season for VCT Pacific. We're gonna head now into our map picks and bans, and I'm curious to see if things are gonna switch around. We did suddenly have PRX on set, for example, and they were always banning that out. Are we gonna see surprises like that as we see DFM and GE right now, and this very chaotic coin?
You gotta watch the coin too. You can hear it spinning a little.
Oh, it's tails. Tails this time.
I feel as though both teams will kind of go for more comfort picks. You know, because
play it safe.
Yeah, play it safe. Give it your best shot. Global has, you know, repeatedly banned Vine, so yep, that's probably what it's gonna be. And their best map has been Icebox so far, so I feel like DFM's probably not want to go. That, you know, makes you think about what the map pick is going to be. So, I don't know, you know, you got to think about, like, I wouldn't want to play Sunset against DFM because they look pretty good on that too. Split is interesting.
Split comes out, and it's not a map that these teams, I think DFM like selected it once, and GE hasn't at all, so they picked it here actually. And then Lotus gets picked up, obviously very popular map, and that's going to be the choice for DFM.
I feel like DFM are well rehearsed, so to say, on both Split and Lotus, right? This has been, I mean, like they took away GE's home court, which has been Icebox. But for like the maps, I would say this slightly favors DFM. But I mean, you know, I believe that Spin has mentioned that like GE is one of those teams that they're a bit on the outskirts because they don't really rely too much on the picks and bans. I believe this was mentioned in one of the coach interviews, the content that we have on the VCT Pacific channel, just because they anticipate already not getting the map picks and bans in their favor.
Right, they just kind of play their game. Ascent is the decider, so another classic matchup, but I think Split makes sense because every time that DFM has picked Split, you know, once or twice against some of the teams like Gen G and Bleed last week, for example, they haven't had the best times. They often lose on that map, even if they pick it. So there is a chance that Global Esports, you know, Coach Spin, big time, they've studied whatever DFM setups are. And if they can take Split and Lotus goes their way as well, then, you know, this would very much so be a Global Esports game.
This is kind of showing off what you were talking about. Their attacking side for DFM is pretty decent, but the defending side is 4-17 on Split. So something is going wrong there, and I think GE have identified that there might be a nice little angle here on this map. So I think a good choice. I do agree with you. Lotus is going to be interesting. I think that was, you know, second ban multiple times by GE, and DFM say, well, you know, they probably don't really like that map too much, so we'll take that one out.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we haven't seen GE on Split in a while, so this gives them a little bit more time, right? Especially since you do have players on the side of GE that do exceptionally well on Split. They are very comfortable there. I do remember it was in kickoff, but Benkai had quite a map on Split when they were able to, you know, bring that out. So this could still very well favor GE.
It could. It's also a little bit risky, but, you know, if I were a betting guy, I would put my odds on the GE. Because the thing is, just looking at these players, looking at how they perform, how they feel even, they are just on another level. Blaze King is someone who's always capable of, you know, getting some crazy timing peaks. He peaks against you at the weirdest times and weirdest moments. He knows exactly when to go for it. And that's going to be tough for DFM. Meanwhile, on the other side, you know, when you got the whole team working together, Polvi entering, Russ making the call, setting up for the whole team, Benkai being sneaky, and even lightning fast, who, you know, sometimes a little bit quiet, but if you watch his gameplay, his mechanics are actually insanely sharp. So as a whole, Global Esports look incredibly good.
Well, you mentioned you weren't a betting man, but we still do have predictions that we do bring out. So we still do have to, you know, take your bets in that sort of sense. And it looks as though we only have one odd one out.
Of all people?
Of all people. Of all people.
Of all people?
Do you have anything to say about this?
Maybe he saw the D and he thought it was DRX, and he was like, oh, you know, I gotta vote for my team, right?
It was like maybe he had some kind of tracker. It was like kind of shaded. It's like, oh, here it is.
So like blue and white, right? Like, no, I don't really get it. Maybe he's saying, you know, what you were saying before about like a lot less pressure on DFM, a ton of pressure on GE to win. And he's like, man, this is going to be an upset. There have been a lot of upsets so far. I don't know why I'm arguing for Achilles' spread, but I didn't spread DFM. But I could see the angle, but I wouldn't do it.
Well, enough of that. Enough of what's going on in Achilles' brain. We do have our second series of the day. So let's head on over to the stage for GE and DFM.
Global Esports. Detonation focus me.
Who is going to get their final W for that regular season? Is it going to be DFM, or is GE going to be able to hang on to that playoff stream? We mentioned that, you know, this could favor GE, but DFM, I mean, they've captured the hearts of everybody with one of the biggest moments, I would say, in VCT Pacific. I mean, everybody knows the feeling of just trying and never making it. Suddenly you do, and that's how DFM was able to get the crowd.
I know, and what a triumphant win that was. They could do it again. I mean, we just need to wait to see those improvements. And it could happen here because they are playing on a map that they're pretty comfortable with. We've seen May. It's time for us to see Cess, Neff, Medusa, even Anthem to come back into the fray.
Yeah, they really need to. We have seen bursts of brilliance from the side of DFM. They just need to replicate that here tonight. Whereas on the side of GE, they've been a bit up and down. You know, only one win so far, but definitely feels like as a team, you were talking about it before, Quack, everything is kind of slowly coming together. And I think, you know, unlike Bleed, who's going up against two Titans, I think GE, a relatively favorable matchup for them right at the end of the split to potentially make playoffs.
See laser focus eyes on Polvi right now. He's looking like he's ready to just entry. So we're gonna see if it is indeed GE that takes this, or if it's going over to DFM with a second victory. Over to your casters, William and Azurai.
Thank you very much. We are back here for our second match of the night. William here, joined by Azurai. And the first one, a little bit of a quick series, but I gotta imagine this one's very likely to go 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. All right, I was about to say.
Oh, really?
Go the distance. It will go that distance.
Oh,
we
but
have
you think,
the same prediction, so we're not.
Okay, but you're thinking like a tough 2-0.
Yeah, for
sure.
GE. For GE.
He has spoken. I just wanted that confirmation. I just wanted to be safe on my Preds.
My word is not law. Please do not, like...
That's what they all say. That's what they all say.
Do not believe that at all. But,
so far, the stats speak in your favor, though.
I just got lucky. But what I will say, though, is Global Esports performance, definitely not tied to luck at all. They have been getting better and better each and every week that we have played. We're in the 4th week right now, and you do see that marginal boost that we have seen for them, right? We've seen how big the impact of, I think, the back line has been with Blaze King and Benkai. Russ has been really picking up so many of these agents and performing well on it, which also allows Hobie to do whatever, you know, to become that star duelist that Global have been wanting. And then Lightning Fast, he's just been the overall solid support that has been just waiting for his team to pick up and start moving alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lightning Fast by far the brightest star so far out of this season of GE, but Russ right up there with him as that fragging IGL, see if he can lead the team once again in his own play. Now, we did see a bit of that comp change coming out from kickoff. Back at kickoff, GE, they are completely Gecko-pilled, Gecko everywhere. They're going with single controller on a lot of these maps, but now they have returned to the Omen Vipers, so we will be seeing that mirror composition. Russ on that Sky as a single initiator.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems that we saw on the flip side, though, for DFM when they tried to, you know, play on that on these split maps, especially against Gen G. Just not a lot of impact that May could have done. And the panel said this already, right? They have to all come together. And obviously, you know, team game and all of that. But yeah, especially against a match against GE, it's going to be so crucial.
Yeah, and what's interesting, you know, from the stats that we saw as well is that I would generally rate that DFM's attacks have always been the problem. But you know, when it comes here, it's the defense that they've really struggled with. And part of it has to be the way that splits played out. The way you have to make rotations is a little bit different from some of these other maps. For now, Medusa just going to be tasked with holding on to mid all on his own. Cess is there for a bit of a trap play with the Paranoia should they need it.
Double smoke as well, though, so they're trying to save the Viper smoke for that next little bit of contact. Cess already gets a pick onto Polby. Medusa comes out. Fangs and all. Gets assistance from Cess right there. Paranoia used by Lightning Fast just to reclaim that spike and try to reposition while the rest of GE already marching up here on A Heaven.
Yeah, this did force Anthem to have to back off, right? So you've already given up A Heaven. You've basically given up control of A site. Of course, that doesn't mean it's free for GE just yet, but we'll see how DFM deal with this. It's already a pinch set up. And GE, they're scared of it. The Paranoia could be good. It's perfect. Then he picks up one. Benkai. Paranoia fades away just in time.
Yeah, now Lightning Fast comes in to assist. Also brings in the payload. You only know where Benkai is in, so if they push in a little bit too far in, Lightning Fast might be able to explode, but goes in a bit too forward. Could have waited for his teammate. That drops the spike and drops the round for Global. DFM pick it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it so much from GE, right? It's a 2v3. You already gave up your position, so if you just go for the plant, Benkai's left all alone, so it would have been a much tougher round. So you're trying to dwindle the numbers, and you're trying to make them think that you're already all on site, right? Benkai hides away in Heaven. There's no way to regroup. So Lightning Fast thinks he might be able to find a cheeky little timing around the box. But Cess is wise to it, gets a triple kill in that round. It's a good pickup from DFM. So while Medusa, you know, maybe peeked out a little bit early while Cess was going back into B site, at the end of the day, DFM, they work well around the early kills in mid.
That smoke to separate. They're just going at it.
Yeah, just a full send.
Let's drop on Ramen, so that's going to be that. Benkai. Oh, he's doing some damage. All right, he's doing some good damage on mid. Could pick up the rifle right now if he wanted to do so, but is afraid that B main could be pushed by DFM, as you can see with how he's been moving around as he's about to peek on Garage.
Yeah, good pickup on the orb as well for DFM. Whenever you have these early leads, you want to make sure you snowball it. And the Guiding Light, I mean, all of this, DFM playing a lot safer, making sure that they have the tools to snowball as far as possible. Still 3 weapons in hand, high-low set up right around the corner, and he'll land a smidge of damage, but Anthem will get the pickup with the Guardian.
Yeah. Global just wanting to chase for that pick, or any kind of contact on Garage, as we saw. That smoke, that separation. Cess was so prepared for that, even just boosted right on top with the help of Anthem. So, kind of just see how prepared DFM coming into this game has been. You know, just considering it's been 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, so far looking good. Cess kind of lightening the mood, as he often seems to be doing for this team. Obviously out of playoff contention, but the Death touched upon it. You can still get those championship points, make it matter for Stage 2. And Stage 2, the playoffs are determined by the overall year record as well. So these are all going to stack up towards the later part of the year.
That's where you're seeing, again, DFM just try to be, right? In any case, Benkai alone. Ooh, he has an angle. If he just peeked that like 2 seconds earlier, could have got the catch onto Cess. Now in a 2 versus 1, possibly. While the rest of Global now starting to move right in. They've used the bot and everything. But they are just going to have to back away first. Benkai's getting a bit of that contact, and he's calling the rest of his team back up to go for that aggressive push now that he knows that it is going to be, what, the Sky and the Omen, I think, that he might have spotted here on A.
Oh, but this is a good rotation from DFM, right? Because you already saw one of the Cypher cages used, so Benkai can't really lurk as freely anymore. Solo, you still have your own Cypher set up defensively on B. You made sure you held on to mid, so the early rotate comes over to A. This is the most probable spot of attack, and they will be correct, but Polvi gets a timing peek right around onto Cess.
Yeah, that was also Cess wanting to throw out the paranoia, not in time. Medusa, though, comes out from the swing, but really good playing off of his own wall. The flash stops GE dead in their tracks on A main. They try to go for the counter flash as well, going super aggressive. They actually somehow managed to pick up Medusa. Anthem still in the back of the site, using the Guardian. Not going to be happening, and Lightning Fast making a bit of noise, so Neth knows, has to be aware of the 180. Did they hear the weapon switch for Neth as he drops into the site?
Surely they heard the drop at the very least.
Ooh, on the peak, around the corner, it's going to be the first contact, and Russ denies. That's going to be a first point for Global.
Yeah, a huge kind of recovery here from GE, because Medusa, what a timing to peek out from that toxic screen. Able to get the big picks. But GE, I mean, they go for a very ballsy play here. They go for a double peek out of the defender's toxic screen, right? So they take the decay, but they're still trusting in the numbers to break into sight eventually. And that's what saves him into this round. Blaze King sharp with it. Yep, that's the double peek I was talking about. And then able to skirt around the Guardian at the very end as well. So they'll stabilize, 3 weapons saved over from that buy. And now it's an evenly matched round.
That it is. Again, GE's been putting a lot of pressure on mid right now to maybe bait out a couple of smokes from Cess. If they can do that, GE, I think, are pretty happy with it. If not, they're going to commit a bit more of their resources coming in onto this mid play. As you can see, exhausted are the smokes of DFM. Benkai, because of it as well, somehow managed to sneak through. And of course, that's going to be a follow-up on the Neural Theft, only one on A site, and that means that GE only have to deal with Neth and his traps.
Yeah, but now they do get stopped in heaven. They know that May made it all the way across. Got that last ping before the blast packs. Now you've got Anthem on the way as well. May's already on elbow. Didn't quite expect that angle. May's quick with it. But look at the map, right? You still have Blaze King over by B Heaven. He's already taking control. So GE will slowly back out. Even if they're making noise, they're starting to go through. They already have control of Heaven. It's the wraparound from Blaze King. Cess, how many can he get here?
Oh, they're just going away from his line of sight. Somehow managed to still pick up the kill onto Polvi.
Paranoia is good.
Yep, just to give him a bit of space to just back away.
30 seconds
and, yeah, they know exactly where he just fell back. 20 seconds, they'll be able to plant the spike. Dust settles, and that's going to be May and Anthem. A bit too out of position here, so they're going to have to regroup as they try to go for this retake.
You do have a paint shell, you do have a guiding light. Boombot as well, though we'll see if that's used maybe just to clear hell right under. Anthem gets spotted. May waiting to see if there's an extra lurk. They know that they're down in numbers. They know that Lightning Fast been on that lurk a little bit.
There it is. Creeping right in.
The
Global, they got the trifecta, man. Their Bermuda Triangle. To get inside, you disappear, you vanish. May try to circumvent that if he can, but now that Lightning Fast is repositioned onto B main, maybe goes undetected, just for the 1 kill though. And that's gonna be another one for GE.
So GE, they'll start to climb forward on the economy here on the board. Able to try to see if the snowball comes through. A good lurk in from Benkai. The good pick up on site as well. This is a Benkai round through and through. But overall, Benkai and Blaze King, and they'll be crucial, right? Whenever you play for these double controllers, whenever you have that Cypher, it's about the lurks. How much can you pressure them? How much can you make that midweek and then go in for the deep lurk? This time, Benkai and Blaze King perfectly timed off of each other.
Yeah, so the question now is, how does DFM actually answer that rather than just holding passively against Benkai, right? Because he throws out the smokes and everything, he gets that forward control onto ramps, and then after that, DFM just don't really know how to hold on to A Heaven, or should they hold on to A Heaven, maybe is the question.
Yeah, this time at the very least, they'll push out a B main. They'll even put that forward smoke as well. So B main completely under their control, but it is an eco. 2 stingers though on that side. So any close quarters combat, GE is in for a rude awakening.
They are aware of it though. With how much, again, smoke commitment DFM have been putting on mid, GE's been pretty aware of like these possible traps that could be set up, especially what we saw again during those couple of 2 starting rounds with DFM. Anyways, here comes the push. GE sees a bit of that contact. Now, okay, they're backing away again.
Yeah,
maybe the regroup to with Benkai.
Yeah, so they re-clear B main, right? And I would say maybe in the grand scheme of things, it could have been like 5 or 10 seconds earlier, but at the end of the day, they re-clear that. They force him into B, and then you've already got the lurk. However, DFM has a read on this. They realize it's not a fast chase off of Cess. Cess already backed off. There's no reaction to it, so it's a fast rotate over to A.
No traps as well, but a couple of them. Fly swatter for Neth, not gonna happen this time. They've already cleaned up house. Benkai could be in trouble right now, but somehow manages to pick it up with a Spectre, leaving only Cess, who was actually, I believe, wallbanged by Blazy as he was exiting on B main, so that's why he's just down to like 9. Exit frags is the best way to go. I don't think he's going to be able to do any more than just that, especially with the weapon that he has on hand.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with the Sheriff, with your ult already online, you're the Omen, might as well just try to die to the spike. The question is does GE let that happen? Russ and Povey both only 1 point away from their ults. Povey's on the hunt. He's got that Spectre. He doesn't mind losing it, but they will not be guessing correctly tonight.
Unless Seth pushes up, and then maybe that camera from Benkai, right? But as you mentioned, he's going to be pretty aware not to give up any kills. So
Povey's coming.
No ultimate.
He's coming!
Ah, okay.
That's going to be Seekers online. I mean, hey, G will take it. You get one of the 2 big ults online.
Yeah.
You can still go for another orb here on the attacking side. So now with GE, you know, even with the correct reads here from DFM, right? The early rotate, obviously, it's an eco round, though, so a bit tough. Don't get that flying headshot. DFM, I mean, they played that round correctly. I would love to see them do something similar again, right? Try to take the hard B main control, do something. If it's not that, use the Sky to push that Cypher out of comfort zone on A. But they go right back to just holding safe defaults. And this could bite them.
They also broke the tripwire for Neth initially. May, what a shot!
Oh! Tried to activate his ult, it looked like.
Yeah. Not sure if that's going to get canceled. What a shot from Neth there. Nice little tap on the cranium of Lightning Fast. Might dissuade G from pushing forward, or, you know, just wait for Russ to, again, just top off Lightning Fast and re-hit B as well, as they're kind of triple stacked here for the moment.
Yeah, and during all of this, you already have A entirely cleared. Anthem pushes out after the early kill onto Benkai. So this is great information for DFM. You've got Heaven Control, Snakebite on top of that Cyber Cage, another Omen Smoke to fill it as well. I mean, GE just has no way of getting in. It's going to be the Shrouded Set from Lightning Fast, a hero play.
The Paranoia is going to hit the exiting Neth. Medusa does not, so he's going to be holding on top side, get that nice little vantage point. With the help of Cess, that's going to be a clapback here for DFM. Great contacts all throughout.
Yeah, so while they didn't push into B main and take control, they did have a bit of a curveball with May, right? He was holding close right aside from that toxic screen. Usually the Cypher is going to be holding further back.
Yeah.
So at least it's a bit of a difference, and then they eventually push out of A main. So to me, that tells me that DFM understands the weakness that they've had in the previous rounds, but they got away with it this round. Do they think that's going to be enough? We'll have to keep an eye. As right now, they're going to fall far back. They know that you have extra ultimates on the side of GE. You've got that showstopper. You want to avoid it.
Yeah, especially, again, having the Seekers with Russ, especially how far back that can catch you. Doesn't matter at all, as Anthem just picks up Lightning Fast from the get-go, popping shots through the wall as well. That might disrupt the offense that GE are kind of hoping for, but not this time, as Polvi actually rips out that showstopper, hits nothing onto Heaven, sees the back away from Cess, and he's not going to be able to escape. No help from May whatsoever, but May's time to shine is here, is now, picks up the 2K, and that's going to leave GE out of the sight, only stuck here on A main.
Yeah, and the Spike's stranded as well. May now holding close to Trailblazer to make sure that there's no wraparound from Heaven. Anthem's on site, but they're not quite looking at the same angle. They will wait until the wraparound arrives from DFM. Overall, a pretty safe position for DFM. The only thing you'd be worried about is a jolly journey through mid, and Neth might get taken out. But at the end of the day, the Spike would still be stranded over on the A side.
They're just going to play this as slow as they can, burn that timer in. May spots out 2. Goes out the nade to flush them out, and he's toying with them for the moment. The trapped GE players. Benkai can't really push through spawn right now because there is that hold of angle that we're seeing right now from Neth. They do put a bit of safety with the tripwires, so maybe. All right, hold on, Blaze King, 14 seconds. This is still somehow workable for GE if they can pick up that spike right now, but Anthem with the back of the sight denies Benkai from even getting close to that spike, and Blaze King out in the open is going to be easy pickings here for DFM.
Yeah, DFM definitely playing it safe with the timer, right? Only May starts to kind of toy with the with their food a little bit, trying to go for those extra kills, tries to go for the reposition. During all of that, you've got extra wraparounds from Neth as well. So DFM starting to work a lot better in a system now, taking the lead back 4-3. So now that the ults are down, does DFM pressure that A main again against the Cypher? It's going to be the Sky and Rays on that side, but it does look like it might just be a positioning of Util.
I think they're still aware that, you know, Russ can throw out a Guiding Light or a Trailblazer that if they're too far forward, too proactive, might actually just, you know, blow up in their face. Possibility.
Just going to be that delayed Trailblazer for now, though. They realize that there might be someone past, but DFM doesn't quite catch sight of Blaze King, so they're not exactly aware. May not able to land the shot all the way through. Blaze King gets taken down to 45.
That might have actually null and void the Viper Spit on mid. There's going to the flashes used, null or Seekers as well, just to delay as much as it possibly can. They're playing around the elbow position right now. Adam does not want to leave this as they push right in. And here comes the aggression from Polby, classic in hand, assisted by Russ. Actually works out in their favor, but Neth is able to push them back. Lightning fast, left out in the open. Does he know? Flanks come in from Medusa all the way through mid. He was a little bit aware, but not too quick enough to react to it.
Yeah, I think he wanted to wait until that second ping before he swivels back around, but unfortunately Medusa's one step quicker. And like you said, I mean, it's a good idea from GE to try to avoid that Viper's pit, right? You just don't want to mess with it. I mean, we saw in the minimap there was even a trap wire within it, so that would have been a pain. They tried to push through. They had the right idea. You got him trapped in elbow, trying to pinch through it with the paranoia, but they're just not quick enough, and Neth decides to just fill it, go for the run and gun with the Phantom. It's a good hold by DFM that calls for a timeout on the side of GE.
That means that GE here just, again, from the looks of things, I think the reads have been pretty good so far. It's just these tiny bits of misplays or something that just is lacking on that execute. Maybe just figuring out where DFM like to pocket themselves, you know, those kind of just nuances, just to try to figure things out, because honestly, aside from that, it's been pretty okay so far from Global.
I mean, I think Global's had pretty good reads at the first half of each round, right? But I think what's catching them off guard is DFM's rotations have been a lot quicker today. Yeah. Generally, that's been something they've been played with on the defensive side, but they have been going for, a, you know, some would call maybe even a bit of an over-rotate if GE played the timer a bit further. So, curious to see if they're now able to identify that. Now, that's something GE always struggled with on the attacking side as well. Yeah. They don't really leave enough time to go for another second, you know, fake out or anything like that. Yeah. Makes it a bit easier to rotate around.
And I guess to be fair, they couldn't really rotate to B through mid because the Viper Spit's still there, unless they maybe spotted out Medusa. Other than that. Anyways, moving forward. Ooh, contact. Medusa spotted it. Russ, right in front of his face. The Viper Orb comes into play. There's the flash, tries to back away. Smokes allow him to escape. And no one from GE wanting to really chase him into the depths for now.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa's lucky just to stay alive here on that one. Almost got caught out with his pants down. He's going to try to hold on to heaven, but realizes there's still a lot of util. So now the pushback out from DFM. This is good. This is a reaction you need. You still need to hold at least some part of the site unless you're going to give it all up for a retake. But that forward smoke should signify to GE that this is now a B main control from DFM. Does GE go for a timely pinch?
Might be able to do so. Blaze King also needs to do something right now. The misposition of DFM, they gotta fight for something. As of this moment, not gonna happen, and GE perfectly dissect that adjustment of the defensive posture here for DFM.
Yeah, it's a good read, and rather than kind of all-inning onto B main, they sneak Russ in onto the site, and then they start to bait out the utility, and that way Russ is able to just quietly go for the wraparound kill. It's a good reaction from GE, and quite frankly, with all the things considered, DFM wouldn't blame them if it was a save, but looks like they will try for it.
There you go. Drop into the Cypher cage, but I mean, that's hard read by GE. Blazing is going to pick up the 2K quite quickly. And it's still a very close fight here, Will.
Yeah, 5-4. GE, if they can get one more round, they're absolutely happy about this first half. We'll see if they're able to string two together. They were able to get trade 3 and 3 earlier on in the rounds. Russ passed that. Able to get the early kill on Cess. I mean, there's just too many members that he has to deal with by that point.
Enemy remaining.
So that's one thing that Cess has been doing. Anytime they take B main control, he puts that forward smoke outside of garage. And that's a hard tell, right? I mean, it's perfectly caved right outside so that you know that they're holding somewhere in that garage. For now, it's the one way. Blaziken trying to nullify it by sneaking in. Not sure if he was tagged by that guiding light, though.
Ooh, speaking of getting tagged, though, Medusa's down to 19. A bit of Renegade bullets could get him caught off. May, though, still wanting to go for the fight here. And he gets obliterated by Polvi playing through the rope. Not going to happen this time, brother. Medusa does get topped off by Anthem as he escapes out. Maybe they just readjust on A Heaven. The damage be done. It's a 4 versus 5 as the round continues.
So DFM is going to go for the rotate, right? Because they haven't really been able to identify Benkai on the lurk right now. Sure, you don't see him on ramp just yet. But you expect usually that Cypher's on that A side. However, this time GE, still 50 seconds on the clock. You still had Blaziken over by Ramen. Now they're pressuring and pulling, making sure that DFM cannot over-rotate. This is a good adjustment off of that timeout, and then Benkai strikes. This is what they needed. It was successful a couple rounds ago, and Benkai goes for a 3. It's a good adjustment off of the timeout 2 rounds ago. Make sure that DFM cannot commit to the over-rotate and punish them as they start to scramble.
Yeah. Exactly what happened right there. That was also a third kill from Benkai through the smoke as well. You know, just adding a little bit of insult to injury. Seth so far from the situation. Of course, in a 5 versus 1, not really much that he can do with this one. GE really cooking DFM at this point, right? Forcing them to adjust and just keep readjusting.
Yeah, and I love that they're also forcing mid out so early. I mean, right now, DFM, by just keeping Medusa in mid, it basically has no impact, right? You lose control of that mid within the first 15 seconds. It's just going to be paint shells. It's going to be Boombot. That poison orb gets absolutely ignored, and they barrel through on vents. So then you have a couple different options for the side of DFM in the coming rounds. It's either you push hard out of a different side on the map, as we see Sass. Oh, that unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
But yeah, for DFM, it's either push out from a different side, make sure you're taking control elsewhere, or you have to set up a very elaborate trap play over on mid, right? Absolutely punish it, something like the Paranoia out of vents, and just pinch onto him and shut things down in mid. It's 2 options. We'll see what DFM goes for in their choice.
Yeah. Or are they still okay with, again, Medusa just holding this, but this time not too close to where his orb is located, because he just keeps getting pop-shotted through that. In any case, DFM, now it's this time, now it's their time to call for this timeout.
All right, see how GE reads this as well. Because this timeout, it could have a bit of a mind game factor to it as well, right? What's DFM's choice in terms of letting mid go out of control too fast? Wouldn't mind seeing GE go for a bit of a rush play over onto A, right? You usually always leave that to that Cypher. The only time you've gone for a hard push was when you had the showstopper. Didn't quite catch a glimpse of the ult situation coming into this round. But even if they don't have it, coming into round 11, that would be a bit of a curveball that I think would be hard for DFM to read.
Yeah, especially now that they're kind of anticipating that GE's going to play that controlled game again with Benkai lurking. Regardless, it is going to be that weaker buy for DFM, so maybe...
They even have the showstopper, actually, so they could just do it again, whether DFM expects it or not, right? Like you said, it's a weaker buy. Sure, it's showstopper for showstopper, but you don't imagine that DFM is going to full send it on this round on a bit of a crucial one.
Cover going out.
Flasher flash, though. They do get that quick little contact. Bit of noise here for Anthem. So this time it's Anthem that's making a bit of that look at me attention play while Benkai plays with the rest of GE. So maybe just, you know, a reshuffle of forces here for GE just to fake out the read for DFM?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what they were waiting for was the push out from DFM, right? It's a weaker buy. You recognize that they've been losing control of mid, so they'll want control of a side of the map. G waits for it. Neth is going to peek out right as he hears the entry. He'll get a good pick. Holds on to Heaven and Ramp. So DFM, they're not out of it just yet. It's a bit of a variety pack by. He catches sight. Can't get the kill onto Benkai.
Yeah. Oh, he wants to isolate the fight right now. Really going for it if he can. 9 bullets though, hasn't reloaded, so he's got to choose his fight a little bit carefully. Showstopper for showstopper. There it is! And Polby hits it. May unfortunately will not. Just a little bit of a tag here and though. No flashes, so lightning fast. Very accurate on the shots. And that was some resources used here for DFM, by DFM.
Yeah, the showstopper commitment. I mean, I think they thought because Nets still held on to ramp, you can pressure them out of screens. You'd be able to go for a bit of a hard push on the retake. It's a bit of an investment. I mean, sure, you trade ult for ult, so yeah, it's not the end of the world. But obviously, it was already looking like a tough round. But a good round for GE. So good adjustment, good read against DFM's own timeout, and then recognizing that you have the advantage there with the ult as well.
100%. May this time is going to be actively playing with Medusa on mid.
Yeah, but look at the A side again, right? We had Benkai hanging far back again, just in case it was another push out. And I think GE says, you know, after that timeout, this is where if DFM's not pushing out, they have to be concerned about mid. Like you said, May's already there. They didn't catch sight of him, but they hear the guns, and they say, okay, you know what? That means the sights are weaker now, so we'll go for this push on to B. We will catch the Cypher setup, and it's just a fast push in.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no one to really play off of these traps. It's just there to alert DFM that, oh, they're here. Maybe we can get, Neth has been so good at these. All right, I take it all back. I take it all back. He's got his 2 kills already. He's not done just yet. He's used the neural theft right now. Polby's exposed. He's going to have to hold his high ground for as long as he possibly can. It's going to be good for the kill onto Anthem, and Lightning Fast does get a pick himself. No ultimate to get out of this one. Lightning Fast goes in for the push, and unfortunately, there's 2 right in front of him, and May denies, and we equalize 6-6.
Neth with a hero swing out on a timing, then he's able to swivel just far enough to utilize his second trap. But like you said, I mean, I think even that first trap, the first trap mostly just for info, but normally what DFM's expecting is, okay, they always push for mid, so if we see them in mid, then we know that they're coming B, things like that.
Yeah.
GE, I mean, again, I think the read was correct. They say, okay, it's going to be a heavier stack on mid, but Neth is ready for it, never quite gave up the sight.
Yeah. I was just going to probably aware that they're going to bleed in a bit more into Rafters just so that they have that complete control of B so that they can place themselves in post plants. That's probably what Neth was kind of thinking about in any case. Huge play there from their anchor player to, again, just kind of equalize these numbers with that 6-6 as we head into the second pistol. Nice little smile from Lightning Fast. He's cool, calm, collected.
I mean, he's had some great shots again today. You know, he's had a couple rough games now and then when he was shut down, but overall, absolutely an impressive feat so far in stage 1. There was Neth with his setups, even goes for a third. So 6-6, I mean, normally you look at that scoreline on Split, and you're thinking, all right, you know what, the attackers did fine. GE probably a little bit favored. But we got to remember, DFM, for whatever reason, they come to Split. Suddenly their attack is where they feel a bit more confident. So we'll see what GE's prepared. Again, this is the first time we're seeing their Split coming into stage 1. And on the pistol, it's just going to be a 2-1-2 default.
I was going to say maybe May just, you know, double satchels into Heaven, but it's not the play here, especially that he has a boom bot, so take it all back.
So GE looks like they might just use an early Guiding Light or a Trailblazer to check if there's anything, if there's more than one member over on A. And afterwards, you still have that spy cam. Okay, so you're going to destroy the spy cam first, but you still have the spy cam to work off of your own toxic screens. It's a complete trap play set up here.
There it is. Paranoia could follow up.
There's the Paranoia.
Oh, beautiful from GE. They did not need to use that Guiding Light or Trailblazer. False sense of security for DFM.
Yeah, that cam that looks right above the toxic screen. All you need is one tag. It's the pistol. You take them down. The numbers are so much more powerful. So now on their back foot for DFM, Medusa trying to go for a lurk, but looks like he's been spotted a bit. Now he'll definitely let himself be known by taking away that trap wire.
Yeah, May also somehow making some noise on mid, but he's got to be the one to pinch with or push with the rest of his team here. Anthem still has the spike outside of A main. That camera's still alive, Will. It's not down, so it's going to get a lot of information here if Benkai keeps checking it from time to time, which it does. There they are. Hello. Hi.
Okay, but now that GE's had mid control this whole time, the site is not safe for DFM. I don't know if they recognize this at all.
Wow, did you see that on the exit? He actually gets the dink onto main. That is not going to go too right here for DFM, but Global Esports might be biting off a bit more than they can chew, especially with Medusa already onto the B side, gets the catch onto Benkai.
Whoa.
Right in front is going to be Polvi, and it's a 1 versus 1. Anthem is low. Polvi's got the nade. If Anthem plants this, one timely paint shell is going to take him down if ever.
Oh no.
He even has the boom bot. Oh, does he know where he planted it? Yes, he does.
He does.
There it is. 3K for Polvi and the security of the pistol.
What a chaotic end there in the later couple seconds of that round. Medusa trying to just expand a bit too much space rather than grouping up, as he didn't have any idea where Polvi was. Jumps out a bit too far as he goes for that pistol upgrade.
That was... All right, let's just rewatch those replays first. They went too far into enemy territory in a way, especially through that Viper's wall.
Mouse luck.
Sure, I believe Polvi.
Polvi always seems to be in good spirits as well. He's one of those vibes guys that we have over here in Pacific, but right now they'll need everything they can to keep that lead. Got a judge for Blaze King. Good ante from Lightning, but he'll still play it safe.
Yeah. They're pretty aware that they can still explode through these smokes. And May can't really cross anymore if Russ and teammate just hold this angle for the moment. Are they aware? Okay, Trailblazer's going to make sure.
Now don't mind this at all.
May.
Ooh, gets stunned. All right, they don't want to chase though, right? You don't know how many more there are.
Yeah.
It's a safe bet from GE. So I love it, right? They're playing it safe. They say, okay, we just want to know, is it going to be a group? Is it a lurk? As long as we can push it out, time is on our side. You've got that judge in mid. You don't really have to worry too much about that one.
Yeah, Blaze King is coaxing them to fight for this one, making noise with the Ghost just for that false sense of read here for DFM. This could get ugly, especially now that they're coming in closer and closer, but that is 4 players. Big little flash. He is not blinded, but that is a quick refrag here for DFM as they pick up the judge.
All right, we'll see if that judge can do anything going in. It's still long range all the way into the site. It's 2 members in the back. Polvi shows himself. Benkai spotted now as well. They know that there's 2 members. Cyber Key just come through. It's a pinch in. Polvi holds on to 1.
Wow, they cannot find them.
Yeah, that's a spray down. Medusa will clean up too, though. He'll even get the plant, so it's not the worst round here for DFM on the eco. Drop a lot of weapons. We got to remember 5 buys here on the side of GE. Well, you'll keep the most important one. It's going to be that Phantom.
And the judge, apparently?
Nah, Lightning Fast just having fun.
I kind of wish.
No.
Yes.
I mean, they could buy another judge. You don't have to give up the 2050 Bulldog for it.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Oh my gosh, you're that guy, aren't you? You're playing in Rant, you're like, well, I like the judge more, so I will just pick up the judge.
Hey, it's a value weapon, especially
I
on
love
these
the judge.
close. Okay.
I love the judge,
Sure
yeah.
you do.
No, I do. I really do. Achilles hates me for it. I'm a judge user. Judge the Nodens all the way. Sign me up.
Okay, all right, I believe you now. Nice separation, though, from DFM on that last round, just saying, with the smokes and everything. If they hit some of their shots, that could have been something. You know, GE, great hold all together. Ooh, Blaze King. Yeah, that Blaze is doused out. Medusa escaping on B main. Now this gives information for DFM that GE stuck on that garage position. Lightning Fast, though, tries to reposition with his shrouded step to keep himself a little bit separated with the rest of the team. But DFM just overwhelmed as they take the site.
Yeah, Lightning Fast, I mean, he gets back into the site, masking us out. Ooh, nice shot through the smoke. Gets the tag eventually. Will pick up the kill, but the spike still finishes getting planted. May, good for 3. Now Benkai all alone. The paint shells will push him back. Has a rifle. 2 members low. But it's going to be the headshot coming in from Neth at long range. So we do see DFM trying to tighten the gap, catching up 7-8.
Yeah. This is just great for DFM. They knew that GE was just, again, going to have to respond to how they attack and the timing on that push on mid, as well as the pinch from Garage, not really leaving too much wiggle room for Lightning Fast and teammate to really deal that damage and kind of just, you know, anchor their position while the rest of GE was elsewhere on the map.
Yeah. See how GE responds, because Blaze King, his antics starting to get read a little bit in mid. GE basically playing the same default that DFM did for the majority of the first half, right? Just leaving the Viper out in mid alone. And DFM this time, they say we start to pressure the sides a little bit. You still got the lurk from Neth over on the A side. And trying to make sure to check, does GE get value out of this one way? They already are able to plant Medusa, and they say, okay. They don't. It's going to be the re-clear from Russ.
Yeah.
Oh, Medusa gets caught! Ooh. I don't know if he had, maybe he had an ability out, not sure what happened there, but gets caught by the Trailblazer.
Yeah, that's going to force the hand of DFM to start pushing in onto mid, and this isn't too good for them, especially now that they don't really have that pinch coming in from B main. Maybe the way is to go through somewhere on ropes, as they are doing that right now with the Seekers assisted, of course, because Neth is coming in through A main. With that pick onto Blaze King, that does make things a lot more easier here for DFM.
Yeah, this is a pure numbers play, right? Because you only saw 2 Seekers going, so you know it's a 2-2 split still, and it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Anthem still staying alive for his team. Benkai holding on to screens.
30 seconds left.
Cess a little bit pinched here in heaven. It's a high-stress situation for him. He's hiding right inside enemy territory.
Ooh, I like that. Flash to swing. If ever someone was there from GE, that's going to be a big pick. But Cess holding this with Neth is going to be huge. The problem is 2 players are coming in right now from screens, which leaves Anthem alone by himself. Lightning Fast going to have to hold the 2 players on heaven right now as the pinch comes in. That's good for it. Lightning Fast also as well. Now in a 1 versus 2. Time is not his friend. He's going to have to start working his way in. He's got the cloud to cover himself.
Oh, and there's
right
the cam.
Is the
Hello.
camera. Yeah, no chance he's able to get this. Maybe a bit of damage with a couple of kills, but that's about that. And DFM played that beautifully.
Yeah, good pinch in the post plant. I love it. I mean, planting Cess there and then Neth wrapping back around over to ramps. Anthem left all alone. All he has to do is play for time, and Neth will be there for the cover over from heaven. It's a good setup in the post plant. And Cess being wary of the potential late lurk from Lightning Fast as well. I mean, I think that really saves a round. If Cess had just peeked out and died immediately, Neth wouldn't have been able to cover for Anthem. So now we do have that showstopper from GE, but it's going to be an eco. It's not looking great. And DFM says, you know what? If you guys want a full send it, we'll meet you halfway. They press in. It's not a 5-man rush out from GE, so now DFM, as long as they just slowly check each corner, they should be safe. Staying alive.
That Stinger's not going to be enough at this point. Polvi has got a nade ready. Also has, as you mentioned, the showstopper with the double satchel, so he's saved as much utility as he possibly can, but the post-plant punish here for GE not going to work, as the spike was planted at the back of the site rather than on default. So it's them going to have to really just, again, brute force their way here if they wanted to do so. But look at the post-plant positionings right now for DFM. They're pretty spread apart.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I mean, at the very least, you saw Medusa. It's still going to be the showstopper, trying to send it all the way through. May's ready for it, right under. And that is the retake shutdown in an instant. Blaze King all alone. Oof. And this time, I mean, it wasn't even an ult-for-ult trade, right? So for GE, that's a complete value loss on that showstopper.
Yeah, now May has his, obviously, at this point. They really wanted to get that impact play from, or attention-seeking play from Polvi, right? So the rest of GE, as you saw, was trying to barrel their way outside of elbow. Unfortunately, DFM's just too good on that quick contact.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, again, a lot of these, you know, positions that they're holding outside of the enemy smokes, things like that. GE just wasn't quite ready for it. So now the op in the hands of Polvi, but we'll see if that ever gets any value, because like you mentioned, showstopper still in line for May if and when that execute comes. Early pressure by DFM onto the A side, but this is all a fake, right? Spike's still on the B side. You've got the showstopper there as well. From the shadows to just enter freely into the site. This is an absolute set right here from DFM, set up from the very beginning of that timer. And that's a free spike plan. Eventually, Polvi gets Neth, so sure, you take away one lurk But you're still worried about Anthem. Pit goes up as well in the site.
Yeah. Are they going to be aware that Anthem is still there?
Oh, no.
Okay, there you go. Northwest should give away his position, so might actually have to double up with the team, or just stay on mid and keep the attention of GE split apart.
So now it's just going to be a fast retake. They recognize that Anthem's away from the site. Diving in.
Oh, Sass goes in, uses the decay to his advantage, and he is going to big into this one. Sure, that's going to be the pick for Blaze King, but they stay too long into the pit. And now, there it is. Benkai's alone, 3 versus 1. Gonna have to play by himself. Medusa tries out for the jump peak swing. Oh, it should have worked because May's already there to maybe cut off that exit, but Benkai's so aware. Still though, round has been lost and DFM have an advantage of 2.
Yeah, I mean, DFM going for that hunt, absolutely right. You're just trying to take away as many weapons as you can, but it will just result in Benkai climbing back towards that Euro theft. But what a setup play here. You still have that toxic screen, so even if there was one person still anchoring on the site, you still got the numbers advantage. It's all well thought out, and that calls for the timeout from GE.
What's going to be the answer right now for GE, right? Now that, even though they do have that op threat from Polvi, you do see that the way that DFM have been approaching is not really to go for any of those dry contacts. It's always to smoke things out, keep GE guessing, and then they can somehow dictate the pace from just a little bit of utility that they see from GE, at least in those past couple of rounds.
I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record, but it's kind of similar to what DFM had to deal with in the first half, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're letting the attackers take control of B main even after you put up the one-way. You're letting them eventually take control of mid if they wanted to, and you're letting them at least take control all the way up to ramps. So you're not really able to push them away from any of these important parts of the map. And sure, now you had an op set up in that previous round, but you dropped it. Now you're not going to be able to continue on in this one. So it's just a judge over for Lightning Fast. But they got to gain some more ground control.
With the double controller, it should be possible, but GE, as you mentioned, just been playing a bit too default, maybe a bit too far back.
Yeah, they've been playing it very safe. And listen, if you want to hold on to mid and kind of let them approach the site, that's fine. But you need to hold on to, and the whole point of holding on to mid is so that you can rotate fast, right?
Yeah.
So at some point, the members we see on the A side right now have to eventually kind of station themselves back up to A heaven so that they can go for a fast rotate. I like this though. Pressure that Cypher nice and early. Make sure that the lurk can't start too much.
Fair enough. Still though, that could get re-encompassed here by DFM. They haven't pushed far enough that the trap has been broken or anything. That being said though, plenty of time for DFM to, again, keep them guessing. They put a lot of emphasis on this A main control right now. Trailblazer for Trailblazer, and of course their initial boom bot we saw from Polvi.
Okay, but this already lets GE know that there's 2 members on A. So they've already gotten the information they wanted. Is it a solo lurk or not? And now Polvi able to go for the jump peaks. Is in a position to go for the fast rotate as well. And during all of that, they've emptied mid. They said, you know what? We don't need to deal with that. If it is going to be a push through mid, we can always just back off from A site.
Yeah. Polvi did save his nade there too, so if they push through ropes, at least he had something to delay with. Lightning Fast as well, carrying in his hands the judge. So this could get messy as they go in his contact onto B main, and the perfect opportunity presents itself. Snake bite into the judge. It's a straight on kill as they come into the meat grinder of GE, and there's not enough time for DFM to really get anywhere in this round.
Just 10 seconds now dwindling down. It's going to be a weapon upgrade for Lightning Fast, and this looks like an absolutely flawless round from GE. As 3 members of DFM will have to just go for the save. I mean, the actions were taken a little bit too late. And I like this. I mean, GE, all they had to do, something that they can take away from that round is all they had to do was just peek out of A, right?
Yeah,
just a little bit, the slightest of pressure suddenly slows DFM down to a halt where they're not able to use their time efficiently.
That was what, the first time that GE also has done that, so maybe it took them by surprise?
I mean, a little bit, sure.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, question now is, right, coming into this round, if DFM realizes that, do they adjust accordingly? And then once they see that aggression from GE, are they going to challenge it immediately or what? Ooh, a 4-stack outside B main. That's coming into Benkai with all of the traps that he has, too.
You do have the showstopper. So curious to see if it's going to be any attempt at the pit. But the pit and mid, it's a tough one. It's a tough one unless you've got something like Seekers, Neural Theft, you know, anything to tag like a drone. Sure, you have the Trailblazer, but we'll see. Okay, Spy Cam just eating that flash.
Did it try to dodge it too?
Yeah, I think so. I think he instinctually just tried to go for the NT.
Yep. Right into
mean,
the palm of his hands.
The thing is unless you are already positioned to go all the way up the ramps, I mean, that peak, unless you get the kill, it's not really gaining you much value, so you gotta wonder. But now with the Cypher dead, they're trying to send the Trailblazer over to B, trying to make it like a fake, right? Oh, it's just a Cypher on A, we're pressured to go into B. But there's still 2 members on ramps over on A Heaven, and they are holding on for GE.
Russ, kind of afraid that they might have actually left ropes a bit too over, or under protecting, excuse me, even through the Viper's pit. Not going to happen this time, as you do see Cess making that bit of noise. Question is, Anthem, what's the play? Is he going to push through mid, risk the contact on the Viper's pit, or go around? Seems like it's going to be the latter as of the moment, because he needs to be assisting Cess at this point in, well, what looks like to be a 4 versus 1 before Anthem comes in onto A main. Oh my god, he is trapped.
Nowhere to go. What a good preemptive snake bite. And that's just an entire squad there waiting with open arms for Anthem. GE will be tying it up 10-10.
And okay, so seems like, again, there wasn't that incredibly aggressive posture that we saw from GE. Just, this is still forward, but not forward enough that you can't really escape if you're Polvi. Right? So they put a lot more emphasis on that. They have the trap set up for Benkai on mid. They have the Viper spit. So they really could just dictate where DFM is going to push based solely on how strong their kind of utility around the map was.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the pit helps a lot, like you mentioned. So we'll see how they work around that without that ultimate. But now the timeout from DFM. And this has to be where they're talking about everything we've discussed on the cast so far, right? How do you now, as the attackers, make sure you're denying that early information?
Yeah.
And I would love to see a bit more proactiveness from Neth, even if it means that you have someone else with you at the beginning, right? Just to set you up a little bit deeper onto ramps, things like that, rather than just waiting to see if G pushes out or not.
Yeah, and this is the problem that I think was the initial thing for Neth before, right? When they swapped him onto that Sentinel role, at the start, he was okay doing these things. He was actually gravitating a lot of impact by himself. The 1 versus 1 was going his way. But what happens when he starts to kind of lower in that performance of his, right? And it's kind of showing itself right now in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough position to be in. If you're going to play that Cypher, if you're going to go for that attacker lurk, you have to be so good with your shots. You have to read the map perfectly on your own in terms of timing.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
We'll see if that's changed here in this upcoming round 21. It's still going to be the one for... Okay, it's a far back cam this time. Just waiting to see if there's ever a push out. Curious to see.
Also, May has been holding on to his ultimate for like 3 rounds now.
Oh, it's
perfect.
I mean, damage. Yeah, what a counter read on this timeout from GE, right? You just say, okay, if they focus on the sides again, we just take mid for free. Now you've pressured him. So that's the call for Neth to start to creep forward. He has to get some value here, whether it's a trap wire, whether it's a cam, something. But for now, no territory gained.
Yeah, he's really trying to gravitate that attention, but G's just not biting into it. They know that Nef's been playing alone for, like, what, the past 5 rounds now? There's no need for them to reinforce that A site too much, especially with the cam holding onto Heaven, not really getting any contact whatsoever for GE.
Yeah, and during all of that, B main, DFM was pushed away by that Trailblazer as well. Cess has to give that up. So DFM basically playing blind into this round. And eventually, because they saw the shots coming out from Male, because they saw the Trailblazer coming out from B main, they're going to make the correct guess here that it's going to be a weaker site onto A, right? Just process of elimination. And so they'll be right on the numbers. But the traps aren't cleared, and because of the showstopper, it's a high trap.
Yeah, they're waiting for it, but look at this. DFM going the other direction. Blaze King, oh my god, he's just at the edge of the smoke. He does not spot him. How does he survive this? Blaze King could go big with this one. Actually gets back into cover, does get picked off by Cess. So that's 1 for 1 for the moment. That's going to be the plant for DFM. And also the lurk for Anthem, which could be a crucial pinch point right now
as GE try to retake the site. Yeah, Anthem and Cess have to go huge here, and GE's ready for it, but at some point, one of these members, okay, it looks like it might be Lightning Fast, who starts to pinch in. They have to start to help their teammates over by screens, and Cess is ready for it. That should be the call for Anthem to peek out. Cess still gets another. Anthem eventually goes down to Lightning Fast, but Cess drawing so much aggro allows Made to go for that peek, and Medusa will get the last kill, bringing DFM back into the lead.
That was so smart from DFM as well. Mentioned about process of elimination. They just also thought that, you know, tripwires are a lot more abundant on main, and we're probably gonna get a lot more percentage of refrag on Heaven if we just push as a unit together. If we have the showstopper there, that's gonna push them out. And it all just came crumbling down perfectly here for DFM.
Yeah, very well set up. I love the pinch in from Heaven. I mean, Blaze King, we thought he might do a little bit more damage, hiding right outside of his own smoke, but
yeah,
DFM's quick on the reaction. The good trade right back up.
TP across from Lightning Fast. Really making sure that one way is well thought of. The push out, and Manny somehow gets hit by the paranoia here, so he backs away smartly. That could have been the pinch that they were kind of hoping for, but again, lots of resources used by both sides.
Yeah, but GE, eventually, I think they're still okay with this, right? Obviously, you lose a paranoia, that hurts. But what you wanted with that was keeping control of B main. So the only way DFM feels comfortable coming back into B is going to be by using either the Trailblazer or the Seekers. And if they do use that, I think you can start to imagine it might be a B hit. It's going to be a clear over to Mail, but that's the from the Shadows, trying to draw them away from B main.
Ooh,
he sticks it.
He's getting the smoke around, but Blaze King finally finishes him off, so no flanks, no pinch whatsoever. Russ has no flashes alongside Lightning Fast, so it's all about this dry contact that we're seeing right about now. Anthem? But somehow Anthem is popping up. 5 bullets on Blaze King, gets spotted up. They're all super low. Polvi is gonna have to go big onto this one. My God, right underneath him is gonna be Nath, and there is the perfect double swing for DFM to just slingshot us into map point.
What in the world was that from Anthem? I mean, he jiggled Lightning Fast like 5 times before he finally goes for the kill. And he's just keeping him tied up, so his teammates just cover him all the way from Garage. And then he still stays alive, swivels all the way back out on that double swing. The paint shell's just about to land above his head as well. I mean, what a round from the IGL.
That is insane. That was just... That was nerve-wracking.
I mean, yeah, that's leading by example right there when push comes to shove, because read-wise, GE absolutely shut down the call from DFM.
Yeah. Now there's a big amount of pressure, obviously, for Global to string around these 2 rounds if they can. Blaze King could not get hit by this play that they're doing, because it's all about that top-mid contact. Polvi's already gone down, so that could open up that A-Heaven position. Gets swarmed in by DFM. Blaze King
wasn't spotted.
Still goes undetected, though.
Oh, but they're going to back away. So they don't like what they're seeing, right? The extra guiding light, something about this doesn't feel right. Trying to trap them into vents. So they will just regroup. At the end of the day, you know that you've softened up GE. Usually this is going to be that 2-2 split, since we do have mostly still buys coming out.
Yeah. They've basically poured everything that they have on this A side too. Benkai as well. There's a tripwire on Heaven though, so he's probably assuming that May might actually go for the double satchel from A main to A Heaven. Ooh, Trailblazer does not trigger the trap here, so there is an opportunity to really play off of this, but it doesn't matter as May again and again and again. If he doesn't get tripped, he's just going to be able to pick up all of these kills. It's all down to Lightning Fast, 5 versus 1, and he's been spotted, hit by the vulnerable. Man is just trapped.
Yeah, I mean, he'll go for 2, and that's the best he can do, as DFM will close it out on GE's pick a split, 13-10. I mean, an impressive showing. DFM, what impresses me the most is that they were actually able to regroup after the timeouts, right? They're able to assess what's been going wrong, and they start to bounce right back.
And there's a lot more intent from what we saw from DFM compared to any other game. Anyways, map 1 is done. We'll pass it on to the panel.
Well, it looks like DFM are taking that first map. We can see the crowd is very happy with that as well, giving like fist bumps over across the stage to their team. Not looking good for GE, but this map was very, very close.
It was close, it was competitive, but maybe not quite the result that they wanted because, you know, now they've lost their map pick. They're going up against DFM's map pick next. But the main thing is how both teams really played it. You know, the first start, you have DFM going off, and they were actually able to deal with a lot of Global Esports' plans. You know, you have May, who is still able to, you know, perform to this standard, as expected, as always. But then his teammates definitely stepped up too. I mean, Cess was coming in. Anthem had that incredible round up against Polvi as well. And it's just, this is the DFM that you want to see.
This is what they needed, right? They needed everybody to be online and to be playing together. It was very close still. I mean, we were tied at 6. I think we were tied at 5, tied at 8, tied at 9, 10. It was kind of crazy how back and forth it was. But just right at the end, I think DFM very nicely capping it off, you know, made some big shots and just some very close rounds that did go their way.
They got a little bit of that second wind in them, right? But you know, it does make me question now because I do remember that Spin mentioned GE was undergoing some sort of restructure, right? You did have kind of like they were passing on some leadership role over to Benkai, which they didn't in the past. Now it's a question of whether that restructure is enough. It looked good against, you know, other teams, for example. But right now, where it's such a high pressure match with such dire consequences, right? Is that restructure enough of a foundation for GE to build on?
I mean, that's the big question. I mean, really good point, Mika, because this is, at this point, you really need to think about like what's going on for Global Esports. They had the restructure. They looked a little bit better, maybe a bit of a loss against PRX, but that shouldn't matter too much. You're playing up against DFM now. You've studied their games before. You picked this map against them. So I must assume that you have some kind of a game plan, but when the first half looks that even, you know, you're keeping things really competitive, and both timeouts were called, but after that, all of a sudden, you're just not quite able to string rounds together. It just shows how much DFM poured into this game, how DFM were able to recover and adapt. And it all happens, you know, I do think that Global Esports definitely could have won, especially if you take a look at the stats right now. Lightning Fast had some incredible rounds, and again, you can still see how mechanically sound he is. But at some points, DFM just had better reads. DFM just had better adjustments. Even when Global Esports, especially on the defensive half, tried to play inside of smokes, trying to counter against DFM's executes at times, they weren't quite able to, you know, outplay them at the end of it. DFM had, you know, the showstopper. Anthem was always secure to kind of watch out for his teammates' backs, and the follow-up was always good once they got onto site. So Global Esports, just a little bit unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, I think like the players, of course, obviously are very, very skilled players. I mean, Polvi hit some amazing shots. We did see that. But there is some kind of a disconnect when you look at the bigger picture. When you look at the macro, it just seems like DFM, they're a little bit more compact there, especially when it comes to the mid-round calling, right? And that's really where we see, you know, suddenly it's like when DFM switch up the plan and GE have to adapt, they're not as quick on their feet, and that's when DFM can pick them off. And on a map like Split, you know, you can get really, really cheeky with the kind of angles and the kind of, you know, rotations that you can do. So I'm thinking here, Valdez, as of course we head into the second map here, GE, they're gonna have to dig really, really deep. Again, they need to win this series.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because a lot of the stuff we talked about in the pre-show, for some reason it does feel like it's slightly coming true, right? Like GE maybe once it's getting really close, down to the wire, crumbling a little bit under the pressure. DFM, everybody's looking loose, everybody's looking, you know, unaffected by the fact that it's a close match, just still having fun and just excellent stuff here in the final rounds. You can see like May has a really big one when they need it most. The Cypher play was also fantastic, and yeah, they just barely get across the line now. They move on to Lotus. I think GE took a risk with that split choice, and it did not pay off. And now I think DFM's in prime position. Maybe Achilleos was right.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
I know.
Oh no.
It is the worst outcome.
This is the darkest timeline for us where Achilles is right. But yes, heading over to Lotus now, I mean, you know, DFM for me, you know, DFM winning is probably one of the most wholesome things ever in VCT Pacific.
Yeah,
so
we
I would
cried.
say, and everybody got really emotional. However, this is so dire for GE. Again, they need this win, and we can't reiterate this enough, especially since this is the only chance they can take, you know, all of their standings and here on the regular season into their own hands. This is the only thing they can do.
Yeah, that's why they really have to do everything possible. And on a map pick that isn't there. So, you know, they might be prepared for it. They're definitely comfortable. Both teams run the same composition, at least in the past. But it's not a map that is often picked by Global Esports. They very much prefer Icebox over this. It makes you wonder if DFM has done the same thing. They have done enough preparation for this. So both teams feel sometimes evenly matched, and it always comes down to those adaptations. The mid-round calling, like you mentioned, Vika. The IGLs definitely need to step up and show us what they've got here, because if not, it's very possible for one team to come up with a big lead and then steal the entire momentum away that way.
Speaking of big leads, that actually brings us to our guess and game
God.
question. We do have this question over here. Who will have the higher KD in map 2? Is it going to be Polvi or is it going to be Made? This is kind of tricky because I think, like, you know, the numbers were kind of close. It could be, you know, very swingy. It's not necessarily who wins, but who gets the higher KD. So collect your little paddles over here, gentlemen. And we do have DFM and Global. And make a choice right here. So hard to do this with one hand. It's like, so hard to do this with one hand. Like, don't look at my answer.
This is a hard choice.
This is
I
really
feel.
tricky.
You know, Polvi might have a better map this time. You know, could swing back to GE. They might lose, but Polvi plays better. You know, maybe May had a great first map. Like, ooh, this is hard.
They pick up the right thing. All right.
But I made my
Okay, I'm actually worried about this one. All right, 3, 2, 1, reveal.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Bronze.
All right. Why are you taking the L already?
Because I'm seeing you guys, the DFM, I'm second guessing myself right now.
I just feel like the momentum is in May's favor right now. He has that confidence, so going into map 2, he's probably going to come out swinging. Will DFM close out the series? That's another question. But May, I think he's feeling good.
I think it's really close. Like, it's almost 50-50 in my mind. The viewers went pretty heavily to May. I think that makes sense just based on the performance, especially at the end of the last map. But, you know, just because that happened doesn't mean that it's definitely going to happen in the next map either.
I'm going to bank on the fact that this is Lotus. You got 3 sites, a lot more room to work with. Maybe Polvi goes on some solo missions of his own. He's always incredible, and he's always just really courageous. Doesn't care, isn't scared, dives in no matter what. And sometimes he's great for getting that space for his team. Maybe he gets the first deaths too, but
maybe
when it comes to KD overall, he might be able to prevail here.
Maybe, but as we head into Lotus, what could be our final map of the day, we're gonna see if GE is really able to dig deep here and bring up our Asian composition. It's looking like a mirror matchup here.
Yeah, exactly the same. And again, what it comes down to is that adaptation. You know, you got to count on the fact that Russ or even Benkai, you know, the restructuring that Global Esports has can come into play on a map like this. Otherwise, DFM, you know, Anthem's been doing this for a while, and he's able to work with the team. They've been showing that they've got these improvements. And I got to say, Cess was stepping up on Split. If he does the same thing right here on Lotus, you know, playing inside of smokes or just going in for some of these duels, having the confidence to do so alongside May, they actually might be able to turn this into a 2-0.
Definitely might happen. I mean, May and the team, they all look really loose. Everybody looks like there is not a lot of pressure on them. They're playing great. They just got a big map win. Maybe DFM just run away with this one.
Maybe. I mean, who knows at this point, especially since DFM, again, riding on that momentum from that first map, right? They're feeling good, everything. GE, they did mention that the mid-map, like after the maps, is where they really struggle with their mental. So we're going to see if they can pull it together for this one as we pass it on back to Asarai and to William.
Thank you very much. We return with map 2, what could be our last map of the night here in week 4. DFM starting on that defense on their map pick. GE has selected attack. Now, the last time GE played this against RQ, they made a lot of good positive adjustments that eventually led to a big win. against RQ. We'll see if they continue to improve upon that status.
Really goes to show as well, or they've also put a lot of emphasis on that rubble control, but that was when they can start on that defending side. So we'll see how this kind of unravels. Are they aware that, well, they might not be aware of this, as there is going to be this kind of four-man contact coming into play, but it's a trap against trap, right?
Yeah,
Proactive play to DFM and then GE.
Yeah, GE is absolutely ready for it, especially after that they hear that Prowler. And GE generally, something that I faulted them in the past was taking their attack a little bit too slow. They remedied that against RQ, but on the pistol, it doesn't hurt, right? You know that the defense is a little bit more pressured to make a move on a 3-site map like Lotus. So now they'll just regroup. It's a death ball going all the way around. I love the jump peek, but Medusa is still good for 2. Eventually, sure, they get traded out, but what a hold by Medusa.
Yeah, he hit the first one on the initial contact, and then everything followed up for the 2. Anthem, now, he's got to seize. Maybe he can somehow sneak his way in there just to get a catch onto Russ, but lightning fast, pretty cautious, pretty aware that that could be a possibility, so comes around the corner, but the nade throw from Polby might actually allow Anthem for a little bit more. Not gonna happen this time, and lightning fast picks up the 3K.
Keep your focus.
Yeah, just a quick move all the way through A site here for Global Esports. But look at this. I mean, the jump peek over towards Mound as well from Lightning Fast. So GE, they just made the call. They said DFM's push it out at least one way. We don't know where it is, but A, B, or C, all of them, we just got to wait. And as soon as they hear that Prowler, they're all ready for it. DFM didn't quite expect to see so many people with their crosshairs trained. Now it's going to be that Mound control from GE. They like to do this. They'll leave rubble just for the Viper to gauge information on.
Yep.
Go for that easy orb on Mound.
Very proactive, feeding those charges to Polby, as well as getting a rise out of DFM smokes for the moment. Now, the question is, with that Trailblazer, or excuse me, Prowler, getting a bit more of that contact. Second Prowler coming in, they actually won't hesitate anymore, pushes forward. Very good haunt coming right in, and the damage is actually working in the favor of DFM. They did not know where the scan came from, and the punish comes in swift.
Oh, that is brutal. Because that's all the weapons dropped. Blaze King, just a ghost. I mean, he was on the lurk because he didn't have a buy, but now he's just going to get taken down by a Bulldog. Free upgrades for DFM, and they take the momentum right back.
Yeah, right on. Rather unfortunate there for Global, who just was playing very safe in a way, you know, just pushing, not playing through the smokes here and there. And they got so pressured about the player on the platform that they forgot about Ben at the back of the site, where May was just prepared to pick up some nasty kills with that Sheriff.
Oh, well, now you just got to go on your back foot. It's just Sheriffs. Oh, considering the Stinger. Okay, Blaze King, since you didn't buy the previous round, at least a bit of a curveball. And not much you can do with a buy like this, so it's just a death ball towards B. They hear the util coming out on Rumble, so they know that there's a bit of a force on A. You even hear Baby Door broken, so that's a paranoia just to clear that out. But the Nano Swarms will keep them at bay.
It just perfectly encompasses the entryway to that B site. Exit strategy is to go the other direction, but Neth is here.
Yeah, you heard your Nano getting broken as well.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
Yeah.
That Poison Cloud going down at the most unfortunate time.
Still, though, they're fighting back. They're slamming back into this. May finally comes into play. We'll see how this kind of pans out. And those pixel angles, going to be difficult for him to get a couple of picks. So even though this is a full gun round for DFM, Global's making it expensive right now with the Sheriffs and the contacts that they've done throughout.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you got both members of G down to 50 health, but we've seen this before, the back-to-back thrifties. Does it happen again? Now, GE, they would love to be able to creep in, get a couple weapons, but DFM, they have literally no reason to empty the site, right? I mean, if it gets planted on A, you still have the better weaponry, you go for a 2v2 retake. So I love the setup from DFM. They just have to be patient.
That's the first one. Knows about the high. Did they get the low? Russ now spotted around the corner to drop down, and Russ is alone. Goes in for the swing. Could Russ! Russ! The Sheriff shots come in! He jumped out to swing, but it actually backfired. He's just too crispy.
Holy, I mean, Russ did everything there, right? I mean, he played the bait. May, I just cannot believe this.
Give it back to me, he said.
I mean, Povey even tries to go for the pickup, and Russ just says, nah, don't worry, I got this.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Nice and calm, leading by example, as he has been this entire stage. Give it up for the sharpshooter over on the side of Global Esports. Now they're right back with their own weapons.
Blaze King, well, following the example as he picks off May quite quickly and started the round. This obviously ruins the economy of DFM, so they're back to the drawing board while obviously GE's got their rifles.
Yeah, and GE will just play it a bit safer, take a little bit of mound control, and now you're ready to get that rubble control back. Still had the alarm button on the turret, so you know that there wasn't a push out. You got that early pick as well onto the A site. You still see no reaction. Decide that it's about time you deathball it all the way onto the A side.
Yeah, now they're just playing a lot more cautious, you know, bringing in all of their utility to just check mount, or excuse me, check rubble, get a bit closer. They have everything right now to scan and not get trapped like the past couple of rounds have been. Door has been open. That's playing. Oh no, that's the paranoia. He's spraying frantically through the nanoswarm. Actually works out in his favor, but Polvi is just too good on the push out onto Tree. That leaves only Medusa at the back of the site. Sure, it's going to be Seth around alongside him, but GE, they're backing away. Seth, oh, he opens up a whole can of worms, and that is not too good for his health. Medusa stuck onto the A site. Already going to push onto this. It's a 4v1, sure, but he's pocketed himself. Could go big if he plays his cards right now. Medusa, here's the reload. Russ trapped, but there's the quick little refrag from Blaze King, hand in hand, and GE, a more dominant performance here at the start of Lotus.
I love that GE is already trying to get into DFM's head as well, right? They delay the push out from Tree, they back out, and they make it look like, oh, we might be rotating out. We still got 30 seconds. So DFM, I mean, it baits Cess into peeking out of that smoke, falls right into that trap. Oof. And GE, they're starting to stay one step ahead of DFM. See what the adjustment is here from the side of DFM. Japanese squad trying to get one more on the board here in stage one. Just trying to get one more championship point, set themselves up for better success in stage two.
This is the perfect round for that. Lockdown almost available, showstopper almost available. Basically everything right now falling into the hands of DFM. GE obviously aware, that's why we're putting a lot of emphasis on that rubble control as well as Tree here. Just push them as far back as they can.
And they have that Nightfall as well, right? This looks like GE trying to force them into thinking, hey, we're just gonna send our ults. Are you ready for it? You've even got the showstopper if needed. It's only gonna get one tag, it looks like. So the showstopper to keep them at bay. They recognize that this might just be them hiding, and it's a double kill, a 2-for-2 trade. But Benkai will continue to follow up all the way from rubble. What an execute onto the site from GE as Lightning Fast cleans up one more.
Yeah, like the pocket there from Medusa, unfortunately. Yeah, the follow-up play is just a bit too overwhelming for GE. Cess, oh, not spotted by the Prowler, so he's gonna creep his way ever so slightly onto that A site. Knows it's already there, but you can't see the GE playing that safe game, checking every corner just in case. And of course, El Clasico, just the jump spot outside of Tree. Seth's trying to create his own pockets of avenue just to maybe get a bit of contact alongside him. But the question is, does he go for hero or back away and save the weapon for that next round? He does have a bit of utility.
Yeah, you gotta save. I mean, you're already starting to give up the lead quite a bit. Sure, it's Lotus, but you always want to have one thing extra in your back pocket in the upcoming round. And on that Omen, obviously the ult orb's not as crucial to try to sneak in. So Cess, sure, he'll hold the line for an exit frag or two, but G will also play it safe, avoiding the last known location of Cess.
Yeah. All right.
So off of that, I mean, DFM, sure, this time it's the ults, but that allows GE to control, to help change the tempo round to round, right?
Yeah,
so this keeps DFM on their toes. So DFM has to decide again, if we're going to push out of rubble, we need to hold on to it. If not, GE usually tries to clear mound first. You got to go for a trap play over on mound. Maybe something with the revolving door, you know, over by B. Obviously, it's a weaker round. It wouldn't be a terrible round to do that.
That's where it gets a bit interesting, right? Because if you look at where GE have been specifically throwing their mollies, it's specifically so that any player from Rubble, or excuse me, not Rubble, but Tree, does not get any support whatsoever. You saw that Medusa wanted to position himself right there in that corner outside of stairs, but he couldn't because of the Nano Swarm, so he had to pocket himself around the arch, and so on and so forth. And this just kind of puts DFM in positions where they're one off. They just have to hope that one player can hold off the 4-5 players pushing from GE.
And now it's just going to be a double stack over on A, but
challenge.
Medusa, yeah, can't make it out. And now when the Nano Swarms continue to be popped, you suspect that it's still going to be the Killjoy somewhere around Tree. The alarm bot was spotted earlier as well. But during all of this, now that you've pushed them through, you're trying to clear out other parts of the map. Lightning Fast goes for a trade. He just has to hold on to this area, and they can go for the long wrap around over to C. You know that there's now going to be backup arriving onto the B site. I mean, GE is just playing this map to perfection, making DFM run for it every round.
Yeah, that door was closing in. May was opportunistic, optimistic if he could. Oh my gosh, he's using the elevation maybe to get a rile out of GE here, but plan on the spike. They're going to be safe for the moment. Blaze King pockets himself onto the corner right now. May comes in for the swing, unaware, and actually, did he actually brought out the showstopper? I'm unsure. In any case, Adam and Neth are the only two players in this 4 versus 2. Comes in into the snake bite, and it's just the mouth, the belly of the beast, as Global Esports pick up another.
Yeah, I mean, May suspected the corner as well. He swings for it. I don't think he uses ult. Yeah, just brought his weapon back up, but drops instantly before anything can show up back in his palms. Russ with some nice kills again, lightning fast. Both of them getting right back into their best form of the stage, trying to make sure GE stays alive in this best of 3. If they win, they're still in contention, I believe, for playoffs. So that's something that Global Esports would like more than anything this stage 1.
Yeah. Imagine how far this new comp has gone in May. This is a staple for DFM, but GE are pretty aware of it. Sure, there's going to be, what, the 3 tag with the Haunt, but no follow-up whatsoever. Cess overdid it as May was trying to escape through the counterplay of Global there. Sure, they get the mount control back, but at the cost of Cess.
Yeah, a bit of a mismatch there. I mean, it looks like DFM just wanted to hold off. They wanted to bait out some extra utility away from them. May decided not to send the showstopper because you don't see an early catch onto that C's. But Cess, I mean, his Shrouded Step gets seen right away, and now May stuck right by Mount. He'll only get 1. Anthem getting chased all the way back to the site. See if Medusa makes the large rotation all the way through. I mean, DFM, they don't really have much of a choice. You have to group up at this point. Neth even gets a kill. That's a big one.
That's also an ultimate from Lightning Fast, maybe to assist Blaze King, or at least not to lose too much of that control on Rubble when Blaze King lost his life. In any case, are they aware that this was the play for G? Probably not, because they didn't see it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was intended or not from Lightning Fast, but it works out, right? Because Blaze King dies, and then you hear the Omen ultimate. But now GE might be overcooking it a bit. They think they've shown their hand a bit too much, and here comes the lockdown. Only 20 seconds.
Oh, they wanted to fight for that. They want to break the lockdown if possible. It is going to be doable for Lightning Fast, 15 seconds, and he actually might have time for this. Yeah, he's going to be able to plant the spike 1 versus 1.
Yeah, but he's been tagged.
Scott, the play. Lightning Fast.
Lightning Fast! The read! Wow, the bait out from Lightning Fast, the lone remaining member for last year's GE squad, continues to earn his medals on the starting lineup. What a play. Holy.
7 seconds on the clock, Will, and he risked it for the contact and just did not plant the spike. With 33 HP.
33 HP. Oh, that feels good. That's a feel-good 1v1 clutch. And now a timeout from DFM. And this, quite frankly, I mean, it might kind of work out for G as well, right? Cool things off a little bit after such a hectic round.
Yeah.
You had a bit of overcooking perhaps on your side as well. But DFM, something that they'll have to address is, I mean, again, you're getting kind of forced to run laps around this map without much value. Try to go for that set play outside of C. It's a bit of a mismatch in tempo. Curious to see what the coaching staff will tell the crew.
And they're gonna put more bodies maybe to help out May in those, you know, tempo plays as you were mentioning, right? It was just what, him and Cess, and then one followed up afterwards.
Yeah,
Are they gonna put
Anthem far back as well? Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it wasn't quite in sync. But the real question is let's say even if you were able to push out, basically you have to have a plan afterwards of how you're going to hold on to it. Now it's going to be onto Rubble, and I like this a lot better. You know, GE is always going to go for that mound control. You know they like to try to come back into Rubble to try to take it early, but they're not able to combat that early haunt, so they're forced away.
Look at this as well. Is Polvi just gonna, oh, that timing though. Medusa could have actually gone for the punish, but he was preparing that snake bite as you saw. Now Polvi's got control around Baby Door here. The push out could be possible, but he's just making sure that Lightning Fast is safe on that plant. There it is, used quickly and surely, delivering the payload by May. This is at least a good entry contact for DFM, but the thing is, that's a Viper Spit in their face plus the lockdown.
Yeah, and this is that showstopper being used early. That's the sign to go for that
Russ.
lockdown. Russ gets a nice pick over on Rubble as well, so now you have to be wary of that flank. Cess has to go big on this revolving door. He has to draw so much attention. He sees one, the haunt spots him, but he can't get it. He finally finds a timing, peeks around the door. Now you know that the Viper is still tied up over by B main. Russ still good for one, and he lands him two through the pit, the collat. And not enough time. Russ does it again.
Wow.
7-1 lead for GE.
And this is GE, a team that I felt like before couldn't really do too much B-side plays, but that was a sick execute that we saw, taking into account, again, the retake utility that was available for DFM. As you saw, they were okay with losing Polvi because they baited out that showstopper, and as long as Blaze King was active with his Viper Spit for the longest time, obviously that's going to be such a bigger problem for DFM to, you know, overtake in that retake.
Yeah, I mean, such just snap decisions coming out from GE. Really getting the read on to DFM, and now the confidence is there. Blaze King swings out past the screen. I mean, GE just has absolute control of the tempo right now. Right? They understand that the only way DFM has a way out for this coming round is if it's, again, trying to just fight the haunt, because that's what forced him back last time. Blaze King reads it, gets the early pick.
He is low, but it's not going to be a big problem right now for GE. They just made a huge stack outside of Rubble once again, maybe trying to take a rile out of DFM. They've also kind of baited, not baited, but at least taken out one of the smokes for Cess for the meantime. Oh, they're also bringing in the KJ while Russ makes noise outside of C. Just maybe a bit of a fake here. But DFM's not biting it.
So, well, you know that at least one person is there somewhere, right? Even if the haunt doesn't tag him, because he responded to the noise by bringing up the poison cloud.
Yeah.
So now you're just trying to figure out, okay, where is the stack? Try to make it look like it's a C to B. See if there's a reaction out of A. Immediately there is. Even the paranoia, and they say, all right, it's back to B. It's going to be the weakest spot on the map. You still had some control over Rubble, still had control over Mound. It's a good post-plant position here from GE. Now, they did give away Rubble, so it's two members from DFM. This is going to be the big one for Benkai.
He's put a Nanoswarm there, so unless they get him through the wall bangs with the Sheriff, it's probably going to be quite difficult, especially with Polvi actually helping him out. C's comes in. The jump out from Cess, all right. I am unsure why that was a play. In any case, Medusa and Neth gonna have to come in through both of the links, top B as well, and that's going to be a quick little shutdown. And GE, well, balls in their pocket, balls in their court, and it just keeps rolling on and on.
I mean, in all honesty, I am just thrilled to see that GE is using their time so much more efficiently, right? From 2 weeks ago now to this, where they're able to rotate 2, 3, 4 times around this map. I mean, sure, part of it is that DFM looking a little bit lost on their rotations and reactions as well, but props to GE where it's due. It's a good evolution of their Lotus. Now the Nightfall is back. Last time it was up, it was a hard A push. And DFM, if they want to stop it, they have to take away this haunt. Anthem breaks it through the screen. Oh, but just a spam through the toxic screen as well. I mean, everything's going GE's way.
Yeah, it is. You can see that, well, Anthem also had to break down through Baby Door and just escape. Lots of pings there from GE, as you saw. May Does he want to touch this hot potato? It actually gets tagged there by the ultimate. Anthem now trying to re-creep in through the entryway, maybe to get a catch off, a rotation off. Polvi now just coming around the corner, and he already knew that that position, that play was his. Nade thrown onto ground, or onto drop. May's not there, thankfully enough. He will at least have some coverage on Heaven. Unfortunately, Polvi's right underneath, just taking out the rug from underneath him, and Sass and Anthem so far from the situation. Sure, they're near around the site, but there's still like 4 players of GE here.
Well, it's just Anthem now, and Polvi, yeah, looks away after the worst timing, but still a 1v3. This would be huge if Anthem can pull it off, but already Lightning Fast on the lurk as well. Wants to deny the escape, the save. GE, they want to make this snowball into an avalanche as they lead 9-1 against DFM.
Yeah. At some point, right, there are these kind of games where just everything that you try to do, even the timings, just feel off. And DFM, they're trying to, you know, kind of get away from that rut. But GE's contact's just insane, even through the smokes.
Yeah, I do wish that, I mean, now I think it's a little too late, but I do wish that DFM did this a couple rounds earlier. I was about to say, just hard commit to rubble, right?
Yeah.
Go past the haunt, throw your paint shells, just take that spot. That alone would have changed GE's tempo, but now the showstopper to just plug up that baby door.
Yeah. Turns into the murder hole at this point with that showstopper, right? Getting the pick in. That tried to be tricky. Spike's been planted on B, but look at the separation here from GE. Couple of players on top, one holding the flank. Even actually going around, it's going to be lightning fast. Blazeking's going to get caught by May, so maybe this is a step in the right direction. He's already gotten for 2. That's going to be huge. 2 versus 2 as of the moment. Spike not planted down. Gonna have to be a straight peek from Rush, and wins the duel against Sass. Perfect, as May was scanning onto B main. Now knows that Lightning Fast is on Link. The quick double swing, he's not even on the spike. Cannot get through the cross that was the 2 players of GE, and that's going to be a 10-1 DFM. Not getting these rounds, Will.
It's a rough one. And again, just to go back to it, not to harp on their decision, at least it seems like they felt the pressure now in that previous round 11, but if they had gone for the hard commit onto Rubble, even if they don't win the round, that would force GE to slow down, right? They would have to wait, you know, an extra 5 to 10 seconds to see if Yuto flies out and then regain control of Rubble. Small things like that start to work the timer in your favor, and it's a shame to see DFM just play scared. Away from the time, away from the early util.
Looks like they're going to do it again.
Okay, they will push out. The Paranoia committed as well.
There's a scatter somewhere for Lightning Fast, and he heard the aggressive plays coming out of Rebel, and now it's a guessing game for DFM. This splits them apart, so GE can start going a lot more free on their forward push, as you can see the players on Mound.
And they can go into C because they know it was an early push out onto A. That's where Lightning Fast is holding them hostage. If they rotate through spawn, which he hears right now, at least one's going through spawn, he can chase that. The rest are probably out in main, so you just have to hold on to that site on C. Everyone already inside. Lightning Fast now beginning the hunt from far behind.
Yeah, another question is, right, was that a ruse from Lightning Fast, or was that a true from the shadows from him? That's going to be a check onto Mound so that the rest of the players can come right in.
DFM have no idea.
As well as May.
They have no idea.
Oh, this is big from Lightning Fast, and he cleans up house. Medusa's alone. Paranoia to seal the fate. That's going to be 11-1. What an answer from GE. What a play as well.
I mean, literally everything goes perfectly as possible in these past couple rounds. I mean, from the shadows onto in between A and B, outside of A, Heaven, we don't see that every day. But then he commits to it because of that early util, like you said. They understand that it's a push out from DFM, and they say, okay, we'll just tie him up here, right? Minimum 2, if not 3 people tied up on A site now because of the util that they spotted. And that's just an easy read. And DFM will have to make some of the craziest runs if they want to try to close this out. Now, the good news for DFM is that they took map 1, right? So it's not the end of the day if they lose this Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I like this. GE fighting and DFM win. Gotta love the support for all teams in Pacific. Unless I'm not reading
that
it.
away. You gotta commit, all right? No
I
flipping
already
and flopping.
I already put my predictions in. I'm just saying it's great.
No, it is good to
that
see.
we got the support on every, every possible angle. Anyways, moving forward into this one, we saw a lot of lack of rubble control from DFM on their defending side. Are they going to put a lot more emphasis now that they're on attacking, or maybe Mound? It's been what we've seen from GE. Are they going to try to take a page out of that one, or have their own set of plays on those kind of big power points here on Lotus?
Yeah, and they'll have to make sure it's absolute value here on the pistol round. We've got double sheriffs on for Medusa and Neth, so Medusa only going to have the toxic screen to work with.
What is available here for GE? Plenty, actually. Polvi is going to be sitting on a boombot as well, just to help clear things up, just in case. So they wait on spawn first, maybe thinking that GE is going to do the same thing that DFM did on their pistol.
They hear the Prowler too. You know, DFM just thinking like, oh boy, we get to do the same thing. It's
not going to
quite
happen.
happening.
Oh, Neth. All right. Yeah, that hand cannon's going to very much hurt lightning fast. Tried to pick up the ghost in hand, but it's fortunately not going to happen this time. Has been tagged. That's a great start here for DFM in terms of tempo.
Yeah, they'll be able to upgrade into the Ghost, and they took rubble control during all of this, right? Because they put pressure on to see it's a pistol round. You expect the over-rotation, and Medusa will not miss a beat. Rubble now in their favor. You still got over 50 seconds, and that's still watching Mound. So worst case, you've got a backup plan on the side of DFM as they start to creep in towards the Killjoy setup on A.
Ooh. I mean, if they can deal with Benkai instantaneously, then that Killjoy setup is null and void. Any case, he uses it right here and now. There comes the rotation, and they're actually going to go for that B side where Lightning Fast is kind of hunkered down in. Hold on, it backfires as the paranoia was good for the swing. Still, though, HP damage is better for DFM, as you can see. Benkai and Lightning Fast are pretty low. Benkai now coming around, whiffs the shot, tries to go for the burst, not going to happen, and Medusa with the Sheriff. Ooh boy, that hand cannon is deadly in his hands. Dust settles, 3 versus 2. Still not the end. Neth coming in for the big little flanks, and this might be it. Lightning Fast now alone, trying to at least put himself in a position where he can isolate a couple of fights, has a smoke, so maybe if he can deal with Cess right now, that could be a possibility, but they've kind of doubled up here, William. It's just him alone.
I guess go into the smoke, see if he can at least pick up a kill or two more.
Oh, they know. Ah, there it is. 3K for Neth. DFM answer back.
Yeah, it's going to be a long journey, but they start in the right direction for DFM. A second one on the board. Now, if they can avoid the Thrifty, we'll see how big the snowball gets. But a good pick from Neth from the get-go. And at the end of the day, it's actually Neth on that long lurk all the way from C that helps secure the round as well.
This is perfect. That slow creep up and the off-angle, I don't know, holds here from GE. Split up, or ripped apart by DFM. Now the question lies, are we going to have Thrifty for Thrifty again?
I mean, for DFM's sake, I hope not, right? Win or lose the game. That would be devastating, but it's going to be a heavy buy for DFM as well. You've got 4 rifles, 2 Guardians, with a slow creep out, and then it's going to be the Haunt all the way back, but DFM's ready for it. The Haunt takes a little bit too long to land, and GE, they will get shut down. This looks like it's on the way to a flawless for DFM.
Yeah. Polvi's just a bit too far away to maybe even follow up at all, and even in that case, like, he's already thrown out his nade early on Rubble. And he's alone at this point, so he's probably just going to be waiting.
Oh, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Maximum screen time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the last one alive. You know that the observer's rule is to focus on the last one alive. That GE capsule, and May just says, what are you doing, my friend? Look at this DFM spray.
Buy the DFM bundle, buy the Global Esports bundle.
I love it.
Yeah.
You love to see it. You just accept your fate.
All right, let's look at that round once again. Talked about it. They just wanted to go for that quick little contact. They probably expected someone to be a lot closer than, what they were, but DFM's hanging back, just waiting, knowing again that those Thrifty rounds can be pretty deadly here on Lotus.
Absolutely. And now because of the heavy buy from DFM, it's not a bad bonus. Just one stinger, but it's 4 rifles, two of those Guardians. Now presence already on B main. They've already given up mountain control. Nev has to be able to take some rubble control before they hard commit onto this B site.
Lightning Fast really pushing them back at this point. That smoke, not really the one way that they're kind of hoping for, but Polvi still wanting to get control. Question is, are they prepared? Because they've already burned the Paranoia for that B main. So now, if they get pushed here on Mound, this might not go the way that they're kind of hoping for.
Yeah, this could be tough, especially with the attacker's Poison Orb. But it's going to be the extra support coming in from Russ, right? Through that revolving door. That's going to push DFM back a little bit. Medusa gets spotted by it. Not sure if intentional, but it almost feels like it is, just to make them think that we still have someone here. You're still going to have to make sure that you don't over-rotate. But GE, they read right through it. It's the Viper. It's only one. You don't take out the Haunt. That's got to be a rotate.
Yeah, 40 seconds too, and they haven't really done deal with any of the utilities that Benkai still has in this position. Look at how close Lightning Fast and teammates have been playing at the entryway of Tree. Are they going to back away? They have to at this point. 25 seconds, and they're coming into the grinder. That one-way smoke is helping them out. Come closer and closer into the site. Russ goes in, opens up for Blaze King, and they are out in the open. This is a full brawl for DFM, and they have to hold on, which they are doing so perfectly.
Medusa good on the lurk as well with the stinger, and now Polvi spotted. Looks like DFM might start their marathon run here as they're looking for a 4th round win. Polvi, 600 credits left, trying to go for the first kill against 3. Misses the first shot. Doesn't have many options. It's got to be the wraparound from Neth, but he's even playing it safer just in case. They don't want to drop a weapon. Anthem will pick up the kill, get another one on the board towards his nightfall.
Wow. DFM had to hold their ground there. They had very little room for error, as you saw. They just had to go in. Cess even gets the pickup with the Guardian alongside Anthem. Taps have been crispy, and that really held its own, especially when they needed to, again, plant that spike.
Huge round. There you go. Get the energy up. That's what DFM needs. And meanwhile, GE, before things get out of control, they will call for this early timeout in the second half. Yeah. Still having that 7-round lead.
So far. Okay, I thought there was something Polvi was going to do.
But he's just going to take a nap.
Yeah.
He just says, Spin's not talking to me. I can take a nap. No, I'm sure that's not what's happening. Just rest in his eyes.
I mean, that's what you call a power nap, right?
Hey, you need it.
Yeah,
you gotta have the skilled power naps.
Yeah. Get your reflexes back into 100%. But moving back, right, into how this kind of has been playing out, you can see, again, DFM starting to dictate the pace of the game. The response from GE has been quick, but because of that as well, they're burning through their crucial utilities in like the first 30 seconds of the round, which is not really beneficial for GE in the long run, which it has been kind of happening, especially when DFM have been running these rounds to like 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so I think a big part of this is that GE didn't expect DFM to go for these extra rotates, right? DFM, one of the reasons their attacks have always been a little weak is it's fairly simple, it's fairly one-dimensional, and it doesn't fish for too much info. Polvi with a nice hide, but just a Sheriff in hand. This is going to be an eco round for GE. Do they check for this? They're not spamming it.
What?
What in the world? This was really just a hide Polvi, and they have no idea. He's missing the shots. He gets only one.
All right.
Oh, man, if he had anything other than a Sheriff, this would have been a very different round. But it's still a 1v2.
Lightning Fast has been known to make some stellar plays with their Sheriff, so see how that kind of unravels, right? I mean, he still has full utility, by the way, so he, wow. He can get through things right about now. Using the shot at step to make them second guess again. 4 bullets into the chamber. Coming around the corner is Ant.
Spray from Blaze King it's really just a timing spray to make sure that Polvi's hit it very well, but just lands it dead on.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, if there's like a bajillion players pushing and you just ping it on the center of Mound, you're bound to hit somebody, but getting kill first also is pretty awesome to see. Anyways, moving forward, Lightning Fast down to 45 as he tries to open the door, pop a couple of shots. If he gets chased down right now, Cess should win that battle. And GE's been kind of struggling, keeping hold of these positions. Neth
not get decapitated.
Oh my, yeah. With the op in hand as well, so that would have been devastating for DFM. But he does get pushed out. Now, the forward alarm bot returns here for Benkai, and with that out there, that is something that DFM is not ready for. Again, if they play slow, that alarm bot will ruin every plan. So they're going to start to go. It looks like the pings are there trying to clear out C main. If they can clear this alarm bot before the 40-second mark, they'll have one more shot. But if they wait past it, well, they think their other util is clearing everything. I mean, G's still going to react to this just because of the amount of util, but they realize, hey, wait, alarm bot still not triggered. Something's a little off. They're still hanging back to make sure they can rotate back to A. This alarm bot is everything right now. The Nightfall doesn't mean a thing because the alarm bot only barely now activates. Povi's here on the backup. You hear the nanoswarms coming in. Lightning fast, not able to hold on to tree.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate for him, even though he did put up a smoke. Oh, and then some. Hold on, though. Like you mentioned, Polvi could go big. Nuclear even. 3 kills into the 4th with a showstopper. Where's Anthem? Pick me up my ace if I can. As they just get isolated, separated, destroyed even. No ace for Polvi, but that puts us into map point. What a hero play.
What shots from Polvi, and then the immediate call to just go for the showstopper. Even if you die, you're buying time for the rest of backup to arrive. Huge round for the duelist on GE. But overall, a good setup and a good read as well for GE, right? What a jokester. I mean, that forward alarm bot, man, against teams that play slow, it is absolutely devastating if you don't clear that early.
Tells you everything you need to know. Medusa brings out the Odin on attack. I am curious to see how this kind of fares out. Usually you'd see it on Rubble, right, with the wall bangs through, well, obviously the wall, but this time he plays it on Mound.
You're just waiting to see if there's a jump peak, try to trace it back through the corner. Now, DFM, they'll correctly identify, hey, we got to check if the alarm bot's out far forward again, so they'll clear it out nice and early this time. Start to push some pressure. It's a good reaction from that Prowler as well. Because Mountain got taken, is it going to be a C to B pinch or a B to C rotate? They spot no one on B main, GE. Good to continue to hold their default right now. They still have control of Rubble as well.
Yeah, so everything gives them that information that, again, DFM is just so far back at this point. 40 seconds. DFM is really pushing it.
For DFM,
oh,
okay.
No follow-up.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get broken. Now DFM, because they get the spot on to B, they think, okay, we've spent enough time trying to pressure the other side. We're going to try to barrel through C. But the thing is they never actually cleared Rubble. So GE, the backup's already here.
May, he gets a little bit too far. That's not going around bend and actually pushes into Waterfall, and it actually backfires. Now Anthem and Neth, gets hit by the Paranoia. This is just going very, very bad to worse for DFM as GE finally close off map number 2, 13-5.
Yeah, just an absolute masterclass in the first half, and it took a little while in the second, but they regrouped. A little bit of a switch up on the Killjoy setups, and that's all GE needed to close this out. And DFM, the attacking side, the slow attacks continue to play them, but here on Lotus, even on the defense, they just couldn't find their place on this 3-site map.
Now with that, we are going into a map number 3, but before that, we're going to be passing it on to the panel.
Look at the smiles on GE's faces. You know they deserve it, especially with a score like that. They're feeling good. They know that they were able to get their momentum back, and I think this is huge for GE.
That was awesome. I mean, just do this with me, guys. Like, close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes. It's round 7. You're attacking. All your teammates are down. There's 7 seconds left on the clock, and it's a one-on-one. You can't plant the spike. You swing, and then you get the kill. That's exactly what happened. Lightning Fast did that. The whole team was doing incredible stuff in the entire first half. And it was an 11-1. 11-1. DFM managed to come back a little bit, but Will was right. You know, all it took was a little bit of a timeout from the coaches, and they swapped out their Killjoy defenses. And DFM, you know, struggled a little. Polvi had an incredible round. Thank you, Polvi. And And that was how Global Esports came back on this map. A map that wasn't their own pick. What?
Yeah, I don't know why that happens exactly. I mean, Global picked split in the DFM. DFM won that. It was closer than this, obviously, but then Global come out on Lotus. They're like, yeah, we've banned it a couple times. We don't really care. We're going to look amazing on this. They hit their flow state, you know, and I think DFM kind of couldn't figure it out. A lot of the aggressions onto the sites, a lot of the plans, a lot of the post plans, very clean. You see 9 out of 9. Same for DFM, actually, just not as many, obviously. Russ, absolutely fantastic map. Lightning fast as well. Just both insane KDs over 2 and really just essentially doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But everybody had their moments in this map. Even Polvi with that 4K with the showstopper
the round that
to destroy
everything for us.
Destroy our hopes. Mika.
Yep.
Very sad.
It was very close. It was very close. But before we talk about that duelist showdown, which has very dire consequences on our little rank board, first, you know, I want to say, like, you know, for GE, this I feel like they are more confident going into map number 3 because Spin mentioned, you know, before how, you know, the in-between regroups that they have in between each map is the most crucial for them. That's where they struggle the most. And the fact that they're able to make a comeback on map 2 despite, you know, narrowly losing map 1, I feel like then they fix one of their weakest points, which is getting their, you know, mental back into the game for this. Map 3 should be smooth sailing for them.
Yeah, without a doubt, the fact that they could come back in this fashion, you know, whatever it was happening in the first map, clean slate, forget about it. You come into this one, and they started off, you know, a little bit just steady. They didn't push out too much on the attack. DFM pushed out against them. They got a couple of kills. Russ was insane with the Sheriff. And the whole team just kept up that momentum throughout the rest of the first half. That gives you so much more confidence to take on those fights. They were constantly switching things up. Kills were lining up for them. They had a lot of good game plans. I mean, there were even rounds where, you know, it's not through any fault of DFM. They actually tried so hard in a lot of these plays. You know, they had the right ideas, double swinging, double peeking against Global Esports. May even had a round where he dived straight into B site just to try to start the retake. He got a lot of kills off of it, but there was that Viper's Pit. There was that lockdown. And it was just too much for DFM to really break through. So, I mean, hats off to Global Esports. They start things out right on this map.
And I feel like, you know, the comeback for DFM, once they started, you know, getting into the groove of things, it was just way too late. There was just less room for errors. And unfortunately for DFM, you know, just one bad round meant that, you know, GE was at map point already. And, you know, for DFM, again, I feel like, you know, this is a winnable series for them, but it's just that at this point when it's like, you know, just the morale is just so down, it's going to be very, very difficult. As Legia mentioned, you know, earlier in our coach's interview, that extra pressure on stage is like, you know, that external factor that not a lot of people take into consideration that affects all players that step on that stage. So I feel like, you know, for DFM, we did see May kind of like, you know, he seemed a little down. He seemed to shrink a little bit in his seat, Valdez.
He did, unfortunately for us.
I wanted to ban him.
I'm still thinking about this. No, but I mean, yeah, it was rough. I mean, DFM kind of had this experience last week as well. I think it was against Bleed, right?
Yeah.
Map 3, where it was just like, something just happened and they just lost so many rounds in a row. So I don't know what gets into their heads as a team, but certainly we saw a little bit of that today. I think it was also, though, big shout out to GE because, like, especially Russ, like, that entire highlight reel was basically just Russ crazy shots, like the double Sheriff hit, the spray through the pit, like, so many of the moments were basically just Russ dominated, so insane.
But of course, we can't avoid that one special highlight that changed everything in our Guess and Gain game, which was that round that Polvi suddenly got a 4K, and suddenly, you know, instead of it being, you know, kind of close between May and Polvi just took the lead. So that means that Quack, you get to rank up over here. Meanwhile, the viewers, myself, and Valdez, we will rank down. It's not that bad. I mean, Valdez, come on, you can
taken the lead.
But you can still afford to do, you know, do this just a little bit. You know, and viewers, come on down with me. We're going back to Globe. We have no progress whatsoever today. We just took a little peek into Platinum and then we're back at Gold. And Quack, you join us now too. Look at that.
Thank you.
We're a happy little group over there.
Back.
Yeah. me say hello over here to our trio over here on bronze. Just waving hi over there. But yes, I do think that this is quite a healthy mix, I would say. Quite a healthy spread.
Sure.
Yeah. 3, 3, and 3.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of in a group, you know. Some groups are higher than others.
Yeah, we get it. We get it, brothers. I mean, like, you know, I don't know. I'm okay here. I had a goal to kind of like see what was after iron. Like, I wanted to see life after iron.
That's good.
But in any case, right now we are going to get into map number 3, which I believe will be Ascent. So what are we expecting here as we get into this quack, especially since, you know, for both of these teams, again, besides that map, it's that 50-50 map.
It's a little bit of a 50-50, maybe not so much now. I mean, the thing is, Global Esports has that confidence. They are kind of in that flow state. Maybe it cooled off a little bit during the break and whatnot, but you got to think about DFM's setup as well. DFM runs a very interesting composition. T1's old composition on this map. So it's that Viper, it's that Raze, made always on that Raze. Can Global Esports bring that same performance from Lotus onto this map? I mean, it might be a bit of an adjustment for Polvi to go back to the Jett, and then at the same time, I think Russ has looked really good on this map before, but Global Esports has struggled on Ascent in the past when they were, you know, facing against like the Titans of VCT Pacific and whatnot.
Yeah, anybody would. Anybody would struggle against that.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting when we watched the map ban pick between the coaches. We had like the 3 DFM guys over there, and there was a lot of discussion about, do we play Breeze or do we play Ascent? And they were like handing the phone back and forth, and I wonder if they were like looking at, you know, GE stats on it. What are we thinking about this? And eventually it gets to Ascent, so I think having that last pick for the map ban pick can be very valuable, and hopefully that does favor DFM, just so we get kind of a closer bout, kind of like Split for that first map.
Yeah, but again, this is, of course, do or die for GE, right? And going into our agent select for Ascent right now, it's going to be very interesting. As you mentioned, Quack, DFM does have a bit of a unconventional composition as we head into Ascent, right? May, of course, just, you know, really just playing on that signature Raze and never moving out of it. So it's gonna be a battle of, like, you know, who can actually, like, if they're going into the comfort picks, how comfortable are they going to be as Global Esports actually pushes them now that the momentum is in their favor?
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, you have the comfort picks. It works out. You've practiced. You've rehearsed this. Can you bring that practice to perform on stage? You know, it comes down to those emotions as well. Who's going to want the win even more? I mean, Global Esports, their Ascent was like way back in week 1. DFM just played Ascent last week, so you never quite know. The coaches might have stuff prepared as well. And it just comes down to it. Who's going to be able to perform today? I mean, Lightning Fast showed that confidence. Polvi, I mean, Rush showed that confidence. Blaze King has been on top of things all day. Can DFM match that? Are they able to come back from that loss?
And I think, like, for the side of DFM as well, you know, there were so many small mistakes, like unchecked corners, for example, that really, like, you know, got them, you know, all of that deficit into that second map. We're gonna see if that's the case heading into Ascent. Over to you guys, Azariah and William.
Thank you very much, panel. We are now on to our last map of the night, GE versus DFM. It comes down to Ascent, the decider. Both of them floating this one. You know, obviously Ascent a fairly comfort map for a lot of teams, but in GE, like the just mentioned, they've had a couple tough matchups so far this year. While DFM, this is where they made a lot of people fans of the new DFM when they took down T1.
It was either this or Breeze, and honestly, I'm perfect either way, right? I wanted to see maybe a Mayoru, but moving aside, we're still going to see him on the Raze, see how this kind of explodes into play. As the pistol round starts, very aggressive here from DFM. Quickly going for that flash play onto A main. No one's home for the moment, but these blades actually spot each other, so they know something's up on short.
Yeah, and DFM will, of course, be starting on that attack, which is where they used to struggle a lot. And a big part of that is they only have that KO as their initiator, right? Not too much to gather a lot of info. Medusa, risking the second peek, but with the jump, he's able to keep his life. Just a bit of a tag through the wall.
Ooh, that's both flashes used by Anthem now. They heard that as well. That's going to be a very big sign right now for GE that there's not really too much contact util that DFM can use as the pistol round continues.
The Boombot only going all the way in towards Generator. So that's a lot of util used by DFM just to try to keep them tied up. But GE, they should be wise to this. Povey already trying to clear. If it's going to be a rotate through mid, you still hold on to Market. You've got the Killjoy set up. And Povey's just waiting. He knows that this rotate's happening.
There it is. He's trying to cut off that rotation. Actually gets tagged himself, but he's damaged Mei in the process. Now that smoke actually separates them a little bit in. Benkai waiting at the back of the site. About to get that contact he would want to. There it is. They're going to trap down no man's land, trying to push through everything right now, and it's pure chaos. And look at that. Dust settles. Benkai picks up the 3K. DFM just did not know where to really set their foothold on that B site.
Yeah, I mean, trying to fake out with a solo initiator while the other side's not ready, it's rough, especially on the pistol when you obviously don't have as much firepower or other util to work off of.
Yeah.
But all the props on the side of GE, I mean, perfect counter recon here on the entry. That spots out the Viper. Benkai's ready for it. Sure, it took a little bit, but he wins out the trade, stays alive. And that's all the time they needed to buy for the backup to arrive. So now DFM just going with all classics. Meanwhile, Outlaw in the hands of Povey. Holding on to mid once again. Now, Neth, the cam in mid now. See if there's a push out.
You can hear the spike being, or excuse me, not spike, but ult orb being picked up right now. Povey has an idea. This is a slow move again from DFM. Now that they've seen a bunch of KO util on A main, just backing away. But the thing is, they weren't successful when they tried to go for this A push. Povey, a bit out in no man's land here, has to back away. So maybe that opens up something to push onto B main. Again, still, Benkai's util is there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the classics, it's going to be tough no matter what. It does look like DFM, they want to wait to see if Povey peeks out again, right? They suspect that it's going to be a clear, but this time with the Outlaw, he's not going to risk it too early with the better weaponry. They're just looking to hold Blaze King, only a Sheriff in hand. Benkai's got a Bulldog, so they got to protect this weapon. Benkai?
He's getting tagged. It doesn't really need to be fearful anymore with 2K. That's going to be pretty good for Benkai. And he's been gobbling up all these kills, man. 3K already. Halfway there to the lockdown. An ace for Ben. Well, Big Ben not going to get it this time. That's lightning fast for the last kill, the kill secure.
Yeah, I mean, it would have taken a little while for Benkai to go all the way around, but 4 kills in that last round, 3 before that. Only 2 points away from his lockdown on the defensive side. This makes things a lot easier for GE already going into this round and the next, where he'll surely have it in the next round.
Oof.
Now just going for the double tap to make sure he'll actually get a buy one, get one free on that one.
30 seconds left.
And it's a good hold. I mean, obviously it helps that he's got another member with him, right? So that they can hold on to that together on that side with Blaze King. Now the one-way comes out. Oh, he swings right around it. Lightning fast, quick on that anti.
Yeah, they still have control of this one. DFM don't actually want to go for that aggressive push anymore. Blaze King, he's waiting around the corner with the judge. Medusa.
That's...
no escape, no surrender, no mercy. All of these flanks, man, all of these lurks just kind of backfire against DFM.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and then the Outlaw as well. I mean, this is a brutal round.
Yeah.
This is with your buys. You're trying to go for contact clears because you have the better weaponry. You're trying to hang around the far part of the wall, even on that B main push. And you get content on the turret. You think you're safe to back out. The judge is just right around the corner. I mean, this is GE just having perfect reads. They get the spot. It's only 1 kill over for Anthem. And this is starting to feel a little repetitive from that Lotus first half as well. The snowball continues.
Yeah. And this time, there's no more set defaults that's really going to, I feel like, save them compared to Lotus, or Thrifty rounds. I feel like that will save them from Lotus, especially with how, I guess, quick the contacts have been from GE here. How they kind of just, again, get that quick little contact, back away into safety, and then there's no real trades that DFM can, you know, really pick up.
Yeah, I mean, of course, also DFM being on the attack now as well, right? I mean, they're the ones who has to take the initiative, so with the Sheriffs, it's going to be a little tough, but
yeah,
they'll have a go at it here in round 4. Now, what I would love to see past this eco round from DFM is if you're not able to gain better control of A main right now, you know, change up the toxic screen default a little bit, right? Try to just cut up the map a bit more so you can use the screen to start to gain more space. Because at the end of the day, with only one initiator in that KO, you have to use your smokes to start to creep up bit by bit, start to pressure things like mid, as they will do right now by cutting off both parts of mid, the flash drive forward. And that's already a step forward now. They've taken down the alarm bot. Even if they don't win this round, that's value gain for the future. It's something that they can remember.
Yeah. Now they're slowly creeping up here. They're so careful in all of everything, right? They're scanning as much as they possibly can, using the blade. And they're backing away. They're really selling this kind of push on mid. The rotation could come through on short, but there still is Lightning Fast and Russ holding the position right now. Lightning Fast has been jumping, spotting to see if Medusa's going to go for that aggressive push. Snakebite to maybe corral him around the corner, but he's an Omen. He can shut and step out of coverage. He's going to be safe. Polvi now spots it, holds on to Heaven. That's going to be the raid boss for you. And Anthem comes in for another fight. Is it going to be possible? But even if he can get the pickup, there's still two players holding on to that A site. It's all down to Cess, and Benkai spots him for the finale.
Yeah, Polvi just nice and calm all the way far back. Uses that distance to his advantage. Good sidestepping as well. 6-0 for Polvi, 9-0 for Benkai. Glow-up games for both of them as they now lead 4-0. No need for extra buys either. I mean, they've been able to snowball with these weapons, with these rifles. Polvi going straight from the Outlaw to the Vandal, and he'll just be keeping that. We'll see if the op ever comes online or if he's just going to be sticking with the rifle all through and through. I mean, if you're not dying, no real need for it.
Yeah.
And there's the timeout from DFM. I would love to see this toxic screen change up, because right now it's not gaining you much value, right? You're not creeping into a short or anything like that. Or at the very least, creep into a short at least once, right? Creep into tree, gain a little bit of that, push them back further, because until you get right up next to that site, the KO util isn't going to mean much.
Yeah, and that's perfect too, because we've seen GE give up so much control except for Polvi that has been pushing short like 5 times in a row now where he's alone by himself. So that's perfect. Like if they can at least somehow manage to, you know, push short or top mid as well as through tiles, they could maybe get the catch onto Polvi here, who kind of tends to over push on short sometimes and doesn't, you know, kind of pre-prep his tailwind.
So this time it looks like it might be a setup over onto tiles. Not quite a crunch, but it does look like the Sova is going to send over support on the side of GE all the way towards B. Let's see if Polvi can go for a peek out.
Oh, noise played.
Yeah, there's the push out, and there's the spot with the recon. It's perfect. The recon goes deep. I mean, DFM, they thought they were ready for a push out, but not like this.
That's Neth done as well, so Polvi can just haphazardly push his way onto mid without any repercussion of those tripwires. That being said, though, DFM realizes this, and they do not waste any time to start pushing into that A side. That spike should get planted right here and now. But of course, don't forget, Benkai is still alive. He's got that lockdown to push against Scythem. So DFM taking that more aggressive, proactive stance, wants to fight before that happens, and it works in their favor for their first round in.
Yeah, while they won't get the spike plant money, I love the proactiveness there to say we got to push out, right? We don't have control of tree, and our lurk right now, it's been picked off. We got to take care of Polvi. It's a good call from DFM. And despite GE having a good read after the timeout, I love the setup over on B main. They use the showstopper to be able to break through.
Placing swamp grenade.
That saves them somehow, but this time it incurs the purchases for Global. You can see Operator on Polvi, and Blaze King's back on his Odin.
Yeah, that off angle we've been seeing more and more as well, trying to just get an off timing, go for the collats. Not going to find the kill just yet. It's an early blast back in. May doesn't quite catch sight of Blaze King just yet. Over on steps, and Blaze King's just waiting patiently for an early kill.
Oh, and he backs away to second position on triple. Naz finally catches him, so that's going to follow up with the neural theft. A full secure onto the B site as the first ping comes out, and this is good for them. Polvi has blades for that quick contact, so not going to rely on the operator for the moment.
Now they're flanking around. This could be bad if they can't hold on to B main. Again, the lockdown is going to be quite deadly from Benkai. They go in for the aggressive push, and Benkai picks up the 3. 2, excuse me. Maybe a 3rd. Anthem holding on. Neth, not spotted. Neth, one-on-one. Gets it. Trigger discipline from the Sentinel.
Like you said, just hold on that peak. Knows he doesn't have the kill yet. Knows he hasn't been spotted. A great hold and an absolutely precious save for DFM as they get another much-needed round win here in round 6. I mean, Death opens up the site as well this time. Honestly, Benkai with that double. He delivers onto Polvi, going for that aggro play with the updraft. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Neth who holds on to it. And now another op still purchased. A lot of creds were banked up by GE. Polvi has to back away. That toxic screen now doing its job.
Oh, early from Anthem here. Very proactive. Play! Russ! What are these double kills from GE? They just line up. The timing perfect. Now we do see the DFM somehow manages to pick their way through A main, but there's no more. Never mind, I take that back. Medusa has a double pinch coming in from short. Does get the pick off, so GE not comfortable just yet coming in through that site. They do have the numbers advantage, but they do respect that there is that aggression that could come through on short.
Yeah, but you have that lockdown, and they purposely put it up on Heaven because there's no fragment left. So you know that this can't be destroyed. Everyone has to back out of the site. There's no other way. The lockdown completely safe. He's going to go for the half early. He's heading right behind Generator as well. It's not a good angle, and the Odin just to hold them at bay. It's, gets taken down.
1v2, it's been halved. Medusa on A main. One coming in around the corner. No smokes for Blaze King because he's a Sova, obviously. Now coming in, the flash is going to be perfect, and Medusa comes in for the swing. The safety, the savior. Split second kill to stop that defuse from pushing out from GE.
GE gets a little lax. They just think that the Odin and the spam will save them long enough, but the snake bite, I believe, lands. Puts the decay on 2, maybe 3 of them. And it's just an absolute spray down from DFM. These are some incredible round wins, getting away by the skin of their teeth here from DFM. But a win is a win.
Yeah.
And that now gets rid of the option for an operator. The Odin still comes back, but GE starting to run a little bit dry on their creds.
Look at this, Polvi wanting to go for his shenanigans, but there's 3 players now encroaching into his territory. So close, as you can see right now. May's so aware of it, and that cleans up onto A short. You're wanting them to see how they're going to be able to approach this. Now they do, and that's already a 4 versus 5 very quickly.
Yeah, now during all of that, you set up the early cam, the early cyber cage, destroys the alarm bot. Now you know someone has to be watching mid. So at best, it's a 1-1-2 split with only 4 members left from GE. Oh, he even gets the tag onto Blazing. That's huge. I mean, that's all the confirmation you need. You have the numbers advantage.
There's a nade on May. If he's aware on Wine, if he throws this right now, this is going to be bad for Lightning Pass, but he actually goes onto the site. They're not going to know about this. He's got the perfect timing right now, and he catches it. Spike as well in hand. Paranoia as well. Cess cannot back away from this one. Sees the Shrouded Step, but he does get tagged by the Hunter's Fury. So this is he going to ulti for the... No, okay, he picked up the Spike. He's going to be fine for now.
Yeah, he sneaks that away, but right now, Lightning Fast, he's got his ulti. So he's just going to regroup, but Neth, now he has to be concerned. Is it coming further from the flank or not? The Paranoia will buy some time.
Oh, wanted to go for the push out if he can. Shock Dart could actually get
the spray!
Oh my goodness, this is all up into the hands of Blaze King. Slowly coming around the corner, and Blaze King! Neth, you get 2. I get 2 myself.
This is the ascent of doubles, Asarai.
Oh.
It's just double kills every round that turn the tide. What in the world? What's crazy is this isn't the craziest game of Ascent we've seen, but I still can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I mean, these are some very, very good, just sneaky plays on both sides, and great double kills on both sides as well.
Very true. Did Neth spot them before the smoke came out?
I believe he spotted both right before the smoke blooms, but still, to be able to have that spray control from that range.
Absolutely. And this gives a little bit of fighting chance for GE in terms of that economy, because if they didn't win that one, it would have been just in tatters, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And meanwhile, for DFM, sure, they've been winning rounds, but it's always been with these clutches, so they still don't have a full buy.
Oh, he close.
Ovi. Oh, he hides behind it. He gets the perfect read on the screen.
Oh, gets traded by Cess, sure, but BlazKing's already there to once again lay waste to everybody pushing from DFM. That's a spike already dropped as well. Neth and teammate now trying to at least go the other direction. I think he spotted Russ as well. Russ very aware of his positioning, very deadly. He gave it up. And now it's all down to Medusa, not spotted by the drone. And he's got a lot of work before he can even pick up that spike.
Yeah, 1v4. He knows the location of Russ, but that's about all he gets. Knows the Silva was in mid because of the drone.
Oh.
Catches that. Sneak bite. Should land. Yeah, Russ. Okay.
30 seconds. He's got some time.
Suddenly, this is doable. V2, 9 HP. Oh, Benkai, clean with the shot. Shuts down the dream.
Yeah. That was kind of, you know, risky from Lightning Fast, but I guess he just wanted to make sure where he was.
Yeah, I think just having faith, right, that you still have the extra member, you just kind of become the drone.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you don't get headshotted right away. But Polvi, I mean, he always intended to hide behind that screen, it looks like, but his perfect timing away from the flash as well just tucks in.
What's even interesting is he didn't make a sound. It looked like he should have, right?
I mean, it looked like he was going to panic, but he just barely sneaks in.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, bunch of ultimates right now available for DFM. Not the ones that they might want to for pushing.
Oh, you cannot stick around when that recon lands there. I think Neth was expecting it to be a crunch, right? And that's the trouble with that recon, is you don't know if it's a tiles crunch or not. So he wants to try to shut down the jet, but the jet never comes. It's just a spray of bullets.
Can't get away from the Wrath of Odin. Lightning Fast got himself a pretty position here, and the secondary fallback for BlazKing. Now that they hear the Odin, they're like, we're not going to screw with this one. Even if he pushed through the smoke, just a couple of, you know, suppressing fire from the LMG, it's going to just be a bad day for the rest of the DFM players.
Yeah, so now it's up to Medusa to try to gain some space in main, but G's ready for it. Got two members even, Polvi. He'll be the first contact, but at the very least, that'll be the hard sell that there's nobody left on B main. They still have the numbers advantage, 5-4. You've still got that alarm bot in mid. GE, no reason to move an inch. They've got every entrance into the sites covered.
If they start making noise right about now, Russ' only response is going to be a flash drive coming into this one. There's the play coming in from Anthem. No way he can escape this one. And it hits onto Lightning Fast. That's going to be huge. Still, Heaven has not been detained, has not been defeated. May making as best of an impact as he can to just force him back out. That's going to be the plan onto the spike. BlazKing. He's popping shots, and May somehow manages to escape as he drops down back into the site where Medusa now has prepped up that Viper spin.
Oh, this pit. Sure, it makes it really difficult to get into the drop, but if they somehow just lands outside. Medusa finds one right outside of the pit, so they know he was generator. But yeah, you have to go across, but Medusa just goes for the spray after he hears the updraft. And now Polvi, not much of an option.
Oh, he hears the drop down too. Right on the edge of the smoke, and there it is. Polvi very much lost in the sauce, so couldn't really do anything.
What a sight open by May. I mean, just dives right in. That showstopper barely lands right at the corner, gets that kill. But that snap right up onto Russ, that's the crucial one, because otherwise that Odin would have been free to continue spraying onto the site.
Absolutely.
Oh, he saw his feed. Wow.
Yeah. That's,
Okay, so the timeout comes out, and I don't mind it because now at 4 rounds, if DFM can get one more round, they're pretty comfy on their defensive defaults. Sure, everyone has the tape on it now, but it's still a pretty difficult one to break through.
Yeah. Global Esports still have been somewhat challenged on mid for the most part, right? Even though we have seen DFM tend to lose it, they haven't been willing to just give it up. So they want those options, as you were mentioning at the start of this game. They realize that. They've been very adamant at forcing those fights. And it's been working, honestly. If they can get the kill onto Russ, who's been so much holding on to short rather than Polvi, this is huge because Russ has been a big factor with those flash plays on the retake as well.
Yeah, and also I think, you know, the early ops, after they banked up the entire bankroll, and you drop both ops in a row, that really hurt GE, because now Polvi can't just hold from market or for short, A short, something like that.
Yeah.
So it's kind of forced Russ to be in that position so Polvi can be a bit more mobile. But now it's just going to be a Hero Vandal or Polvi.
Okay. Smoke drop right in front of him, too. So he... Oh.
Yeah, this was another attempt at the same setup here, but DFM this time pretty wise to it.
Yeah. Medusa, does he push through the smoke here, though? He's actually at the corner, but his own smoke actually doesn't allow Polvi to stay far at that entryway of B main. So he just decides to back away, especially with that Hero Vandal. They gotta make sure that they can use this one resource best way possible.
Shock Dart just to buy a little bit more time on A and GE. They will start to group up, right? This is the first sign of contact that they've gotten. You plant Benkai right behind that toxic screen. And then the immediate spread back out from GE. I mean, they're trying to maximize their chances of making the right call here.
Oh. Now they know where Polvi is. He's actually doubled up with Russ for the most part.
Yeah, they spot the Vandal, too. That's the big one. Surely they check it this time, yeah.
Of course they will. That wall's still up. He cannot dash through that just yet. Risk from Polvi actually pays off somehow. The flash through from Russ. Not gonna get that benefit that he was kind of hoping for. And now Polvi tries to back away. That does allow DFM to at least get their bearings onto the B side and hold that mid control as long as possibly can. But Polvi re-encompasses with the rest of DFM, or excuse me, with GE, so they can start picking up weapons here and play this 3 versus 3 retake.
You have the Hunter Sphere as well if it's need be, but Polvi obviously quite low. Cess trying to set up for the smoke, allows Polvi to get into the Cloudburst. He actually gets a third kill. Medusa and Anthem will trade back. It's all down to Polvi. The spray's coming through. He's trying to isolate the 1v1s, and Anthem will get the shot as soon as he sees the target. And DFM chase up to 5.
One more round to go. That was huge from them as well. Finally making sure, right, to just check that corner just in case.
Yeah, I mean, Polvi does everything he can, tries to get ahead of that Neuro Theft when he jumps onto Arch. He did everything correctly, but at the end of the day, the firepower not on their side, and DFM having better control of the map. So now the last round. Op finally returns for Polvi. That'll allow him to be the one stationed over by Tree. Meanwhile, everyone else holding their standard positions. Odin going away at it on B.
It's a very early camp too on top mid. I think Neth actually took it back. So Polvi can't break that. But look at Polvi. He's actually already pushing up onto top mid right now. Could get that quick little contact against Medusa.
But he doesn't check
He does
the
not.
right.
Oh, wow. Hunter's Fury, though, comes out from Blaze King, and this opens up an opportunity for us to play. Dust settles, 3 versus 2. 1 at the site. It's only going to be Benkai. Now Blaze King comes into play. Ultimate used, and that's going to still be on Jenny here. Benkai comes in for the perfect timing swing, and it almost went to the direction of GE, but DFM, 2 players still at A main, and that's going to be the equalizer.
I mean, even the From the Shadows, all of it, well played by DFM, trying to make sure that GE can never fully stabilize in that 2v3 so that they can get into the site safe and sound. A good bounce back from DFM after losing 4-0. I mean, giving up that bonus round win over to GE as well. And now they go on to their comfort zone on the defense. The way they use that Cypher and Viper, it's always been very well done. Some sneaky spy cams over from Neth as well. Oh, and this fan, they're going to their mandatory military service on June 17th. So they just hope that DFM wins before they have to go serve.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
it's a very tight-knit one. Obviously, as we can see, 6-6.
See if DFM can deliver that wish here. It'd be a big one.
Yeah. I will say, though, from that last round that we saw, and the look from Benkai.
Yeah.
Anyway.
What do you want from me?
Yeah. Well, anyways, as I was mentioning, Medusa's been pretty good at kind of playing off of the information that he gets from his teammate and GE, right? Neth picks up the camera to bait in Polvi, and then he was just waiting for someone to go aggressive, and he read Polvi in that situation as to why he didn't really hit his teammates, or hit up with his teammates on A main.
Yeah, I mean, the lurks have been much more successful from Medusa. I think very well controlled. Like you said, working off of hard info rather than assumptions like he has in the past. It's been going very well for DFM. So for now, the setup is going to be the Viper over on B. Cypher setup on A. That toxic screen just to delay B and also allow for that mid control.
Oh, but they're not really actually going for that hard struggle on A main, right? Might as well just go for that mid control. Sure, there's going to be a wall there, but once you bypass it, there's literally nothing. It's all about that dry contact that we're going to be seeing here from May. Still holding on to that paint shell, so that's going to be very important coming in to the follow-up of this round.
Okay, so they snuck in all the way, but yeah, they haven't really been set up for anything else, as a lot of time has passed as well, so I wasn't sure if they'd commit to it. They actually pressure back on mid. So they're continuing to just try to make sure that DFM has to play further and further back. Make sure that they cannot work off of the util setups that they already have on the defaults.
Yeah.
Anthem with a nice peek, spots 3.
Ooh. One little wall bang there, and he's done. Any case, here they come. Anthem still has full util, so if he can throw right now his nade somewhere, maybe on steps or something, this is going to be perfect for them. There it is, just to get that bit of a delay. Smokes as well, separate a lot of information for both teams. Line of sight, including Medusa still holding on to the smoke, and he's got a Sheriff in hand. Goes for the reload. Do they hear this? He's coming in hand-in-hand with Cess as Blaze King holds on to the entryway of Market. No eye set there, but with the jump up, actually does not get hit, and they get traded in perfectly. 4 versus 3. Polvi coming in from the swing.
Oh, the jump in,
smoke.
the reload!
Oh!
One.
May still gets it. 2 versus 2. Numbers dwindling down, lightning fast. Somewhere on B main. Polvi readdressing around the corner. Now, I don't think he saw Polvi coming around as well, so he's gonna just think that he's gonna be the back of the site. He's gonna waste so much time thinking, where is my challenger? There it is, one coming in, and Polvi picks up the 3K. What a play.
Oh, Polvi with the early wraparound. You love to see it. Always keeping that extra option here for GE. That's a solid pistol pickup. And already you can see that GE, they're being pretty cautious of DFM's potential setups, right? You know that these default setups from DFM can really mess you up with the Cypher and the Viper. So they're constantly just trying to force him slowly back out away from the site to make sure you have the numbers advantage.
Nice color. That's a sigh of relief there from Polvi, feeling the pressure, especially with Neth just being the last player standing. See how good he's been. Oh, Cess wanting to hold. Is he gonna peek? Oh, they're gonna go for a flash play. They back away. They're safe.
Yeah, very fast reaction out from GE. Meanwhile, out in mid, Blaze King just going for some spam, it seems, through that toxic screen. Gets a big pick onto Medusa. So now mid entirely cleared up. We do see that Neth already set up that cam that he often uses over on B that helps look into market. And that's one that'll always be a thorn. That's something that GE has to keep in mind in future rounds, that they have to clear out early. Otherwise, even if there's no alarm bot, a lot of your pressure starts to get red.
Fair enough, but this time, not going to be the case, especially with all the players of DFM hopefully stacking onto that A site. Now they're not going to even touch this site at all. Probably just play that exit. Are we going to see something that, maybe divided and somebody from GE just stays on the site, waits for everybody to try to, die to the explosion and just try to pick up those ult orb charges?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I say give over the Stinger over to Russ, try to go in, get some kills, or everyone push out together.
Oh.
Because if you can get that null command early, that would be nice, but now time dwindling, so only lightning fast looking for a couple of those. And they will just eventually all make their exit.
Oh, are they going to be pushing? Oh, there it is.
Wow.
All right, still one.
Yeah, Russ still gets one. That's all he wanted. Just one extra ult point.
Human brains are hard to replace.
Now
all right.
Yeah, now that being said, right, what's the follow-up here for DFM? Because they haven't had too much success, I think, with, you've been talking about how Nets util has been pretty important, but it's just been the camera giving that information. No threats just yet that we've kind of seen play perfectly with the tripwires.
Yeah, so I was wondering if they actually just go for a trip in mid, right, for this buy round, because you have the better weaponry, trying to just play further back.
Yeah.
But they're still going to go for the trap setups over on by the sites. Cess all alone on A, though, just a trapwire to protect Tree. So that's mostly for me to get the exit. At a certain point, I expect Neth to rotate over if you see no contact, right? Just leave the Odin alone. You've still got the cam. You've still got the cyber cages over by B. Medusa going to get an early kill. He doesn't know that. Benkai's already through. Now he does. He's trapped. Ooh. Oh, he'll actually save himself out of that. The pop flash, and he still gets away. The backstep.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect from Medusa. You're trapped in here. I'm trapped in here with you? No, you're trapped in here with me. This is my...
Oh.
My domain. Okay.
What a dink.
You love to see it.
That stinger. Can't underestimate it. But for now, it's just going to be weapon upgrades over by mid, by GE. See what damage more they can do. But DFM, they still got sights on it. You've still got that cam over by B as well by Switch. So all in all, pretty safe. It's really up to May and Cess. Cess is pretty low, so this is not going to be the easiest of holds. Paranoia early, May already outside of it.
Oof. Medusa just holding on to heaven there. Needed to go for the pinch. Cannot find Cess for a couple of more seconds. Now May in a 1v1 against Blaze King.
Ooh.
Shock dart is perfect!
May.
And he can at least make this expensive as he tries to plant down that spike. Are they going to try to just drop in on his face? He's got a weapon here, so... Oh, they doubled up. Blaze King cannot.
Oof.
The white string from Anthem just messes up with his aim, and that's going to be a round for DFM.
But like you said, a decently costly one, right? I mean, you drop 3 weapons. Thankfully, you'll still be able to save up the Odin. But armor taken away from Anthem as well. So GE doing what they can. We'll see how they string it together. Now, that will delay things like the operator in the future rounds. So it should have a bit of a snowball effect.
And these holds for Medusa. He just, no assist whatsoever from the rest of DFM. Full confidence on his plays. This is what you want to see from someone that, again, was struggling with those lurk duties that he has when he was still, again, playing as that Sentinel, right? Now that he's on controller, he's got a lot more options to, especially on a Viper, a lot more options to be aggressive by himself.
Yeah, for sure. You want to have that confidence to be able to win out your duels. And so now, this time, it's a different setup over by A site. It's a double up with the Toxic Screen and the Cypher. And DFM does this a lot. They switch things up. They've pushed out B main purposely because of it, right? They want to shift their weight all the way towards the A side.
Ooh, tripwire.
Yeah, that'll buy enough time. GE panicking, wondering why there's no response from it just yet.
Well, they're hiding on hell. Oh, the flash! No! Did it actually hit his own teammate?
No.
That is not good, but Anthem still here holding on with the Odin. Finally gets the pick off.
Enemy remaining.
Out in the open. That is going to be an easy pick for May. As you saw, Lightning Fast just TP'd, tried to step right in front of his face. Now it's going to be Benkai. Spike already lost. And Anthem, there's the blade, there's the spot. Now he knows.
Yeah, that 0 point, perfectly timely, and the high-low setup. May will actually get the kill. So both May and Anthem very close to their own ultimates in the upcoming rounds.
This is perfect for DFM. Everything that GE are throwing right at them, specifically on that short play, just, again, not working too well. Oof. What a catch.
Yeah, just great awareness and focus to make sure he tracks all the way through. All right, now we have, I believe, the pit available for DFM. See if it's just going to be an early send here by Medusa. He is waiting by mid. And they're going to go for the early stacks on the tripwire. So it's not going to be an early pit, but at a certain point, I can see it being used. They have used it before, you know, on something like B main after a while, just to force the rotates out.
Yeah. Still, though, might not want to do that, especially with Blaze King still alive. Recon Dart saved up in his hand, so...
Yeah, Hunter's Fury as well.
Yeah. Could be just expecting that, too, no?
It would definitely be a tough one. This spy cam, see if GE, if this escapade is all just to break the camera, because then I would like to commend him, because that's a huge part. Spots 2 on this jump from Cess. It's a lot of information.
Camera taken out. Do it again. Nah, not gonna happen this time.
But now that everyone's seen that spy cam, right? They spam through it. They spam through the edge of that roof to make sure that they take it out.
Yeah.
So even though only your feet are showing, GE already putting a wrench into DFM's plans. It's just the 2 trips, and now the pit being used to try to deny this. They avoid the Unjust no tags at all.
They have to commit to this, too. 30 seconds, and they've already done so much. Are they really going to go the other direction? Maybe, just because they don't really want to deal with this Viper's Pit, but they're coming in to Neth that is waiting with the Odin. One good spam through the smoke could really mess it up here for GE, and there it is, 2K for Neth. He backs away safely into B main, 12 seconds, and GE, they got to choose. Rush.
Spikes down.
No, they're going to have to save. They're backing away. Yep, they've already lost this round, and they realize it.
Oh, the toxic screen timing is perfect from Medusa to mask Neth as he just waits for the audio cue, and once the screen goes up, he knows it's time just to delay, but gets the best possible outcome, a double kill onto the spike. And I mean, you could tell, right? I mean, that rotate was with no information from GE, quite frankly.
Yeah.
They just didn't get a tag on the pit. They said, hey, we've probably drawn enough attention. Let's just go for the rotate, because right now going to the pit would be absolute death, which is true. Yeah. So I don't blame them, but it was an absolute tough call to make from GE.
Yeah, and to add to that, too, you saw Neth putting his util on A, and then him going to B, so he already expected that the null command was going to be used at some point. So if it was there, it wouldn't be deactivated at all through the AoE of that, right?
Yeah,
so,
that's what DFM always does when the opponents have that null command, right? Is they always split the Viper and the Cypher, and then they put up the toxic screen and the tripwires on opposite sides. So I think that was part of the call, is that they hear the pit, and they say, okay, all right, the Cypher is not going to be on this side. We got to just go wherever it's got to be weaker, but it's just that Odin through that toxic screen. I mean, that's the last thing they might have expected. Bit of an unfortunate call from GE.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. That's really gotta hurt too, because they saw nothing and they took every bit of damage flung their way. Now, DFM got themselves that round advantage here. GE still manages to pick up a couple of rifles, but I mean, you kind of see it right now. They're struggling to find any kind of advantages at all. DFM's just swatting it away.
See if GE can figure out a better way to force DFM's hand here. This time another stack onto the A side. Really just preparing B side for a potential retake with the weapon advantage. Correctly reading that it's just a half buy on the side of GE.
Nope. Cess was deciding if he wants to throw out the paranoia. Not this time. They actually back away, May and Anthem as well, so they're probably expecting a mid-push, mid-rotate somehow if they were successful in just, again, pushing back GE from that initial contact on short.
This cam finally gets broken down, but that's Jett spotted as well over by A main. So DFM, recognizing that we'll hold on to mid, but let's shift our weight back onto A. So Lightning Fast and Anthem, they're on the lurk right now. Both sides thinking that they have better control of mid. The paint shows it's going to be perfectly timed. Denies the timing on this recon. And GE, I mean, if they rotate now, it's going to be the same thing as that previous round. No information, you just have to go in blind. They're going to be running in. Anthem, they don't check the same corner. Anthem gets one. They're trying to spam through the wall. He's trying to go for a second. Will get two, and Neth is ready for the trades.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Lightning Fast, if he picks up a kill here, maybe that's going to help them out. Tripwire is only on A main, so they should be able to cozy on their way here, as you do see both Polvi and Lightning Fast now picks up a bit of rifles in their hands. 4 versus 2. This is very difficult in terms of holding that side, especially with no more paranoia into Lightning Fast and still waiting for a second smoke to come up online. Decides to put it onto the one-way on doorway here, as Polvi's gonna have to hold onto Heaven first. There's the peek out from May, and they're dropping it like boys, and Lightning Fast and Polvi pulverizing DFM to a puddle.
Just an absolutely brilliant hold there from GE. The way they decide to hold that angle, right? So you put the one-way smoke over by door in case it gets broken for a pinch. And then you're trying to make sure if you can get, Polvi tries to see if he can get a cheeky first kill up on the box, but you see the Cyber Cage come out. and they both decide we're just going to line up right here, right by Dice, and we'll pick them off as they try to spread out around the cyber cage. Lightning Fast is ready to cover the right side as Polvi goes for the left. An incredible duo here from G, and now it's a push out from DFM. Upping the tempo, they take away one of the smokes away from GE.
Yeah, that's Lightning Fast already down, so GE feeling the pressure once again, gonna be forcing their hand into this B side as we see death! Oh my god! Bro, calm down! It's like just stellar holds on this B side, and that dissuades GE from pushing even further.
Yeah, and he actually recalls the tripwire over by main just to make sure he has extra time bot on stairs if need be, because you still have Medusa watching from lane. This tripwire, hard to break from market. You got to have your teammates try to break it from main, so you know that no one's coming in through there just yet. Anthem just wants to make sure that he's not getting caught off guard by the flank all the way through mid.
There it is, the real theft for that extra bit of information. Benkai trying to cross the corner there so he doesn't get trapped just in case maybe some utilities thrown his general way. And this is so hard for GE. They still haven't cleared too much right now, and aware that Medusa's somewhere around the corner right now. Neff trying to run away, holding his own. Blaze King finds Anthem, and they somehow get that B site off of just pushing them back with some aggressive maneuvers.
May's got Showstopper. Do they have a timing on the plant? But it's a nice fragment.
They got locked down. Ooh.
Oh, this.
Oh,
and then the
blade comes in, and May
the 0 point
befuddled.
The absolute suppress.
What timing from Russ. And May was like, I'm gonna keep pushing. It doesn't matter. We got the firepower. It actually backfires.
I mean, that is just absolutely rough. It looked like May was about to try to jump right in midair. Gets his rocket taken away. I mean, the lockdown as well. GE knew exactly what they were up against. They knew the win condition from DFM. They knew that if they let that Showstopper come through early, that's the death of him.
100%. And it all started from Benkai, you know, using that lockdown. Byproduct is that's also something that May has to break with his Showstopper.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. I want to see that again.
I mean, and the fragment early on as well to make sure that they deny the early push in when they're planting. I mean, all of this well thought out from GE.
It's not only you guys. We three also playing, bro. Let's go.
It's not just you guys. The whole team trying to come online for GE. Now taking the lead back 10-9. This is as close as it gets here. DFM using their last timeout. All timeouts now said and done.
I love how close this game truly has been.
I mean, it really just goes to show that, that this is a desperately needed win for both, right? Sure, DFM might be out of playoffs contention, but again, these records will all matter towards stage 2, towards the championship points as well. And DFM, of course, they would like nothing more than to leave stage 1 with a little bit of a positive note for their fans. And GE, they've still got hope.
Absolutely. As long as they can get this W on this series, there is that possibility for them. And, you know, the other thing as well, every single team right now getting so much XP. We're seeing, again, DFM come into a certain form here, not only just relying on, you know, what we've been talking about just May doing his own thing, everybody else just picking up that pace.
Yeah, I mean, you need to, right? Even on the side of GE, Benkai topping the board once again here on Ascent. He's been noted as, you know, one of the weaker pieces in firepower. Oh!
Another one onto Neff. Oh, can't get that reset on the Sheriff, unfortunately. And that's going to be a quick little 3 to get things started for GE. Now Medusa, hoping that maybe he can get that contact with the Stinger. Anthem also spotted, the only one with the rifle. And they actually do not challenge him.
Yeah, I think recognizing that, okay, if he's there, he's got the no command, let's just not deal with it. Let's go to the other side. Now, the question is where does Medusa decide to stick around?
He's got a snake bite.
Uses the toxic screen. He's going to hide right outside of it. But now with a Stinger, it's tough, and he gets spotted. They know that he's out in main.
Yeah, that dark cover is going to just mess with him.
I mean, this is up to Anthem, right? Anthem has to open this up. He has to cause chaos, and Medusa has to find the timing around the noise.
Or flip it. Medusa becomes the noise, and then that allows Anthem to just sneak in or maybe get a fight here onto A main or A heaven.
Looks like it's just going to be a save for Anthem. Meanwhile, Medusa, we'll see if he can force them to come his way. I mean, they'll have to exit one way or another. Oh, the snake bite as well.
They're actually going to try to exit through A main. This could be good for Medusa, especially that they've been hit by the vulnerable. Good for the one, but that's still better than nothing. And Anthem picks up the at least lightning fast, escaping through spawn. So all things considered, DFM do some okay econ damage.
Yeah, you know, they'll do what they can for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, GE not wanting to go towards where the rifle is, I think, on that last moment. So a good call, even though, you know, they'll lose one life. Meanwhile, early on, I mean, the double pistols, they actually caught sight of Nathan right there. So they're ready for it. It just seemed like GE was ready for a potential push out as well right after the timeout.
For sure, you know, just DFM trying to be proactive once again, and they kind of shown that in the past couple of rounds too, right? Where we've seen Mei and Cess actually go for that aggressive A main contact to get the catch onto Lightning Fast, who is alone on site, or is alone in that position. So this time, it's actually a 3-2 split here from GE. Very aware, again, of how much contact it really is there, and it's just straight for trade. Benkai, once again, now sneaking his way onto the site.
But he's all alone.
He's going to try to plant it, maybe.
He's going to have to wait. Yeah, he can't even make that noise, because what if there's a flood in? They don't quite have the information on everybody. They only know that Neth was still on A site. So he's waiting for backup, but this could go very sour. If the backup all gets cut off, this is going to be danger zone for GE.
Yeah, you can see Russ at least trying to make sure it actually is tagging Anthem a pretty good bit. There's 50 seconds on the clock, so that means that Benkai can at least hold on up until the smoke dissipates, and here comes the rest of GE on the contact. But the thing is, it's an outnumbers game, especially on the front side, so they're going to have to go for something off the contact, and that's the paranoia from Lightning Fast, opening it up for Russ, and now it's just pure chaos once again, and somehow GE are dissecting every single bit of this win condition bit by bit, and it's all down to Neth. He spots out Russ, good head tag, but it's on a Fatten, that's not going to work out, and we are now match and series point for Global.
Very patient. I love that they use every piece of utility. I was looking at it. They still had the paranoia. It looked like they were kind of considering, do we stick with it or not? But at the end of the day, they'll clear out every single corner. The paranoia just set up Russ for the early pick right here. You still have the smoke up. He still swivels just in case it's a peek out. Then you continue to hold the double angle.
That was a very difficult kind of win condition to go over too, because numbers advantage, DFM had better positioning, they had to deal with the smoke, B main's not really the best way to push through. Still, GE somehow manages to pick through that. Polby gets tagged out to 34.
That could be rough for GE. I mean, you're at match point, but you're going to need that jet to create a bit of space on that entry.
Where is this going?
Looking to try to clear a potential tripwire, it looks like, over by mid.
Yeah.
But we're not going to see one there. It's just all focused on market. Now, DFM, a bit of a heavy presence despite having the Cypher setups over by B. So suspecting that the toxic screen is going to be enough with the extra smokes coming out from Cess to force them over to that B side. Now the 0 point, catching nobody on B main. That's going to cause the rotates to come through, but it might be a bit late. The Hunter's Fury is coming out. May gets spotted. He's trying to stay alive, and he'll get one kill, but he gets taken out as he tries to cross a 4v4. Benkai, he spots the lurk over from Medusa. Both of them just trying to tie each other up, but it's just a judge. Oh, they hear it. No reason to push that tree right now.
Yeah, just be safe. Hold on to the side if you can. Lightning Fast is full blinded. How is he not dead just yet? He might be right now, as there is like 3 players of DFM trying to pincer him in. Spike planted on generator. Blaze King making a bit of noise as Benkai comes in for the swing. Will drop down onto Neth, so this should be a full defuse, especially now that it's been halved. And if Blaze King just goes through this, you know it's not going to be a happy ending for him.
Yeah, he'll try to stay alive, and he will keep his weapon, get 1 extra point for his troubles. But an excellent, excellent retake here. I love that Cess, even with the judge, he says, okay, well, I've been spotted, I only have a judge. Sends a paranoia in perfect timing. The rest of his teammates able to flood in from heaven.
Yeah.
They clear out hell, and that's all the time Cess needs to regroup with his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. Get that regroup first. So these next 2 rounds, GE should have enough money to full buy. It's all about DFM just creating that tempo, not really waiting to break economy, but rather just breaking the mental right now of GE and, you know, again, having enough just bank off of how well Neth has been playing on, well, his Cypher.
Yeah, and once again, because of that no command, it's a split between the Viper and the Cypher. They do this every time. G has to know this. Everyone's been taking note of it. So you know that there might be extra utility waiting for you here. You're seeing the Cyber cages come up. Still haven't cleared out all the tripwires, but they're skirting around it. Meanwhile, May holds on to stairs. GE a bit trapped right now. They get spotted. He's gaining spam through the wall.
Spike down B.
Russ is on short too, though. He's coming around the bend as well. Lightning fast. He's trapped on spawn. As you can see, Blaze King bringing it around onto that A short. So Russ has to hold this with 50 HP. He's being corralled right now by DFM, and there is no answer that they can really do here that is going to be advantageous for GE. It's Blaze King against the world. 30 seconds. 5 versus 1. Left. He's trapped. He hears the camera. He hears everything around him. And there is no safety for him right now. He's got to risk everything.
Yeah, I mean, he'll sneak in. He's got creds. The whole team's got creds. And DFM, they make the call at the 10-second mark. They say, okay, if he hasn't crept into B, he's definitely going to A.
10 seconds left.
Trying to buy time. The 0 point out, so he cannot use his abilities. He's just trying to take away weapons, and they fall right into the trap.
He's making it expensive if he can. There it is. They've lost the round, but at least he's taken a few names under his belt as well. A third one maybe if he really wants to go for it. And that's just pure confidence here from Blaze King. Still, round goes to DFM's favor.
And we're 1 away from a potential overtime. And look at this. I mean, you gotta imagine. Oh, Medusa actually picks that one up. But you gotta imagine that GE knew once again that it was going to be the split setup. So purposely, they sent Povey in all the way. And once he's made sure that there's no trips on that path, the rest of the team comes through. But they just do not account. They think that since there's no trip on the entrance, that they're safe. And eventually, Benkai gets caught, and the Cyber Cage is still up before they can take control of the site. Now a 2-3 default. Now the tripwire in mid. DFM hasn't been using that a lot. There's the showstopper from May as soon as they get contact on the cam. Right through the window.
I love it. He hasn't done that in any of these rounds, but when it matters, gets that nice little pick off, as we can see on Lightning Fast. Now this puts a big problem for them because they hard stack on B main. Now they're going to have to use a lot of time just to re-encompass mid, on short, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, DFM, they've already pushed out of A main, right? This is a good adjustment on their part as well. You get the early contact, and now you've taken control of A main. You can stay safe over by tree. Cess just going to scout for information.
He's got the paranoia.
As soon as that trip gets broken.
Ooh.
There it is, the peek out, he finds Steel, he'll only get 1 kill. But do they know that the Jet's gone through heaven?
This could be big.
He could open this all up. He gets 1 and he gets 2, the patience pays off. Sight opened up by the Duelist, hailing from EMEA.
That was huge. Also picks up the Operator and still has the reset on the Blades. So he's got some threats here, but look into the utility that's still available for May and Anthem. Got the nades, they got a couple of those blades, so it's going to be just pure contact. Povey's just, again, dominating them. 1 left, it's Anthem. How could this have gone to this point? It was looking good for DFM. Spots out the 1, goes around, knows he's pincered, has to get out of this one, but he cannot get that first pick to get things started. So he has to go to the spike and just start defusing, and it's not gonna be a possibility. No overtime, 13-11, and this is Global Esports with the win.
When G needed it most, Povey absolutely pulls him across the finish line. He's had a lot of pressure on him this entire stage, but what a clutch moment from the Jet. of GE. The patience, the accuracy, and then the confidence as well throughout the entire day, quite frankly. And I gotta say, today GE, all 5 members, they had their shining moments. They'll be able to take home the victory. Meanwhile, I mean, with how close it got, you can feel the pain on the side of DFM. But their journey for Stage 1 ends with a single win against T1 at the beginning.
And with that, we see a developing face for both of these teams. Global Esports, again, stellar finish in this series against DFM. And you know what? This is a team that you have to be very aware of. They can go far into coming into Split 2 and maybe even contention again for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in contention, right? Obviously, it depends on the results of some of their other teams in Group Alpha, but they've done what they can here from GE. They've also proven that they're on an upward swing. They're continuing to rack on one more win on the board. See if it can continue in Stage 1. But for now, we go to the analyst test to break down the action.
Oh, that was a really interesting last few rounds. I thought, like, you know, we sent in our MVP votes, right? We're like, wait, hold on.
Hold on.
We could take that back, right? Because it was so close. It could have gone, you know, it could have easily gone DFM's way, especially that last round.
Especially that last round, until Polvi comes in from heaven, and that's just the thing about global esports right now, especially in this matchup. I mean, what a way to close out the day. What a way to close out this series, because DFM definitely put up some big numbers as well, but when it came down to it, global esports, I mean, you had Polvi putting up some great performances. Russ was doing incredible things as well, and you have to admire the calling throughout this entire map, because once they swapped over onto that attacking side, so many of their executes were successful.
I was just really happy we got what I was asking for, which was DFM kind of bouncing back, GE in a good spot mentally, and what should be a close map, and we absolutely had a super close map. I mean, we just barely missed overtime. Last round was insane. A lot of the last bunch of rounds were very, very close. Easily DFM could have taken more, GE could have taken more. Just going either way, like so many clutches to both sides. Just a really enjoyable third map to bring us some really great action. As I mean, like DFM, they really stuck through with it. Like towards the end, they got so close, and
so close.
a lot of you know, jaws were agape at the end of that one for sure.
Oh yeah, and I know that, you know, going into our predictions, we have Achilles as the only one who voted for DFM. I know that, like, okay, let's acknowledge that. Let's acknowledge that. But, you know, DFM is just one of those teams that, like, you find yourself rooting for, even at the very end, right? I mean, like, you know, for GE, it's obviously congratulations to them. They still, you know, the journey is not done for them. But for DFM, you kind of have that hope still for the team.
Yeah, you can't help but feel for him. I mean, like, it's so close. And I mean, like, throughout the whole match, even just starting things off in the first map, I mean, what a way to kick things off. And then when you come into Ascent, they have this composition. They're still running it. There are so many impressive plays coming out from, you know, May, for example, with that showstopper in the B main. But I want to give, like, a huge shout out to, like, actually Medusa. This guy, you know, has been, like, quiet throughout most of Stage 1. But on this map, there were some moments where, you know, the toxic screen, Polvi made use of it against him and stuff. But he actually responded in kind, started landing a lot of his shots, started taking initiative to go for these fights. And that's what keeps DFM in this game. That's why you can feel so much from him, because it wasn't just GE fighting in this map. It was DFM trying to show that, you know, we've improved. We're here to fight. We're giving it our all. Maybe we don't win at the end, but we still definitely tried.
Yeah, they definitely brought the fight so close. And I hope for this roster, right, of DFM, I mean, there is improvement already. You can see how closely they're able to bring, you know, a series even to teams like, you know, that we thought that they wouldn't stand a chance against. Like, you know, going back to last year, we would think like, oh, well, of course, this team is going to win over DFM. But they're able now to bring the series so close, and it's why they're such an enjoyable team to root for and to watch as well.
Yeah, also very emotional players and fans.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
that certainly can tug at the heartstrings a little bit, where it's like, oh, you know, head in hands for some of the players, and some of the fans can't even believe it. I mean, what is there really to say? I voted, I actually put in my MVP vote for May as well. I'm like, just in case if we do go to overtime, I don't want to like, I'm like, you know, I think May had so many clutch moments. I think that he did a lot of carrying for all 3 maps personally, but you know, as we talked about at the top of this series as well, like everybody really stepped it up alongside of him. Even Cess, who's kind of at the bottom in terms of the numbers here, he had some big moments as well, like that were really clutch, like the paranoia in the tree right there at the end, just to like solidify it and bring them super close and bring them to that last round. So shout out to them. GE keep their hopes alive as well at playoffs, which is another cool story, and we'll have to wait and see how far that goes.
Yeah, it's for GE, it seems like it's out of the frying pan and into the fire at the moment, because now they'll have to wait and see. And that's, you know, as of course, as a professional team, as an athlete, that is excruciating because it's not in your hands anymore. There's nothing you can do. You just have to sit and wait for the numbers to actually roll in. And right now, you know, it again looks really, really close. And, you know, I would be very, very uncomfortable if I were in GE's shoes, just because it's like, you know, there is absolutely nothing you can do. You just have to stay there and you have to watch something happen.
Wow, yeah, it actually could go to round differential, or, well, map diff maybe. Because what they're counting on is for either, you know, Bleed to lose or win, and you know, there could be a 3-way tie if T1 wins as well. Oh my god, the possibilities.
Yeah, if T1 win with a 2-1 score, they would have same match win-loss and same map diff. And I guess it could potentially go to round diff at that case, which would just be insane. But I mean, maybe we have T1 in playoffs instead.
At the very least, though, it's like, congratulations to GE. They can rest easy for now, because after putting such a performance like that, with all those kills going that way, I mean, that one round when Russ like popped the null command at the right time just to deny May that.
Yeah,
oh
exactly.
my god.
Genius moments. It's those sparks of brilliance, really, that, you know, really lets you see, you know, the potential of GE. I really don't think that a team like this has reached, you know, their final form yet. They haven't reached that cap yet, because there is just so much. There are so many brains on this team, right? There is infinite potential on this, and they're just getting started here in Pacific. You know, we've talked a lot about how, oh, the chemistry doesn't seem to be right just yet. We're seeing flashes of it now, but I do think that this team still has a long, long way to go, which makes me so excited, actually, for even the rest of the run here in VCT, right? Any closing thoughts as we reach the end of our show?
I mean, just, I don't know, like I'm like that fan at the end of that. I'm just like, oh my god, yeah. What a series, what a treat to watch.
What a way to end it. Yeah, amazing.
I feel like I just saw like a really awesome movie, and I'm just like sitting there in shock in my chair. I'm like, whoa, that was awesome. Like, I gotta tell my friends about it. It was just a lot of fun, and I'm just really happy that both of the teams really showed up there in map 3 to make it close and make it interesting.
Absolutely, it was indeed a series to remember, and congratulations to GE. That is it for us on the desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're gonna send you over to Jen, who is on stage for our post-game interview.
Thank you, guys. I am now standing here with Global Esports Rust. Now, massive congrats, Rust. Today got a little bit dicey towards the end, but playoffs still doable for GE. So how do you feel at the moment?
Well, all I can say is tomorrow I'm going to be a Zeta fan, so I'll leave it up to them.
Will you be, you know, coming down on stage, I mean, like, over in the crowd and holding up the Zeta sign as well?
Probably not. I'm going to be home, you know, watch partying.
Yeah.
Going to be watching with the boys, and yeah, just hope for the best.
Yeah, definitely rooting for Zeta, so you guys can advance to the playoffs. Now, Ascent, especially towards the end, was really close. It's just, I thought it was going to go to overtime. So what was on your mind at that moment? Did you feel like you guys were going to win? Were you confident enough that it wouldn't go overtime?
I mean, to some point, yeah, obviously we were confident. It's just some rounds kind of went, you know, to the west. Like I think DFM played a good game as well. Like the individuals were like stopping us with the Odin and stuff. And honestly, that was the reason it kept them in the game. It felt like our trades were really off because of that.
Yeah.
But other than that, you know, props to DFM for giving us a good game.
And also, I just want to talk about your dominant win on Lotus, because Spin actually mentioned in the interview before that mentally resetting in between maps was something that you guys are keep working on, and it's something that needed more work on. So, and it looked like it worked today. So what was the conversation behind the stage after split coming into Lotus?
We mainly discussed about our communication. Our communication was a bit too hectic, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
And obviously that caused a lot of panic situations and stuff, and it was hard to trade because of that. But other than that, we just fixed up on that and we went to the next game, and we were shooting great after that, and that's all it was for us.
So communication was overcrowded. But for you especially, Lotus, I feel like, best map in stage 1 for you. So what went well, especially for you?
I pretty much calmed myself down, like I was struggling to trade Polvi, and I just told myself, just have a reset. We just did some breathing, meditation, and just go win this next game, and I felt very sharp.
Nice job. Well, next up, you guys have done everything you could do. Now all you have to do is wait and pray to God that Zeta wins tomorrow. So what will be in your prayers tonight?
Well, I'll leave it up to God, obviously, but for me, I'll be on stream watching the Zeta game. I'll be cheering for them. Whatever energy I have, I'll give it all to them and hope for the best.
That energy.
Yeah.
Right. Take the win energy, Zeta.
Yeah.
All right. Congratulations, and we'll see what happens. But job well done. So have a good night, well deserved, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Now that was Russ with the post-match interview, and that's all we have for today. But tune in tomorrow because we have T1 facing Zeta and Team Secret facing Talent Esports. Now we'll see you tomorrow.